His parents were stupefied and in disbelief along the way. They never thought that there was a passage connecting the legendary giant kraken's nest in their manor. Also, the krakens were still playing here at the moment. The kraken eggs have lessened, some of them should have hatched. Subai looked at the eggs in the kraken's nest. The last time he came here, there were more than 500 eggs, but now there were only more than 200 eggs left. He guessed that part of it had been taken away by his master, Gao-an, while the others had hatched by themselves. After all, the kraken's nest had solved the food problem now, so there was no need to worry about their eggs hatching and starving to death. These are all kraken eggs. There are so many. His father looked at the kraken eggs and exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, take one each back and incubate it." Subai smiled. What use would we have for these krakens? Let alone not needing one, we can't afford these guys even if we form a contract with them. They eat too much. His father shook his head. Don't worry about this, you only need to train them. My master will be responsible for feeding them, so don't worry. The main reason is that the outside world has become more and more dangerous. With a kraken, you'll have another trump card, so I won't have to worry about you. He persuaded his parents again. The two adults fell silent. Their son was right. Blue Planet was extremely dangerous now, and there was even a wave of escapism going on. They claimed that Blue Planet had become too dangerous, so humans should abandon it and flee to other livable planets. It could be seen that the danger level of Blue Planet had indeed reached a very high level. Should we form a contract with some of these hatched giant krakens? Then we'll raise them here in case of an emergency, asked his mother. That's fine, too. Look around and pick two. Don't worry. They dare not attack you. Subai nodded. Another reason why he asked his parents to form a contract with the giant krakens was that their backfeeding was very high. Perhaps because of their large size, they gave their pet tamers a lot of backfeeding. While his parents went to choose their giant krakens, he went to the pile of kraken eggs to select more. Soon, he picked out 10 kraken eggs. Their attributes were gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, and poison. That was right. He was planning to contract all 10 of them, but he would not meticulously train them as he did the starry omnivore kraken and would only use them as a group to attack monsters. He now had 25 pages in the contract page, but only 7 pages were used, so he still had a lot of space left. Also, he occasionally faced many monsters or enemies at once because of the present situation. He thought about it for a while and decided to cultivate 10 giant krakens. Because they were large in size, they were good at swallowing and were very effective in dealing with countless monsters. The starry omnivore kraken was the best example. No matter how many enemies rushed forward, it would swallow them in one bite. If he had 10 giant krakens like this, then once they were released as a group, he could imagine the hell that would break loose. They would swallow everything in sight and would be unstoppable. He put away the selected kraken eggs, looking forward to the scene in the future. Mom, Dad, have you guys chosen? He walked out of the kraken's nest and asked. Yes, I want the blue one with unicorn horns on its head. Father Su pointed to a kraken, which was only 500 or 600 meters in size. It was currently swimming leisurely in the sea. This was obviously a little guy that had just been born. I want that one. Mother Su pointed to a wood attribute giant kraken with a green tree growing on its back. It had also just been born. The unicorn blue kraken and the sacred tree kraken are very good choices. Subai nodded and then raised his hand. Wrapped around his wrist, the little blood dragon sent out 2 spiritual powers to knock out the 2 giant krakens. Okay, it's time to form a contract with them. He clapped his hands and walked over with his parents. Soon, the contracts were established. When the 2 giant krakens woke up, they instinctively approached their new owners. I really didn't expect that one day I could form a contract with a pet like this. Mother Su touched the sacred tree kraken's head and spoke with emotion. Yes, I never imagined that a day like this would come. Father Su was also deeply moved. This was all because they had a genius son. After playing here for a while, Subai took his parents out of the giant kraken's secret nest and returned to Bayou Manor. By the way, Remember not to reveal the secret nest of the giant krakens. He warned them after they exited the space crack. Do you think we too are fools? We'll bury this secret and take it to our graves. His mother rolled her eyes. Subai believed them because they were not the kind to show off. They deeply understood the importance of keeping a low profile, and often urged him to be low-key as well. It was already noon, so his mother went home and cooked their lunch. Subai took advantage of this time to return to Azure Dragon Mound. How is it? Is the download completed? The first thing he did upon his return to the villa was ask Planet Eye this. Yes, I've analyzed 10% of the armory data. I can already simulate this part of the weapon, responded 1314. That's good. Let's go out together in the afternoon and do a little experiment, Subai nodded and said. He let 1314 do its thing and took out 10 giant incubators, which he had prepared a long time ago. He then placed the kraken eggs inside. He had specially made these incubators for this operation. On each incubator, there was a piece of origin amethyst the size of an egg to ensure that their spiritual power replenishment would not be interrupted. Putting all the eggs in, he first released his contract book and contracted all of them before taking out spirit crystals of various attributes, which he had also prepared long ago. After pulling out the attributes of the spirit crystals, he pressed them into the kraken eggs of the corresponding attributes. It was not long before the origin of the kraken eggs reached fullness for the first day. He leisurely checked all their data and then proceeded to prepare the hatching potion. Although these 10 kraken eggs were not ready to be carefully cultivated, he could still invest time in them because of their most critical innate potential. Anyway, he only needed hands-on work, and it did not take much effort. When everything was set up, he temporarily put away the kraken eggs and went to his parents' place to have lunch. Mom, Dad, I'll go out to do something and come back tonight. After concluding their meal, he told his parents this. Pay attention to your own safety. Father Su waved him off. Okay. Nodding, Subai jumped onto Planet Eye and flew out of the manor. Naturally, he was going to scout for the location of the 12 Dragon Slayers killer organization as they might be hiding in a nearby stronghold. Master, the route has been planned. First, we'll head to Phoenix Mountain, then Chinese Redbud Mountain, and finally Carp Mountain. This will form the shortest route. As Planet Eye reported this, a virtual page appeared in front of Subai. This was a type of legendary holographic projection technology, but it relied on spiritual power. Power. Turn on your life radar to detect signs of humans. Turn on the contract book and the detection category is chaotic contract books. Spots of light began to appear on the holographic projection in front of Subai, which was the result of radar detection. These were some electronic weapons based on psychic technology, with a range of 5 kilometers. The effect was also very good. It was one of the crystallizations of modern psychic technology. Unless intentionally hidden, most existences could be detected. Master, no target that matches the data can be found within 10 kilometers. Planet Eye soon explored the area. This was the result of not using its clones, or else its speed would be faster and the detection range would be greatly improved. Let's go, then. Turn on the detectors along the way. Subai nodded. The little blood dragon also found nothing. They moved forward and soon reached Phoenix Mountain. Activation of invisible spiritual breath, preparing to enter Phoenix Mountain. Following the sound of 1314 special mechanical voice, spiritual power burst forth and formed a special psychic shield 10 meters outside the sphere. As the psychic shield was formed, the figure and breath of Planet Eye slowly disappeared. Phoenix Mountain was a small attraction with people nearby, so it was not good to rush to it directly. Master, I found a special situation. A large number of blood monsters have gathered in the southeast. After exploring for a while, 1314 suddenly reported its discovery. I noticed this, too, but it should be just a nest of blood monsters. Little Blood Dragon chimed in. After half a minute, Subai arrived at the gathering place of the blood monsters. It was not something abnormal but was just a lair of underground blood snakes. No trace of the killer organization could be found in this area. Nothing out of the ordinary, not even a chaotic contract book, was discovered along the way. After looking around Phoenix Mountain, including all Chinese Redbud Mountain and all the nearby towns, they found nothing special, so they could only go to Carp Mountain. Su Bai frowned slightly, feeling hopeless. Generally, most of the contracts of the people from killer organizations were chaotic, which were easy to expose in crowded places. Thus, their stronghold was either in a monster wilderness or in a sparsely populated place. There was a museum on the Carp Mountain in Carp Town. This mountain, which was very close to the urban area, was relatively prosperous. Generally speaking, killer organizations would not set up camps in such places. As he approached Carp Mountain, the holographic projection screen in front of him suddenly burst out with a large swath of red warnings. A large number of blood monsters, along with chaotic contract books, have been detected ahead. It's suspected that our target organization has been found. The mechanical sound of 1314 rang suddenly. Bai, monsters of special blood are on this mountain. I feel a different special aura, too. Little Blood Dragon's voice rang in his mind. Su Bai looked at the screen. Whether it was the location of the blood monsters or the chaotic contract books, all were on Carp Mountain. This is interesting. He looked at the tall, beautiful, and solemn gymnasium on the nearby Carp Mountain. Unexpectedly, it had a gilded exterior. The gym looked shabby and decrepit. This was actually related to the 12 Dragon Slayers. He wondered whether it had existed before or only recently. He had previously participated in the Pet Tamer Survival Challenge, which was jointly organized by Carp Gymnasium and 3 more gymnasiums. Su Bai was very grateful to them, and the gains from that competition had helped him tremendously. Upon his return, he had been thinking of how to fund these 3 small gyms and the competition. Who knew that he would be given such a big surprise? This made him quite dumbfounded for a while. Bai, what shall we do? The little blood dragon could not help but ask. He thought for a while and asked, 1314, do you have a way to penetrate the energy shield of this gym? If planet I could penetrate, then it was best to enter quietly to scout the situation. I detected an advanced energy shield, and the latest psionic lock is added. The probability of a breakthrough is very high. I need a period of time to upgrade my unlocking level, was 1314's response. Okay. Let's go down and go straight to the main entrance. Su Bai was not surprised to hear this. If he did something shameful, he would definitely change to a powerful energy shield so that people could not spy on his secrets. After coming down the mountain, he found a place with no one around and let Planet Eye show itself. He then headed to Carp Mountain in an open manner. What are you doing? No one can get close to the gym. Seeing Su Bai, the guard stopped him from approaching immediately. 2 mid-level warlord black sword wolves and crystal snakes eyed him covetously. Su Bai did not have the slightest expression of fear. He could kill these 2 guys even without his pets. I'm Su Bai, the chief disciple of Yulong Gymnasium. I came to visit the curator of this gym. I'd like to thank him for his help in organizing the competition that year. Su Bai smiled calmly and took out his unique identity ID for Yulong Gymnasium. This was a crystal card the size of a normal ID, with a special dragon pattern carved on it. It was engraved with his identity information and an identity chip. When the guard looked at the identification, he was taken aback. It turned out to be Su Bai. Senior Su, please wait a moment. We'll go in and report immediately. Their attitude changed instantly, nodding and bowing to him. While he waited for their report, he helped sign his name for the guards. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a square face and dressed in black walked out. This was Li Feng, the curator of Carp Gymnasium. What brought you here? Please come in quickly. Li Feng smiled widely and behaved very enthusiastically. It was as if he had had a good relationship with Su Bai and had known him for a long time. I'm not bothering you with my sudden visit, am I? He asked as he followed the curator inside. Haha. Of course not. As long as you're willing to come, the doors of Carp Gymnasium will always be open for you. Li Feng deliberately revealed a trace of blame and then smiled. Haha. Senior Li is as generous as ever. The survival competition that you jointly organized back then has helped me a lot. While talking, he followed Li Feng into the gym. Planet I turned into a basketball-sized golden ball floating in the position parallel to Subai's shoulder. "You won it yourself. I don't dare to take credit for it," said Li Feng with a smile. While they talked, they arrived at the hall of the gymnasium, where there were many disciples and students present. "Why did you suddenly come over?" The curator returned to the main position and looked at him. The other disciples also calmed down, looking at Subai with admiration in their eyes, and cried curiously about why he came to visit. He looked around and said, "I'm here to challenge you openly." As soon as he said this, the audience fell into a deadly silence. Be it a disciple or the curator, all their expressions instantly froze. Li Feng's eyes widened. He did not come to visit him. Why did he come in and declare an open challenge? "Curator, aren't you most aware if you offended me? Since some things have been done, be prepared to be exposed." Subai looked at the curator with a sneer on his face. As his voice fell, the size of Planet I directly skyrocketed to 500 meters, and its huge metal muzzles condensed, becoming a terrifying war fortress in just an instant. Terrifying spiritual pressure was released from the metal muzzles, and the aura of the psionic cannonballs inside seemed to breathe. They huffed and puffed and seemed to be ready to fire at any time. The disciples and students, who were still bewildered, suddenly returned to their senses and backed away to avoid the terrifying muzzles. Just the terrifying caliber alone made their hearts palpitate. Li Feng also felt a chill creeping over him, and his heartbeat accelerated. This was because the huge muzzles were aimed at him. Thousands of various muzzles were densely packed, and anyone who looked at them could not help but feel frightened. "It seems that you've come to look for a fight. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Come, kill me. Attack me plainly. I must see if Yulong Gymnasium will keep you." Li Feng expressed that he would rather die than surrender, and his eyes were as big as a bull's eyes as he stared at Subai. However, upon a closer look, his whole body was trembling slightly, and fat beads of sweat could not stop flowing from his forehead. He was also very desperate. He was just a small curator with a monarch monster, so it was impossible for him to beat Subai. It would be better to prove his innocence heroically than to take his own humiliation so that Subai would not dare to do anything to him under the pressure of public opinion. "Senior Su, although we admire you very much, why you can't do things without reason. Unless you kill us all, we'll definitely ask the Pet Alliance to punish you," a disciple swallowed, stuttering and trembling. Most of the other disciples also showed a look of facing death with equanimity. This scene surprised him quite a bit. If he had not determined that there was a problem long ago, he would really have been deceived. "Attack." With an order, thousands of gun barrels of Planet I lit up with dazzling lights. A terrifying spiritual pressure then poured out. Seeing this scene, Li Feng and the students all lay on the ground in fright. They did not expect him to attack actually. All of a sudden, they fell into endless despair and regret. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk psionic cannonballs shot out in all directions, and the entire hall instantly broke and shattered under the impact of infinite energy. "You want to escape?" Subai sneered and jumped onto Planet I to look at the group of people who were about to leave in the direction of the backyard. These people had no choice but to summon their contract books because of his tyrannical attacks just then and released their monsters to resist him. Their contract books were all chaotic. "This is what you mean about your innocence." He glanced at Li Feng and sneered. Even if he did not gather these people, he definitely had something to do with it. It was impossible that a curator would not know of these things. How did this happen? The disciples watched this scene incredulously. They never knew that there was still such a group of people in the gym. Seeing this scene, Li Feng's face became full of shame. He did not know how Subai had discovered it, but he knew that he was done for. "Do you think that you can really escape?" Subai sneered. Countless psychic energy gathered in the muzzles of Planet I under his feet. These psionic cannonballs were densely packed, and the scalp of the 100 or so people tingled at the sight. "Since you want to die by yourself, we'll fulfill your wish today," the male assassin with spiky hair, who seemed to be the leader of the group, shouted angrily. He opened his contract book, and more than 300 monarch pets rushed out. The other assassins also did the same. More than 100 people immediately released their pets to form an army of over 30,000 powerful monsters ranging from commander to monarch level. Immediately after these terrifying monsters appeared, they responded to his pet's assault with their own. Seeing their nearing attacks, these people showed happy smiles. He was trying to compete with their group assault. They would play with him to his death. These people had swallowed countless contract books, so the number of contract pages and contract pets they had were really terrifying. The next moment, Subai raised his wrist and a blood-red cross ray cut through the void, slashing out with an infinitely sharp light. Its speed seemed to be very slow, but wherever it went, be the building or these spiritual attacks, all were chemically shattered in an unstoppable manner. Seeing this, the faces of this group of people suddenly changed. Their expressions turned gloomy and ugly. They had seen this terrifying blood cross before, and now that they were experiencing it personally, they deeply understood its horror. However, they could no longer avoid it. The light seemed to be slow, but it was only caused by visual errors. In the silence, the body of more than 30,000 monarch monsters suddenly split into two. They then completely shattered, turning into countless blood mist, which stained the entire Carp Mountain. From a distance, it looked like Carp Mountain had suddenly changed color. A scarlet crisscross in the void on top of the mountain could also be seen, and it formed into countless bloody mist that dyed the entire mountain red. What else do you have? Go on. Subai looked at the remaining 50-odd assassins, who had managed to escape the catastrophe. At this time, Planet Eye had grown to 2 kilometers and had tens of thousands of guns aimed at them. Each muzzle was a diameter of at least hundreds of meters, like a rocket silo, filled with terrifying psychic energy. In fact, there was no need for the little blood dragon to take action. It was just that Subai was worried about hurting the innocent disciples. Nonetheless, the terrifying impression he had brought was already deeply etched in the eyes of everyone present. He was too scary, too invincible. It was as if countless atomic bombs had fallen from the sky, but they were easily wiped out by him with a raise of his hand. It was so unbelievable. At this moment, his tall figure was forever imprinted in the hearts of these people so that, countless years later, when they recalled this event, they still felt palpitations and trembled all over. These assassins looked at the terrifying muzzle, and all knelt down with a thud. Even if they still had some means of escape, they were not sure how to escape the range of this war fortress. We're willing to receive the Pet Alliance's punishment. The killers knelt and begged for mercy. Planet Eye slowly flew past but did not close its muzzles or retracted its psychic shells. These assassins looked at the muzzles near them and trembled incessantly. This gave them the feeling of being hit on the head with atomic bombs. "You're really surrendering?" asked Subai aloud, feeling a little helpless. "It would have been great if they had escaped." "We are. We're willing to reveal the truth." They crawled on the ground and cowered. 13-14, keep an eye on them. If they dare to move, just kill them on the spot. Let's go inside and have a look. Okay, I understand. Subai jumped down from Planet Eye and walked toward the ground. The group of assassins, who had surrendered, could not utter a single word and remained motionless, for fear that they would be destroyed by infinite firepower with a single action. It was a vine. Each vine was as thick as a forearm, and its whole body was blood red, which made it look terrifying and devilish. He looked at it and examined its data. Name: race, corpse vine, gender, none, level, none, attribute, blood, ghost, features: passive, cannibalism. It is extremely sensitive to the breath of death and can swallow the corpses and remnants of the dead in order to perceive laws and skills. Skills: none, restrained, dragon attribute, weakness, light attribute, evolution direction, none, introduction, a genetically modified monster, a semi-finished product transformed from a rare genetically mutated blood-devouring spear emperor. There are many mistakes in it. Subai did not expect that something with such an impressive feature would be here. It was the first time that he had encountered a monster with cannibalism ability. However, this was a semi-finished product, so many things could still go wrong, which the system had clearly written. On its current basis, it could be fully cultivated. Genetically modified monsters like this were still rare. Generally speaking, such genetically modified monsters could not survive. It was a miracle that this was still alive. After thinking about it, he decided to take this back as his own to study. He inspected the basement and found a lot of samples, which were used to study the corpse vine. Many related experimental data were also stored in the computer. After reading it, he destroyed all the experimental data. He first deleted the data and then directly physically destroyed the computer. He took all the samples and put them in the storage ring. His storage ring was made by Zhao Ya using the origin amethyst and a material that cherished space. There was more than 1,000 cubic meters of space inside, so these things could easily fit in. He walked out of the basement and approached the remaining assassins, who were still trembling in fright at this moment. "Where are the experimenters in the basement laboratory?" he asked coldly. "They're all dead." A killer looked up at him and stammered. "Just dead." Subai, it was really rare for a killer to have such a level of education. He thought that the experimenters would be others, not these killers. "Who else has experimental data? Where are the other bases of your organization?" He pressed on. "No, all the experimental data is in the lab computer. Our stronghold is based here. We only got an order from above to capture your parents and bring them here," a killer said in a soft voice. "Whose order? Who's above you?" "I don't know. Our boss was killed by you moments ago." Subai, since he could not find out who the one behind this was, he would just count it on the head of Dragon King Amethyst. "Who else is inside the gym?" He continued interrogating them. "None. The others were all killed by you earlier," the killer answered tremblingly. The space, which had been torn by Subai's attacks, had not closed yet. It was too terrifying. This particular assassin trembled as soon as he saw the bloody cross in the sky. If he did not have a pet with a life-saving skill, he would certainly be dead by now. "What about Curator Li Feng? Does he know about this?" "No, he only hid us here. The deputy curator is one of ours. He bribed Li Feng, but you killed him, too." Subai fell silent and turned around to leave. Planet Eye's muzzles slowly lit up after he left. "No," these assassins shouted, turning their heads and running. They did not understand why Subai would suddenly attack. The next moment, the golden beam of light fell, and the group of people disappeared without a trace. A 3-meter crater was left on the ground. "I already said not to run away. See, you've all died." He shrugged. He did not feel guilty at all. Each of these guys had at least a few hundred lives in their hands. Planet Eye quickly shrank to the size of a basketball after the attack and flew to Subai's side. "Report to the Pet Alliance and the Pet Administration. Post some of the fighting clips. You should know what to do, right?" he said. "Master, don't worry. I understand." 1314's body beat twice. "I sent reports to the Pet Alliance and the Pet Administration Bureau. Curator Li Feng can go and talk to them by himself." Subai looked at Li Feng, who still looked stunned, jumped onto Planet Eye, activated its invisibility state, and left. The disciples on the ground were still in deep shock. The scene of the terrifying cutting of more than 30,000 monarch pets continuously played on a loop in their minds. Not long after, other people rushed over. Subai had only spent a total of 10 minutes in this place, but he had managed to defeat many of the people present. After flying over, the new arrivals gazed at the situation here and were deeply shocked. Is this Subai's terrifying power? No wonder he can be Yulong Gymnasium's chief disciple, someone exclaimed. When the Pet Administration Bureau arrived, the tear in the sky had already closed, but a faint red cross light remained, becoming one of the eternal scenery of Carp Mountain. "Son, did you just end Carp Gymnasium's existence?" "Why?" When he reached home, his parents had already been waiting at the gate. When they saw the gigantic Planet Eye, they understood that Subai had been the one behind the attack. Even though the two were shocked, they still felt puzzled and perplexed. There's an evil assassin organization there, which was concealed by Carp Gymnasium. I killed the assassins, but the others are fine. You don't need to worry about this. The Pet Administration Bureau will resolve everything. He explained the matter to his parents. Hearing this, the two elders were relieved. That was good. They really thought that their son had destroyed those people because he found them unpleasant to the eye. Subai rested at home for a while before meeting with Carp Town's Management Bureau chief. I'm here to record your statement. I hope that you can actively cooperate. We already understood the specific situation, the bureau chief explained with a smile. No problem. Subai was very cooperative. Why didn't you leave any of them alive? We might have been able to dig some information from them if you had. After recording the young man's statement, the bureau chief asked this question with a wry smile on his face. There was no other way, they released more than 30,000 monsters. If I had shown mercy then, those disciples would have died. Those people thought of running away, so I killed them directly along with their pets. I had no other choice, I already warned them not to run, replied Subai with a shrug of his shoulders. Then do you know what's in the basement? Inquired the bureau chief tentatively. I also wanted to know, but it had been destroyed by the time I went inside. I think that they're studying some type of genetic monsters. His face was very calm, showing no flaws. The bureau chief stared at the young man before him. His years of experience was telling him that the things in the underground laboratory had been taken by the latter. Alas, he had no evidence to support this guess. Moreover, this young man's background was quite deep, so he could not just force the truth out of him. In addition, Subai was still Khan representative and role model, so he actually did not want to check too deeply into this matter. Anyway, those people were already dead, there was really no need to trouble himself with getting to the bottom of this. Alright, we really owe you this time. If not for you, that killer organization would have remained operational even to this day. The bureau chief smiled. It's just a lift of the finger. I also only discovered their existence by accident, Subai said with a smile. Haha. Then I'll take my leave. I'll let you know if there's any further information afterward. You can also rest assured that I'll definitely give you credits for your contribution, so the country can reward you appropriately. The bureau chief smiled again and stood up. With the evidence provided by Subai, he could already send an account to the higher-ups. The world was in chaos right now, so there was no need to make a big fuss of this matter. Similar headlines could be seen everywhere. Subai also noticed that many people had run over early in the morning to see the cross marks left behind by the little blood dragon on Carp Mountain. The scarlet cross was very obvious. It was nearly 1 kilometer in length and could be seen even from a distance. It was like a red cross star. Many classmates soon sent him shocked emoticons, but he picked a few close people to reply to, and ignored the others. Master, I finished analyzing all the data, and now I'm using algorithms to improve and transform these data models, Planet Eye flew over and said in its mechanical voice. Very well. What is the most powerful weapon in it? Subai nodded and asked curiously. The strongest should be the in and out psychic annihilation artillery, anti-psychic missiles, hydrogen bombs, net of life imprisonment, and spiritual ban missiles. They are all quite strong and can strike emperors and even sovereigns. Planet I continued reporting. My current level is too low, unfortunately. The commander tier spiritual power is simply not enough to launch these weapons. I understand. I already collected special metals in the gym, so we should have something to gain when we go back. Subai nodded. This was similar to what he knew. Now, Blue Planet's technology level could hit the emperors as well as those monsters that had just become sovereigns. However, it also required pets to cooperate, or else it would be difficult to hit the targets. The horror of technology still laid in mass production. Once the technology was perfected, it could be used to combat emperor and sovereign monsters on a large scale. Subai fed the eggs some attribute light balls after he woke up, and the Kraken's origins all reached the degree of consummation. Mom, Dad, I'm leaving now. He looked at his parents after breakfast and bid them goodbye. Okay, pay attention to your own safety. We won't be too long-winded, you're smarter than us, Mother Sue waved her hand and said. What happened yesterday made them deeply aware that their son was no longer a boy who needed their discipline. Okay. Nodding, Subai stepped onto Planet Eye and flew toward the sky. After leaving Bayou Manor, Subai went to the place of Chen Ruoshua's parents and secretly took a look. After he confirmed that they were all fine, and there was no one plotting against them, he left silently. With Planet Eye's speed, he reached the outskirts of Cannes in 10 minutes. Today, in the suburbs of Cannes, blood-devouring spears could be seen. Blood monsters could be seen one after 2 or 3 steps, too. From time to time, some space cracks appeared in sight, with many blood monsters drilling out from inside. Soon, he came to a gathering place like a small village, which looked very desolate and uninhabited. This was the gathering place by the Blood Beach, the entrance to the monster wilderness of Emperor Ruins. When he got here, Planet Eye revealed its figure and went straight to the entrance. Subai consciously showed his Pet Tamer license. The staff greeted him very enthusiastically because the former recognized him. "Senior Su, there's a large flesh devourer on Blood Beach, you must be careful." The staff handed back the certificate respectfully. "Thank you, I'll pay attention." Planet Eye directly flew through the space door. Once they entered, a moist and fishy wind blew toward them. Activating the monster life detection radar, the mineral detector, and the spiritual power detection radar. Splitting the electromagnetic satellite into 300. Subai stood on Planet Eye, which had stretched to a diameter of only 500 meters. He looked at it as it transmitted this message to him mentally. A small electromagnetic satellite spread about and explored the surroundings. Sure enough, the world has changed a lot. Subai looked at this familiar world and spoke with emotion. After merging with the origin of Blue Planet, the world had undergone many different changes. Although there were still many blood monsters, there were also other types of monsters. However, these bloodline monsters in the Blood Moon world were still very aggressive. For example, a group of blood feather eagles had swooped down toward him at the moment. Planet Eye immediately activated its psionic shield to withstand the enemy's assault and sent out dozens of cannons, blasting the attackers into ashes. There are actually 2 flesh devourers in this monster wilderness. They have now gathered in front of the Sea of Blood. It seems that they are about to start devouring each other, Little Blood Dragon said suddenly. "Both are Emperor flesh devourers?" he asked inexplicably. "Yes. They should be the result of the collision of the shard shield after the Blood Moon world broke, but I don't know why they're only beginning to swallow the shield now," explained his pet dragon. "Let's take a look and find out." Subai glanced at the holographic screen in front of him and ordered. 1314, set off in the southeast direction. Don't go too fast, fly at a slightly lower height. Let's head over quietly. I understand, Master. Planet Eye quickly adjusted according to what Subai instructed and headed toward the Blood Beach. "By the way, little dragon, do they not sense you?" He released the dragon and it shrank to a meter long to fly beside him. "Don't worry. I'm an ancestor blood dragon. As long as I don't want to, all blood subordinates can't sense me." It raised its head proudly. "That's good." He nodded. At this moment, a young man had come into view not too far in front of Subai. Next to him were 2 electromagnetic satellite monsters and a monarch chameleon. "Guys, life is full of surprises. After living for so many years, I, Fang Laoba, am finally here at the terrifying Emperor Monster Wilderness. I'm here on Blood Beach at your request in order to bring you a wonderful live expedition." "What the F***CK? Amazing. Anchor, you're so impressive. Laoba, you're finally online. This is so exciting. Hurry up, I want to see the flesh devourer. Brothers and sisters, pay attention, don't get lost when you go home. Continue to send me gifts, so I can live. Not far from me is the Sea of Blood while the legendary horrible monster flesh devourer is right in front of me. Let's follow the camera F***CK. How could there be another flesh devourer here?" As Fang Laoba spoke, he suddenly noticed that the sky had darkened. A blood-red flesh ball with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer floated from his left side. This fleshy ball was huge, its surface was constantly squirming, and blood-red tubes stretched out in all directions with teeth and claws, devouring all the lives that it perceived. He was too terrified that he fell to the ground. The live broadcast room had also become heated at this moment. F***CK. Laoba is a goner this time. When it rains, the ground becomes slippery. Laoba has sought his own death. Hurry up and run. F***CK. My intense phobia is about to surface. F***CK. Laoba, run away quickly. I won't have any more live broadcasts to watch if you die. Don't be afraid. Just do it. I've already made the call. Beg for more blessings yourself. Following the reposts from fans, the broadcast's popularity soared to tens of millions, and the live broadcast room burst instantly. In front of an emperor flesh devourer, people had no hope for his escape. Oh, my God. Look, there's a man in the sky. The flesh devourer isn't eating him despite him just standing there. It even turned around. Laubar had gotten up, ready to flee desperately, but the situation turned around again. Not only did a golden metal ball appear in the sky, a young man in black was even standing on it. For some reason, the flesh devourer suddenly braked and turned, rushing toward the sea of blood as if it were afraid of the man. F***CK. Isn't he the big boss Subai? He actually appeared here. My God, is he going to hunt down those two devourers? Gosh, he's so handsome. It turned out to be Subai. I love you, Subai. As long as he's handsome, I don't mind even if he's a fallback guy. Soon the audience recognized Subai, and the barrage went crazy. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared to more than 60 million in an instant. Fang Laubar looked at this scene and was suddenly at a loss. Life was really full of ups and downs. One moment, he thought that he was a goner. The next moment, he found that, not only had he survived, the popularity of his live broadcast room had reached an unprecedented peak. 2. Hurry up and respond to the senior's grace for saving your life. Fang Laubar looked at the crazy barrage and gifts in the live broadcast room and slowly approached Subai's direction. In just an instant, he had gained more than 300 high ratings, which dazzled and blinded his eyes. As an anchor who relied on the audience as his living, he naturally had to satisfy their requests. Senior Subai, thank you for your life-saving grace. He rode a flying pet to the young man's side and thanked him. You're welcome. Hey, you're Fang Laubar, aren't you? You're actually still alive. Subai waved his hand casually and then discovered upon closer look that this person was actually the adventure anchor. When he formed a contract with his first pet, he often watched this fellow's live broadcast. This guy was not afraid of death and would run to dangerous places all the time. Having seen him in real life now, he only felt shocked that the latter was still not dead. Fang Laubar, ha ha ha. Senior Subai is hilarious. D***MN. Old Laubar is really impressive. He runs around in dangerous places and hasn't died yet. F***CK. Senior Subai actually knows Old Laubar. Old Laubar, you're really prestigious. Old Laubar, you're amazing. The senior even praised you. Wow. Senior Subai looks so handsome close up. Subai's words snapped them out of their dazed state, and everyone suddenly discovered that despite traveling to special places over 2 years, Fang Laubar was still alive. His vitality was comparable to a cockroach. Haha. You're teasing me, senior. I'm just lucky. Fang Laubar did not get angry either and just laughed Subai's comment off. After all, he could not be angry as all his fans wanted to see this young man. Excuse me. I shouldn't have said that out just then. Are you live streaming? Subai glanced at the screen of the electromagnetic satellite monster next to the anchor and found that there was a barrage of greetings directed to him. Hello, everyone. He responded to them while smiling. Yes, thank you for saving me, senior. Everyone really likes you, Fang Laubar said with a smile. Haha, thank you. He laughed and looked at the anchor again. Speaking of which, I've watched your video before. At that time, I've just contracted a pet. Your combat experience gave me a lot of good insights. Wow, senior, you actually watch my live broadcast? The anchor asked in surprise. Yes, 1 or 2 years ago. At that time, I was still a trainee Pet Tamer, replied Subai with a smile. Fang Laubar, I'm honored. Senior has grown up too fast. He smiled bitterly. He was very happy, though. Subai did not put on any airs and still chatted with him without caring about the broadcast. However, at this moment, the barrage was collectively laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. 2 years ago. Fang Laubar, look at you. 2 years ago, Senior Subai was a trainee Pet Tamer. 2 years later, he slaughtered an emperor monster as if it were a dog. Then, look at you, Old Laubar. Ah, the senior is so handsome. His personality is so gentle and is also very powerful. I want to marry the senior. Everyone, draw your sword, Senior Su-bai is mine. The barrage was all mocking Fang Laoba and praising Su-bai. The anchor could only spread his hands to express his helplessness. Some geniuses in this world were just so terrifying. Although he felt bitter inside, he was still elated at the thought that he had once brought help to a genius like this young man. With this conversation, he estimated that his live broadcast would become famous, too. You're also amazing. I actually quite admire you. Su-bai smiled. He also checked Fang Laoba's information. This guy was born in a commoner's household and did not even manage to go to college. He had climbed up all the way by relying on his outdoor adventure live broadcasts. He was of good character and lacked any negative news. Other anchors had come up with all kinds of paid fighting videos, but Fang Laoba had never done it and only shared all of them for free. Thus, he was willing to help the guy out. It was, after all, not easy for commoner pet tamers, especially this kind of self-reliant ones. Of course, he also had a sense of accomplishment in his heart to help this anchor, whom he once envied. Ha ha ha. Senior is teasing me. My achievements are nothing compared to yours, Fang Laoba said with a smile. Don't underestimate yourself. The free combat experience teaching videos you made have helped many people. Su-bai shook his head and spoke softly. While the two were talking, a new scene appeared in the distant sea of blood. Two huge blood-colored flesh balls collided with each other, and countless blood-colored spiritual powers exploded, inserting blood-colored tubes into each other's body. Even the place where the two men were was affected, and a powerful bloody wave surged over. Planet I held up a layer of protection to block this energy fluctuation. Su-bai turned his head to look at Fang Laoba. It's very dangerous here. If you want to continue the live broadcast, retreat a little bit. You can still see it as long as you fly slightly higher. How about you, Senior? The anchor nodded and then asked. You don't need to worry about me. Just retreat first, I'll cover you. He waved his hand. Okay. Goodbye, Senior. Fang Laoba respectfully cupped his hands in farewell to him. The barrage was also full of comments saying goodbye to him. Goodbye. Su-bai waved his hand. Fang Laoba quickly retreated and went to a safer place. When he looked back, he found that the golden metal ball under Su-bai's feet had suddenly accelerated in the direction of the sea of blood. Their figures were quickly drawn in and turned into a small spot of light. Fang Laoba, F***CK. It's dangerous. Is that how the strong behave? Ha 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 ha. Old Laoba is being despised for being a rookie. Senior Su left him quietly. Fang Laoba wanted to cry without tears. He thought that their agreement was to have him flee first before being joined by the young man eventually. At this time, the barrage asked him to take pictures quickly of the flesh devourer fighting and to look for any traces of the senior who had just left. On the other side, Su-bai came directly to the sea of blood. The battle between the two flesh devourers had entered a state of intensity. Looking at these behemoths, he was guessing that no one knew he had raised them. He had raised all the flesh devourers in the Scarlet Wilderness. Roar tilde arbai, they fused tilde roared little blood dragon all of a sudden. In the next moment, the two flesh devourers merged. Their size rapidly increased, their diameter suddenly reached 5 kilometers, and their breath suddenly broke through the Emperor grade. However, after the fusion was completed, the newly merged flesh devourer quieted. The blood-colored tube also dropped, and the whole ball floated quietly in the sea of blood, motionless. So fast, he said in surprise. They don't have complete consciousness, only instinct. I guided them a bit, and the integration went well, Little Blood Dragon explained. Okay, let's go down and take a look inside the sea of blood, Su-bai nodded and said. At the beginning, because the blood beach was too dangerous, he had thought of an idea to let the flesh devourers swallow the other monsters before starting the treasure hunt. Now, this wish was finally fulfilled. Of course, this was not the purpose of his coming here. He had come here mainly to check the density of resources in this place. The degree of danger and treasure hunting was the second purpose of his visit. Because if there were a lot of resources here, he could send someone to collect them. After all, while others were afraid of the flesh devourers, he was not. Everything was blood-red in the sea of blood, but he could see the image processed by 1314 through the holographic screen. In the picture, he found that there were really no signs of flesh or life in the current sea of blood. They had all been devoured by the flesh devourers. There are quite a few spiritual plants, ores, and other treasures. He looked at the screen and commented. Maybe it was because there were no monsters, but there were many kinds of spiritual plants on the seabed. Master, do you want to collect them all? 1314 asked in its ethereal, mechanical voice. Not for the time being, unless you find something particularly precious. He shook his head. The sea of blood was huge, nearly 1,000 kilometers in diameter. He was hesitant to investigate the conditions of the seabed and only moved slowly. A few hours later, he slowly approached the central area of the sea of blood. He saw a special scene, which made his mouth open involuntarily and fall into a shocked expression. In front of him spanned a boundless bloodthirsty spear. The blood-red sharp blades of the spear covered the entire seabed and everywhere he could see. However, the scary thing was that they were commanders. 1314, how large is the bloodthirsty spear? He asked. According to preliminary survey estimates, it is about a dozen square kilometers, 1314 reported. Okay, let's take a look at the central area. It should have a great harvest there. He sucked in a deep breath. At the beginning, only a few hundred square meters of ordinary bloodthirsty spears could breed rare warlord spiritual plants. Breeding a bloodthirsty spear of more than 10 square kilometers today was extremely terrifying. Because there had been no monsters here for at least a year, there must be a lot of treasures, such as spiritual plants, that could be found around. After hiding its breath, Planet Eye quickly flew across the seabed covered with bloodthirsty spear. What puzzled him was that he did not see any spiritual plants. This was impossible. How could it be? As he gradually drew near the central area, he found something puzzling. A huge plant figure stood in the central area of this bloodthirsty spear. Its height was at least 1,000 meters and countless branch leaves were scattered, like the scattered hair of a girl, around it. This was an oversized bloodthirsty spear, with a faint light of blood radiating from its body and its leaves slowly shaking. In the heart of this bloodthirsty spear's leaf hung a white jade-like fruit, the size of a fist, that exuded a faint fluorescence. Wow! Turns out that all the nutritional energy has been delivered to the bloodthirsty spear king, exclaimed Su Bai. He had imagined this situation, so he was not particularly shocked. He glanced at the white fruit and lines of small fireflies appeared. See Emperor fruit, as condensed, water attribute fruit at the Emperor grade, it contains rich water attribute spiritual energy. After eating it, water monsters can directly break through a realm, comprehend the law of water, awaken a water attribute consummate skill, and reach a 100% affinity with the water element. His eyes lit up upon seeing this information. As expected, this was indeed a terrifying soul fruit bred by a bloodthirsty spear king of dozens of square kilometers. This effect was simply perfect. However, he was not dazzled by the treasure and did not run over to grab it. He turned around and checked the bloodthirsty spear king's information again. Name: race, ancient bloodthirsty spear king, gender, none, level, high-level monarch, attribute, blood, water, wood, features passive, paragon crowd. The more ordinary bloodthirsty spear one has, the stronger the bloodthirsty spear king will be. Corpse, the bloodthirsty spear king can learn the blood and water skills of all monsters swallowed by the bloodthirsty spear. Skills, too many, restrained, dragon, fire, earth, weakness, light attribute, evolution direction, none, introduction. The bloodthirsty spear king, which has survived for 35,000 years, is invincible in this sea. Even though it is only a high-level monarch, even immortal monsters cannot beat it. Su Bai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the data. It was terrifying, but fortunately, he had not rushed into action. He also let Planet Eye open its invisible spiritual breath state before coming in. He patted his chest, relieved that he had always been very cautious. If he had been just a tad reckless, he would have been done for. It was conceivable that many monsters and humans were buried in this bloodthirsty spear king's plane under the sea. It had grown for more than 30,000 years and was invincible in one place. It was too terrifying. This was the horror of plant monsters like the bloodthirsty spear. It seemed very weak, as if anyone could bully it, but with the gradual accumulation of time, it could reach a terrifying level. Although there was almost no way for it to move, this did not matter to this plant monster. What made Subai very grateful was that it only possessed a monarch strength and it had not yet discovered him, or else the result might have been different. Nonetheless, after understanding its specific situation, he thought of a way to deal with it. Let's go out, but be very careful. Try not to make any obvious movement, he whispered softly. Sometimes, he really could not rely on 1314 too much. For example, this time, it had not found danger at all. The data given was only about a monarch monster, of which the combat power was suspected to have reached the Emperor grade. The main reason was that its database was not very advanced, so he had to update and slowly train it. Soon, he left the plane of the bloodthirsty spear king in the seabed and went out. Little blood dragon, quietly launch your first dragon blood to invade the ordinary bloodthirsty spears nearby. Note that if there is any danger, immediately run away instead of stubbornly standing your ground. He caressed the cute dragon's head and gave this series of instructions. Roar. Don't worry, I'll buy. His pet nodded and flew in another direction. It then opened its mouth and ejected a majestic bloody light. These bloodthirsty spears bathed in the blood seemed to have found something delicious and began absorbing the energy of the first dragon blood. They were transformed into blood subordinates without knowing it. The bloodthirsty spear king in the center did not respond and remained motionless. Little blood dragon gradually became bolder and created more and more first dragon blood subordinates. Its speed of infecting the bloodthirsty spears also quickened. Subai watched all this silently. This was the weakness of plant monsters like the bloodthirsty spear, their perception and intelligence were too low. If this had been any other monarch monster, he could not possibly have easily succeeded. Still, he was very impressed by the number of the ordinary bloodthirsty spears. The Emperor Little Blood Dragon replenished its power 3 times and took an entire day to convert 95% of the bloodthirsty spears into its blood subordinates. In order to complete the transformation, the breath of Little Blood Dragon almost fell to the Emperor grade. There was no other way. The Ancestor Blood Dragon's ability to transform monsters into its blood subordinates was great, but it consumed heavy sources. Fortunately, its source was not as difficult to obtain as other monsters. Chapter 263 Monarch Planet I, Fang Laobar's Reciprocation. Roar tilde I'm looking forward to it tilde the dragon raised its head, feeling a sense of accomplishment to transform such a powerful existence into its blood descendant. Planet I removed its concealment and moved forward quickly. After reaching halfway, the bloodthirsty spear king in the center finally noticed Subai's presence. It trembled violently and expedited its paragon crowd skill to gather the power of other bloodthirsty spears nearby. Soon, terrifying energy was condensed and countless blood-colored water swords gathered to attack Subai. This concerted attack was extremely terrifying and even seemed to fragment the space. However, Little Blood Dragon was not afraid and directly greeted it without making a move to dodge or avoid. The sword light hit the dragon, but it suddenly turned into a stream of water, which sank into its body. Subai was not surprised by this. Was it not hilarious to attack them with the power given by him? However, the insufficiently wise bloodthirsty spear king did not realize this at all and stretched out countless leaves to bind the little blood dragon. Roar. Little Blood Dragon let out a low roar and spurted out a line of first dragon blood. With the bloodthirsty spear king's current strength, it could not resist at all. First dragon blood was a powerful force that replenished the blood of the physical body. Even if it did not want to absorb it, its body would still do so instinctively. In addition, the bloodthirsty spear king was full of the power of the blood dragon descendants, so it was directly forced into transformation under the effect of the 2 phases. At this point, everything was over. After being converted into a blood descendant, it no longer had any resistance and its attacks had no effect, either. Little Blood Dragon lifted its claws to pick the Sea Emperor fruit and handed it to its owner. Subai glanced at the Sea Emperor fruit, which was now in his hand. The whole body of it was like mutton fat jade, gentle and smooth, and could be held with only one hand. It was hard to believe that this tiny fruit contained such a terrifying power. Roar! Arbai, where are we going next? His pet dragon flew over and asked. Let's continue exploring underwater. He kept the sea emperor fruit and said. He was going to use this fruit for the starry omnivore kraken as it was the only water pet he owned. However, it could not be used now. The kraken would definitely be attacked by the flesh devourer in the sea if it came out. He glanced at the bloodthirsty Spear King's plane in the seabed, then sat on Planet I, and left unhurriedly. Although the ancestor blood dragon could convert other creatures into its blood descendants, it could not control them all with its current strength, so it also had no way of controlling the bloodthirsty Spear King for the time being. Still, this did not mean that there was no way to make use of the plant monster. The bloodthirsty spear plains were simply perfect for cultivating spiritual plants. Once he had time, he would find someone to come over and plant trees in them. With his help, a large number of resources could definitely be produced here. He moved deeper under the water, and just as he reached the entire bottom of the sea, a bottomless trench appeared in front of him. It was at least 5 or 6 kilometers wide and looked like a bottomless black hole. 1314, send some avatars to explore this trench and see if there's any danger, he instructed. Following their experience with the bloodthirsty Spear King, he felt that it was better to be careful when making their moves. I understand, Master. Upon receiving the order, Planet I quickly dispersed hundreds of electromagnetic satellite drones into the trench. An hour later, a special picture appeared on the holographic screen in front of Subai. It showed the bottom of the trench. After removing the sea sand on the surface, a patch of blood-colored metal could be seen. Blood blossom metal. After more than 30,000 years of precipitation, it has strong spiritual power and plasticity and can be used to create metal life. Master, I need this metal. I feel that by fusing with it, I can advance to the monarch grade. The simulation ability of my liquid metal body can once again be upgraded to a new level. Upon seeing the specific information, Planet I's ethereal and mechanical voice also rang in his ears. Go on down then. They're all yours, Subai said. With his permission, 1314 flew straight down. They landed on the bottom of the trench, and Planet I's body turned into liquid metal before merging into the metal at the bottom of this trench. Subai set up a shield skill and took the little blood dragon to explore this trench. This place really has no life at all. The flesh devourers really cleaned the entire place. I still thought that I could grab some ingredients and make a seafood hot pot. He sighed. If he could not find any, he could only eat the steak and pork chops prepared by Chen Ruoxue and kept in his storage ring. There was nothing good at the bottom of the trench, and it was very dark, so Subai left Planet I here. He took his pet dragon out of the sea of blood and waited on the shore. After coming out, the sun happened to be setting. He sat on the reef, made a fire, and grilled a pork chop. As the sun set, he enjoyed the sea breeze while gnawing on the pork chop, feeling dull inside. One more night and one day later, when the sun set again, a huge ball of liquid metal broke through the water surface and appeared in midair. It had a diameter of 5 kilometers and its entire body was composed of interlaced liquid metal of gold, silver, and light red. Its level had also been promoted from the original high-level commander to a low-level monarch. Subai checked its specific information and found that it had no other changes except for the addition of a gravity-guided skill. Although Planet I could gain the properties of the metal by swallowing it, the blood blossom metal had no properties. Although this metal was precious, it was still incomparable with several active types of metal it had swallowed before. The gravity-guided skill was control type and could suddenly increase the direct gravity of the opponent and force them to approach it. The heavier one was, the stronger the power of this skill. Subai was quite satisfied with this. He really had a fruitful harvest on this blood beach. Golden light circulated around Planet I, and it soon turned into a golden solid metal ball with a diameter of 100 meters. It then flew in front of him. Thank you, Master. I've now reached the monarch grade. Let's go back, then, Subai said. He had to go back to deal with the affairs of Yulong Gymnasium and could not be delayed here for too long. He hurried on his way back and quickly reached the exit. What surprised him was that Fang Laoba was still there. Upon seeing him, the anchor quickly greeted him and shouted, Senior Subai, wait for me. What's the matter? He stopped and looked at the live streamer. He had helped him before on a whim and also because he liked his character, but it did not mean that he could always be used as a live broadcast topic to attract traffic. Senior Subai, don't get me wrong, I didn't open a live broadcast. I came here to thank you specially. Fang Laoba saw his expression and quickly explained. That's not necessary, it's just a lift of my finger to me. He waved his hand and said. No. It is a great opportunity for me. I'm so grateful that the senior saved my life. Senior, my real name is Fang Baxing. I obtained this thing during an adventure. It's said to be the key to the entrance of the Lost Land, the Vatican City. It's just that the place is too dangerous and it's useless for me to hold on to it, but it's definitely useful to you. Please accept it as my token of appreciation. As Fang Laoba said this, he took out a 3 centimeter tall Demon King Black statue and handed it to him. Seeing this key, its related introduction appeared in front of Subai's eyes. He could not help showing a look of surprise. There was actually such a thing. He investigated and heard a rumor that the reason why the Vatican had disappeared 100 years ago was that a demon had swallowed it. Rumors had it that one could enter the place with the Demon King's key so that the Demon King's treasure could be obtained. This is true, I can be sure, Senior. Fang Laoba thought Subai did not believe him and spoke again. Thank you, then. It's truly of use to me. Subai took the key and gave his prestige to Fang Laoba. If you need any help, feel free to message me, and I'll try to help. Also, it's good for us to be friends. Don't be so polite with me, I'm happy to be friends with you. He was indeed very interested in the Vatican City and believed that Purple Jade would also be very interested in it. Haha. I will thank you in advance then, Subai. I often go on adventures, so if I encounter something interesting, I'll let you know. Fang Laoba did not reject his offer and spoke enthusiastically. After chatting for a while, the two came out of the monster wilderness together. They had a meal in the gathering place outside and then went their separate ways. Furthermore, he was reluctant to part with Chen Ruoxue. Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, he was fascinated with the feeling. He sat on Planet I and hurried toward Anlan Villa. It took about half an hour before he saw the villa. As always, there were dozens of big mountains and large villas around. Everything was very peaceful. He knew that this was actually a part of the algae monster's body. With its terrifying strength, even if space cracks and monsters emerged, they would only become its ration. The algae recognized him and had already informed someone to greet him even before his arrival. This person flew on a big flying sword to greet him. The one who welcomed him was naturally his sloppy senior brother, Liu Xinghe. His sword-shaped pet was so unique that it could be recognized at a glance. Hello, ninth brother. You don't actually need to come out to meet me, just go in. Subai smiled. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid you won't know the way. Besides, I have nothing to do in the laboratory at the moment, said Liu Xinghe with a smile. Your pet is a planet's core, right? It looks so special. Can it become a flying sword? He looked at Planet I under his feet and asked. Subai, yes, but why are you so obsessed with flying swords? Here. Don't you think that it's super cool? Hurry up and change it into a flying sword for me. If it turns out to be cool, I also want to get the core of a planet. Liu Xinghe chuckled. Helpless in the face of his senior's teasing, Subai immediately ordered Planet I to change into a giant sword form. The next moment, he saw Planet I turning into a liquid state before quickly becoming a golden giant sword with a silver blade, looking domineering and mighty. Wow, so awesome looking. I'll get one in a few days' time, it's really so cool as expected. Liu Xinghe's eyes widened and then he exclaimed in amazement. Ninth brother, you'll have to find a good one. Mine is still rather special. Subai laughed and landed on the ground. Haha, I can see that. Master and your brother are in an alternate world. Let's take the teleportation array directly, said the other with a smile. This ninth brother of his, naturally, did not understand how special Subai's Planet I was. He nodded. Okay, what's the situation here? It's not good. We're steadily losing ground, and it's becoming more and more difficult to support. If not for your younger brother, We might only manage to guard the purple fungus planet, Liu Xinghe said as they proceeded forward. Oh, my brother is so strong. He should have just become a pet tamer, shouldn't he? Su Bai could not help but ask curiously. Yes, but his talents in cultivation, potion, etc. are all incredible. For example, his hunger potion really played a big role this time. The two people soon reached the laboratory amid their chatter. The bodies of various monsters were sealed in various transparent glass pillars filled with liquid. The algae monster was also like a biological machine that constantly produced various medicines. After entering the teleportation portal, Su Bai soon came to an alternate world. It was still the familiar planet covered with purple blankets. However, compared to 2 years ago, the purple fungus blanket was almost invisible, and it was all green, instead. The spirit shield in the sky had become higher and larger, and there was now a huge research institute not far away. Looking up, there were still endless nebulae in the sky, and monsters were constantly emerging from all kinds of interstellar dust. Various huge monsters fought among themselves. From time to time, the captured monsters were transported below and piled up in the monster collection field far away. Let's go to the research institute. Master and your brother should be there, Liu Xinghe said with a smile. Su Bai nodded and followed him. After entering the research institute, he discovered that there were quite a lot of people present. They were at least all talents above the intermediate level of cultivators. Master. He walked over to his master and greeted the latter respectfully. Where have you been this whole year? I received no news from you. Gao and glanced sideways at him. I got trapped in Abyss Star territory and just came out, he explained. Okay, let me test your cultivation knowledge to see if you've fallen behind. There was obviously a hint of joy in Gao's eyes, but he did not want to show it. Master, I was wrong. Please don't pick on me. Su Bai quickly laughed and begged for mercy. Although he had a Pet Tamer interface, if Gao tested his potion configuration or something along the lines, he would really be unable to answer it. After all, this year, he had hardly studied these things. Useless. The older man glanced at him disdainfully. Su Bai laughed with him and did not talk back. I heard that your strength had improved. You became the chief disciple of Yulong Gymnasium? Gao cast him a sideways glance again. Yes, I did improve, but it's not enough. He nodded. It's good that you know that. The old man snorted coldly. In fact, he was shocked by Su Bai's promotion but was unwilling to show it. He wanted to maintain his prestige as his master. After all, the prestigious disciples of the top families could also reach Su Bai's current position within a year. However, apart from the resources he had provided, this disciple of his had relied entirely on himself. Master, how is the situation here? Su Bai asked again, wanting to obtain factual information from the old man. We can only say that we're barely holding it. We're dealing with these aliens, and the most terrifying thing about them is that they can be integrated with monsters. Advanced aliens can even integrate monsters into their bodies. It's very difficult, but we have the support of your giant krakens, the increasingly powerful algae monster, the potions that your brother have concocted, and the monsters that you have cultivated. We're still able to barely hold on, but it's still impossible to defeat the opponents at present. Gao sighed. In fact, he felt that these aliens might be planning some conspiracy and might be waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, these were just his guesses, so he did not say them aloud for the time being. What about Blue Planet? Master, do you think that it can hold on? Su Bai asked about this matter. Whether Blue Planet can be guarded or not does not depend on itself but rather in the void realm outside. Gao glanced at Su Bai and continued speaking. I think that you already know what kind of place that is. On Blue Planet, those pet tamers who have survived these 100 years are almost all in the void realm. As long as nothing goes wrong, no matter how big the problem is on Blue Planet, it can be solved slowly. Su Bai nodded. In fact, he also knew about this. Most of the experts in Yulong Gymnasium were also in the void realm. Those truly powerful monsters were resisted by them, and they could be said to be the real protective shield of Blue Planet. With his current strength, he was not qualified to go there. Oh, by the way, I also harvested a good thing here. He took out the corpse vine. I dealt with a killer organization and found it in their underground laboratory. He pointed to the corpse vine as he recounted. This thing is useless, it's a broken and defective product. Gaon glanced at the corpse vine and dismissed it, saying, I have a better one here, which can directly transform the skills of the monster before its death into a skill jade. Do you want it? I can give you one. Subai. His master was really a senior cultivator. He was speechless, thinking that his master would be very interested in this thing. It turned out that it was considered by the latter as mere waste. However, it made sense. How could a rubbish killer organization compete with a master cultivator who specialized in researching monsters? Seeing the expression on his disciple's face, Gaon could not help but show a smug look. Haha, did I shock you? Master, I took 10 more giant kraken eggs from the kraken's nest to prepare for cultivation. Subai informed the old man about this decision. That's a good idea. If you want any resources, write a list, I will let the others prepare them. What about your kraken? What has become of it? Gaon nodded and asked. Oh, that kraken is doing well. I'll show it to you later, said Subai with a smile. You kid actually dared to leave your master hanging. Gaon glanced sideways at him. The two talked for a while, with Subai asking about his master's well-being before telling the latter about his experiences outside, including the fact that he and Chen Ruoshua were about to get married. Oh, what a joyous occasion. Remember to call me when you're getting married. I'll prepare a big gift for you. Gaon showed a relieved smile on his face and patted his disciple on the shoulder. He was old. Seeing his apprentices getting married one after another was like seeing his own son settling down. Thank you, master. I'll definitely call you then, Subai said with a smile. After chatting with his master for a while, he took out the gift he had prepared and handed it over. It was not a precious thing and was just a variety of tea leaves. He knew that his master liked drinking tea and had always collected such stuff. Gaon was very happy to see this gift and liked how sincere and thoughtful these small gifts were. After leaving the laboratory, Subai saw a young man with a height of 1.78 meters waiting for him there. Big bro, it's been a long time. Suyu walked over with a smile and hugged him. Ha ha ha. It's really been a long time since I last saw you. He patted his younger brother on the shoulder and spoke happily. After more than a year, Suyu had grown to 1.78 meters tall. His appearance was sunny and handsome, and his temperament was elegant and gentle. He looked quite different from 2 years ago. Brother, let's go out and talk while walking, Suyu looked at him and invited. Subai nodded in agreement. The two of them walked while they talked about their changes and experiences in this past 1 year. I heard that this place has become like this because of you. Is that true? Subai looked at this huge purple fungus planet and asked. Haha. I just gave the master some advice and came up with a few good special potions. Suyu laughed. Aren't you being too polite with your own brother? There's no need to be humble in front of me. Subai glanced at him. He sensed his master's admiration for Suyu, along with his intentions to let his younger brother take over this place, during their conversation. Even when Suyu was choosing his beginner materials, Gaon had deliberately given him a main branch of the algae monster with part of its soul. Other apprentices did not enjoy this kind of treatment, and the most they received were Tier 3 branches or the kind without spiritual soul. This showed that his younger brother's achievements were not as insignificant as he claimed. Ha ha ha. Really, it seems to me that these are just one step closer to the shoulders of the predecessors. Suyu laughed. After that, he opened his contract book and released the green spirit ant queen that Subai had given him. This monster had already evolved several times due to his efforts and had now become the flying spirit ant queen, which was way stronger than before. His younger brother's growth made Subai feel gratified. The former was no longer that little kid, who could only follow him around. He now had his own dreams and his own ideas. Subai truly did not dislike this because it was a sign that his younger brother had become an adult. Their siblinghood had not changed because of anything. He gave him many special materials, which were only obtainable in the Abyss Star territory. Suyu, in return, gave him many of the potions he had developed, which greatly shocked Su-bai. An example was a potion named Water Lord. Its function was to increase a pet's water attribute temporarily. This effect did not seem to be strong, but it was actually very practical. For example, if the pet attribute was restrained, a sudden strengthening of its water attribute could hit the opponent by surprise. "Brother, do you want to take a look in the sky?" Su-yu looked at him and asked, thinking that he would be interested in it. "It was right on my mind." Su-bai chuckled slightly. He enlarged Planet Eye and jumped up with his younger brother. "Lead the way," he motioned. "Okay, then. I'll take you to see some peculiar sights." Su-yu smiled. As his younger brother pointed the way, Planet Eye carried the two to Purple Fungus Planet. Looking down from the sky, Su-bai discovered that Purple Fungus Planet was not complete and a small part of it was missing. "Brother, you don't need to look at it. This is a dying planet. Its origin has been dug away by those aliens that feed on the core." Su-yu spread his hands and explained this to him. "They feed on the core?" he asked curiously. "Yes, those aliens are different from us, human beings. They have extremely strong combat power and can survive in the universe when they're born. They are tenacious as monsters and also like eating planet cores. Almost no live planets wherever they roam. They attacked Blue Planet, seemingly because of its core, but I'm not clear about the specific situation." His brother continued to explain. Su-bai nodded slowly, thinking of how the Abyss Star territory had been full of dead planets. It seemed that many void monsters were interested in planet cores. There should be no small secret hidden in the core of Blue Planet. "Then are you guys attempting to resurrect Purple Fungus Planet?" he asked. "Yes, but it's just a try. The probability of success is actually not great." Su-yu nodded. As they left the Purple Fungus Planet, his younger brother pointed in another direction and said, "Let's go there and meet with the eldest disciple first. I guess you've never met him, either." "That's true. I haven't met the eldest disciple of our master before." A curious look appeared on Su-bai's face. After entering one, it was as if nothing was there. Only in many special areas attracted by heavy nuclei would the density of the nebula suddenly become higher and opaque, making it difficult to see what was inside. Most of these heavy nuclei were condensed from various planet fragments. The monsters, which originally seemed to be very close, traveled through these areas, fighting with the monsters inside. Following Su-yu's guidance, Su-bai quickly approached an area filled with light blue gas and dust. At the center of the area was a giant kraken of the metal attribute with a body length of more than 50 kilometers. It was staying inside. Large series of buildings were on the back of this giant kraken. As Su-bai came over, a middle-aged man flew over with a big ray. He was dressed in a special black protective suit and an energy shield was opened outside his body. He had a square face and a buzz cut, looking mighty and tall. He's the eldest disciple of our master, Chang Tian, a legendary-grade Pet Tamer. He's the main battle commander of this planet field and the highest-ranking officer of the Alliance United Front Work Division on Purple Fungus Planet. Su-yu introduced the person in a low voice. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Seeing Chang Tian approaching, the two greeted him quickly. "Little Yu, so this is your older brother." Chang Tian obviously knew Su-yu very well. He smiled and nodded before looking at Su-bai. "I often hear our master talk about you. I heard that you're even the chief disciple of Yulong Gymnasium. Not bad. Work hard to become the curator. If you need help, remember to tell me." He glanced at him with a smile. His voice and face were very ordinary, without much hint of joy. "Thank you, senior brother," replied Su-bai respectfully. "By the way, what are you two doing here?" "It's not safe here," the middle-aged disciple inquired. "I was just bringing my big brother to see the situation here. We were wandering around, and I happened to spot your location and decided to bring my older brother to meet you, senior." Su-yu smiled. "I see. Be careful not to go too deep, then. Little Yu, you know the specific precautions, so I won't bother reminding you." Chang Tian nodded at them and turned around to leave. It felt like he had come here just to meet them and exchange greetings. "Don't think too much about it. The eldest senior brother has always been like that, and he's very busy. His goal is to control the entire battlefield. He's already showing his favor by coming over to greet us, explained Suyu with a smile. I understand. Subai nodded. It was a great honor for someone like the eldest senior brother to come over and greet us in person. A legendary-grade Pet Tamer doing this was indeed giving them a lot of face, but Subai felt like it was more about giving his younger brother some face. He himself was just an ordinary junior to the middle-aged man, so the latter did not particularly value him much. His younger brother was different, though, as Chan Tien put great importance to him. This was only normal. Although he had a great reputation outside and was called a genius, he was not very powerful to people like his eldest senior brother. People like that were incredibly strong and were all geniuses who had easily become famous when they were young. Meanwhile, those geniuses of Subai's type, who had yet to grow, were nothing much and were not so remarkable in the eyes of the really strong ones. On the other hand, Suyu had a different value to them. Although he was not strong, he could provide them with great help in the research of potions to aid their cultivation and fights. Let's go forward, I'll take you to see the aliens. His younger brother smiled. Okay. Subai nodded and let Planet Eye move again. On the other side, Chang Tien returned to the base and found an assistant. Always pay attention to the situation with Suyu. If something goes wrong, rescue him immediately. Understood. I will arrange it now, the assistant nodded quickly and said. He nodded and put behind his concerns to focus on his work at hand. He coordinated the battle, mobilizing personnel to defend or attack. Stop here. Subai suddenly stopped by a red nebula. Brother, what are you doing? Suyu looked at him and asked curiously. Promoting my pet. He laughed. I haven't found a good place before, but I feel that this place is good and suitable. What pet? By the way, where are Purple Jade and Little Tyrant? Why have I not seen them? Asked his younger brother curiously. They went to study at the Imperial Beast Academy. I want to promote this pet of mine. As he spoke, he opened the contract book and released the starry omnivore kraken. Onum. Pee-Pee Kraken let out a low cry, curiously looking at its surroundings with a pair of big, black hole-like eyes. Finally, it turned to look at its owner and flicked its tail. Wow! How did a low-level monarch kraken become so big? Suyu looked at the big guy in front of him and asked curiously. This guy was too big and its size far exceeded the average giant krakens. Moreover, judging from his instinct, this kraken and the planet core under his brother's feet were not simple and were both very special. His brother could always nurture many unique pets. Don't underestimate your brother's nurturing ability. Laughing, Subai patted him on the shoulder and then took out the Sea Emperor fruit. Do you know what kind of fruit this is? Come, help me make it into a potion. Suyu had never questioned his older brother's nurturing ability. In his opinion, even his master was inferior to his older brother in terms of pet nurturing. He had always felt that Subai's talent in pharmacology was not worse than his, it was just that he did not want to focus on honing it. This is the Sea Emperor fruit. This is awesome stuff, big bro, where did you get it? He looked at the spiritual fruit in his older brother's hand and exclaimed. He was very shocked that Subai had obtained a Sea Emperor fruit. He recognized it and even knew the condition for its growth, so he was even more shocked that his older brother had managed to acquire one. Don't underestimate me. Subai smiled mysteriously and placed the fruit in Suyu's hand. Okay, big bro, you're amazing, he exclaimed. His older brother had always been like this, giving people plenty of surprises. When he thought that his older brother had reached the limit, the next moment the latter would come up with something that was even more shocking. Subai was just full of surprises. Unfortunately, there are no instruments for experimentation here, though I have all kinds of spiritual materials with me. Suyu looked at the Sea Emperor fruit in his hand and said. He had never used this precious thing yet, but he wanted to use it to make potions. 1314, Laboratory. As his voice fell, the body of Planet Eye liquefied, and it soon condensed into a laboratory with all kinds of tools for experimentation and potion concocting. This was the power of its active metal attribute. How is it? We have one now, right? Subai grinned. I was wondering why you formed a contract with an ordinary electromagnetic satellite monster, Sure enough, it's a special one, too. Its ability can be compared to the algae monster of our master. Su Yu's eyes lit up. It can't be compared with the algae as it's developing in another direction, but it definitely won't develop much worse than the algae. Su Bai grinned. Su Yu nodded and entered the laboratory with a sense of curiosity. He began to make potions, while his older brother watched him from the sidelines, ready to take a look at his techniques. I had an idea early on. I think that this way can fully utilize the effects of this sea emperor fruit to the extent where no part of it will be wasted, he said. While talking, he took out a variety of different materials to grind and extract. He proceeded step by step with extremely solid basic skills, and there was even a master demeanor in his movements. In about an hour, he had basically prepared all kinds of auxiliary materials. There were 50 or 60 kinds of bottles and cans. He then started preparing the fusion. Seeing this scene, Su Bai nodded with relief and admiration. Although this method was not the same as what he had seen from his golden finger, it had the same effect via different means. This made him be filled with admiration for his younger brother. Having such a high level of concoction even for his first try showed that Su Yu's understanding and knowledge of the properties of various spiritual plants had reached an astounding level. Half an hour later, a bottle of light blue potion appeared in front of Su Bai. Its whole body was transparent, just like a blue sky. Big bro, what do you think? Su Yu looked at him expectantly, very concerned about his evaluation. Impressive, he said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. His younger brother smiled happily. Su Bai took the potion, fished out an origin amethyst the size of a thumb, and threw it down. Soon, the color of the potion changed to lavender. Brother, you truly have plenty of good stuff with you. Su Yu exclaimed again. He used such good things to feed his pets so casually. Haha. You can obtain them, too, if you go out on more adventures, said Su Bai with a smile. He had already given his younger brother a piece of origin amethyst. Come. Eat it. He handed the newly concocted potion to the starry omnivore kraken. Onum. The kraken's big black eyes instantly lit up, and it opened its gigantic mouth to suck and swallow the sea emperor fruit potion. Slowly, the surrounding spiritual power and the nebula began to grow distant, slowly forming a huge spiritual vortex, which revolved around the kraken. At the same time, it constantly absorbed spiritual power, causing its body aura to grow rapidly. Gradually, a breath of the law of the water attribute appeared around it and slowly entered its body. Unknowingly, its size had reached a terrifying length of 100 kilometers, and its aura had also broken through continuously from a low-level monarch to a high-level monarch. At a glance, it looked slender and graceful, full of streamlined beauty, with rows of sharp white teeth in its mouth. Each tooth was the size of Mount Everest, with the teeth adding up to tens of thousands. Its body was black, covered with a dreamlike starlight curtain. The huge fins on its back were standing high and were sharp and thick, making the kraken look like a man-eating shark as a whole. It was scary and terrifying, especially when it opened its mouth. Seeing this result, Su Bai was very satisfied. Name: race, starry omnivore kraken monster, gender, male, level, high-level monarch, attribute, water, darkness, space, swallow, features: passive, swallow, star water curtain, dark diving water god body, a special feature formed by the water attribute spiritual power and law affinity reaching 100%. Any water attribute attack will be resonated by the water attribute aura and law between heaven and earth, resulting in a bonus of 2 to 5 times the power. Skills: water splash, this is a super enhanced version, water wave, dark wave, extreme bite, water wave, an extreme skill. After use, it will inevitably form a water cage and control the opponent for 5 seconds. Note: under the action of the water god body, it can often be extended to 10 seconds to 25 seconds. Restraint. Weaknesses: there are no obvious weaknesses in attributes, but the current attributes are slightly weak. Evolutionary direction: there is no fixed evolutionary direction for krakens, and the direction of evolution is currently unknown. Introduction: Kraken King Egg, full origin, male, loves to eat. The universe is so big, it will only take one bite. Su-bai was very happy just because of the characteristics of the water god body. The newly awakened consummate skill also made him quite ecstatic. As widely known, control consummate skills were the rarest. Brother, how did you cultivate this kraken of yours? Su Yu was more and more in disbelief. The average sovereign giant kraken was no more than this size, but the seemingly naive and cute big guy in front of him was obviously only a high-level monarch, but it had reached such a terrifying size now. This was unbelievable, and it should not be so terrifying even if it had swallowed more potions. Commander, come and see. On another end, in the base, Chang Tian's assistant Chen Shan stopped him. What's the matter? He frowned and walked over. Commander, look at this kraken, the assistant pointed to the computer screen and said. On the screen was an image of the starry omnivore kraken, along with preliminary data beside it. Oh, this is a sovereign. No, this is only a monarch-grade giant kraken. How did it develop to this body size? A look of surprise appeared on Chang Tian's face. It was the first time he had seen such a big monarch kraken. Even the high-level emperor giant krakens below his base were only 50 kilometers in length. However, the guy on the screen was clearly a high-level monarch. It had a gap of a realm, but its size was more than twice as big. If this giant kraken reaches the high-level emperor, it's estimated to reach close to 1,000 kilometers in size. That's a potential displayed by an immortal giant kraken. The assistant looked at the screen and exclaimed. As a giant kraken gymnasium's disciple, he was naturally very familiar with krakens. However, this was the first time he had seen such a giant kraken, and even the most powerful kraken kings in his gymnasium could not reach this body mass. Generally speaking, the larger the size of a giant kraken, the stronger its potential. Not only was the appearance of this giant kraken unprecedented, but its attributes and breadth also made it unpredictable. Oh, this kraken's advancement seems to have attracted aliens and monsters. Do you want us to provide support immediately? At this time, the assistant suddenly discovered that something was wrong. The front blockade was directly breached, and a large group of aliens launched an invasion. Let people prepare for rescue, but don't rush into it. Let's take a look at the strength of this kraken. I'll take advantage of this period to check the information of my junior. Chang Tian looked at the screen and said intently. He suddenly discovered that Su-bai was also a little unusual and did not seem to be far off from Su Yu. Understood. I'll make the arrangements and let our people prepare first. We will immediately rescue them if the situation goes downhill. The assistant nodded. On the other side, Su-bai was about to reply to his younger brother when Planet Eye issued a warning. Master, there are a lot of monsters approaching us. It should be caused by the breakthrough of PP Kraken. He pondered on this for a moment before saying, then prepare to fight. Unfold your body completely. He wanted to see the situation here and did not intend to leave. Big bro, don't worry. Someone should be coming to rescue us soon. They'll be discovered the moment they break through the blockade. We can take that opportunity to look at the aliens. Although Su Yu was weak, he showed no fear on his face. After about a few minutes, the enemies arrived. A total of tens of thousands, ranging from monarch to emperor, monsters had appeared. The leader was a high-level emperor nine-headed and nine-tailed monster, which resembled a large snake with its silver scales. Sitting on the back of this emperor monster was an alien, who had a height of more than 3 meters, a sturdy waist, and gray and white skin. This life-form had long hands and feet, with 8 fingers on each limb. His head was flat, and he had 2 cat-like round eyes, no ears, and a nose with 2 round holes. His big mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Based on human aesthetics, he simply looked ugly and disgusting. This life-form did not wear clothes, so everything was exposed, including the patterns tattooed on his chest. There were 15 of such aliens in front of the 2 brothers. It turns out that the source of the water god's breath is this human being. This monster is only supplementary. Kill them and regain the water god's treasure. The alien looked at Su-bai and suddenly stood up, causing the monsters behind him to rush toward Su-bai. These monsters were also low-level monarchs. Among them, the black wire-like weird bugs were the most terrifying. They rushed over in a dense swarm. These aliens rely on direct spiritual communication and believe in theocracy. Although they look extremely ugly and vulgar, their strength is very terrifying, and the theocracy makes them very strong in execution. Coupled with their strength, they are a truly powerful race. We need to be cautious of these monsters, especially the wire-like ones. They're a parasitic type of black ironworms and have very high resistance to all sorts of spiritual power. It's very difficult to kill them, and those parasitized by them will explode within a few minutes, Suyu explained quickly. I understand, Subai nodded. Theocracy was easy to understand. It meant choosing a god and then absolutely obeying his orders. Reference could be made to the theocracy civilization system of the Holy Angel family in the anime Super Seminary. You don't need to worry as I'm here. Subai patted Suyu on the shoulder. He then ordered, Planet I, War Mode. The next moment, 1314, with a diameter of 5 kilometers, turned into a war fortress, condensing countless rocket silos from its huge muzzle. With the gathering of psychic energy, all kinds of shells powered by different types of spiritual energy were thrown out. Among them were 2 extremely terrifying small hydrogen bombs and antipsionic missiles. Both these weapons had been unlocked after Planet I was promoted to the Monarch grade. Hydrogen bombs were the simplest and used psychic restraint to detonate directly, while antipsionic missiles were more complicated and were simulated through mimic metal. One by one, the cannonballs were fired, forming a terrifying firepower blockade. As long as the monsters dared to approach, they were all turned into ashes among the hydrogen bombs and antipsionic missiles. They could not break through here, so these monsters were ready to break through from the starry omnivore kraken's side. Onum. With a flick of its tail, starry omnivore kraken launched water splash. The next moment, an endless blue sea descended and submerged all the monsters into it. They all drowned and died, suffocated and corroded by the law of water under. After doing all this, Pee-Pee Kraken shook its tail and showed a trace of disdain. Carrot, was it as easy to bully as they thought? With its strengthened water splash and its current water god body, it summoned an endless sea. Suyu at this time, Sigma, turned A, he was dumbfounded and flabbergasted for a while. This was simply too heaven-shaking. Never had he thought that the 2 monarch monsters of Subai's would have such a terrifying force. At the same time, Chang Tian and his assistant, who were watching this scene at the base, also felt stunned. Both had sent reinforcements to rescue the siblings, but who knew that even before the reinforcements arrived, the enemies had almost all been eliminated. Commander, how did your junior brother do this? Assistant Chen Shan swallowed and asked. First, they had never seen such a perverted planet core before. It had instantly turned into a war fortress, and even launched strategic-level weaponry, such as hydrogen bombs and antipsionic missiles. What was even more incredible was that giant kraken. If the information was right, then it had used water splash, right? His eyes were about to pop out of his sockets and fall to the ground. As a powerful pet tamer who had lived for nearly 30 years, he had never seen such a water splash. Who could imagine that a water splash could summon an endless sea? This was refreshing his world-view. Keep watching and let the rescuers stop the situation from escalating, Chang Tian said aloud. This scene before him was something he had never imagined. He knew that Subai had an emperor ancestor blood dragon, so he was not in a rush to rescue them, but he had never imagined how scary the 2 monarch pets were. Also, how did the young man nurture this planet core to become extraordinary? He could be sure that the entire alliance and every country did not have such a weapon. This was a path that the alliance and countries had always wanted to study, by combining the power of monsters and technology. However, the problem was that this thing had not been researched yet. How had Subai achieved this? How had the young man obtained it? How come his pets were so weird? For a time, Chang Tian's mind was full of 100,000 whys. He regretted being a little cold and not dealing with this junior well earlier. Looking at this situation, the potential of this guy was not worse than his younger brother. At the thought of this, the situation in the picture changed again. D***MN human beings, prepare to die. The power of the water god should belong to us. The leader of the aliens became furious upon seeing this scene. He felt that the reason the starry omnivore kraken was so terrifying was the power of the water god. The next moment, they made a strange movement. The centermost position suddenly lit up with a gray-white light and then turned into a glowing stream before sinking into the body of the monster under the male alien's feet, causing the aura of it to soar. The serpent-like monster with 8 heads and tails belonging to the leader seemed to have an aura infinitely approaching the sovereign grade. The monster's figure swayed and appeared 8 or 9 kilometers in front of Su by like teleportation. His eyelids twitched at the turn of the situation, and he quickly released the ancestor blood dragon. This guy was not something that the current Planet Eye and Kraken could deal with. Roar! Little blood dragon instantly turned into a blood-colored dragon with a body length of 5 kilometers and greeted him. Swiping with the strengthened skill, Crush Claw, endless golden sharpness emerged. It created a tear in the space where the silver 8-headed serpent was located. D*MN. The serpent-like monster felt a deadly threat and burst forth with silver light. The next moment, it teleported to the front left of Little Blood Dragon, opened its mouth, and spurted out 9 grey beams of light. God Dragon Prayer. Su-Bai had seen the data of this silver 8-headed serpent-like creature and noted that it had a petrification skill. Little Blood Dragon had complete trust in Su-Bai and immediately activated the control-free skill God Dragon Affinity. A dragon phantom appeared outside its body as it took the opportunity to expand its sea of blood. With Su-Bai's reminder, the petrifying skills of the serpent-like monster did not work at all. Instead, it was trapped by the sea of blood and could not get rid of it for a while. Su-Bai heaved a sigh of relief at this time. Trapped by the sea of blood and under the superposition of various negative effects, there was no need to worry about this opponent for the time being. He now had time to deal with matters on another side. At this time, other aliens all flew to starry omnivore Kraken and prepared to kill it. Water Cage, Antipsionic Missile. In the face of these low-level and middle-level Emperor monsters, Su-Bai was not afraid. Starry Omnivore Kraken shook its body and activated the newly awakened water cage. The next moment, those flying monsters were suddenly trapped in a huge water cage, which had appeared out of thin air. The water cage was strong and invincible. Even though they were of high level, they were still trapped with the help of the water god body. At the same time, Planet Eye launched and processed 3 antipsionic missiles wrapped in golden auras. With a bang, a violent explosion occurred. A terrifying shock wave dissipated all the surrounding nebulae, leaving an absolute void with a diameter of several kilometers. The monsters, which were trapped just then, had disappeared without a trace. The few aliens left in the distance did not dare to advance anymore and hesitated in place. Continue. Su-Bai glanced indifferently at the silver serpent-like monster that failed to escape because of the little blood dragon. He was not going to let any of these monsters go. The Kraken rushed over and activated the water cage skill again. In cooperation with Planet Eye, these monsters and aliens were quickly resolved. D*MN Human. The silver serpent-like monster, which was trapped in the sea of blood, suddenly vomited and cursed him loudly. Seeing its people die while completely helpless, it became completely infuriated. However, what made it feel desperate was that the sea of blood was too disgusting and there was no way for it to escape. Not only did the sea of blood slow it down, various negative effects, such as corrosion, assimilation, and pollution, were imposed on it. Furthermore, the blood dragon's strength had greatly increased and it was now like a fish back in water as it made the opponent retreat in defeat. It incessantly slashed with its crush claw, tearing numerous holes on its body, which was extremely uncomfortable for the enemy under the corrosive sea of blood. Don't worry. Take your time. Watch out for its explosion, it'll be driven to desperate act. Su-Bai reminded his pet, letting the little blood dragon continue its attack, while PP Kraken and Planet Eye harassed the enemy with control skills. He was an expert at consuming strength by tormenting the opponent and had rich experience in it. He knew how to give the opponent some hope so that the opponent would not die immediately and would slowly be consumed and tormented, instead. Arg! Go to hell! Half an hour later, the silver serpent-like monster was completely overwhelmed. It roared in anger and self-detonated. Su-Bai's warm water was about to boil him to death, and it had no way to resist at all. With a puff, before it could explode, its heart was caught by the little blood dragon. Its crystal nucleus was then taken out. Okay, it's finally been dealt with. It's a pity that I couldn't catch it alive. He sighed. Suyu. His older brother was actually treating this situation casually. One must know that dealing with enemies of that size usually required a dispatch of a legion. However, his brother had actually solved it so quickly. Those aliens were really difficult to deal with. I almost used my full strength to win. Subai nodded, feeling deep acknowledgement for the strength of the aliens. Big brother, your strength really amazed me. It's more terrifying than what I saw online. I'm afraid this isn't your full strength, is it? Suyu asked tentatively. Give it a guess. Subai kept Little Blood Dragon and Starry Omnivore Kraken and chuckled. The other could not help but suck in a cold breath. Was this not his older brother's limit? As expected, his older brother was indeed terrifying. Suyu could not help wondering how strong his limit was. Let's go. We'll continue to see this place and then I'll go back to East Capital. Subai patted his younger brother on the shoulder and said. Okay, his younger brother nodded, having lots to talk to him about. For safety's sake, he let Planet Eye hide their breaths. However, he did not know that that scene earlier had all been seen by Chang Tian. At this time, the middle-aged man in front of the screen and his assistant were lost in thought. They were thinking about what had just happened. It was not that they had never seen a more terrifying and vast battle than this, but the various incredible skills and pets shown by Subai to defeat the strong opponents gave them a feeling of their cognition breaking. In particular, after consulting the information written about the young man's pets, both became more certain that Subai was not someone ordinary. He felt a tickling in his heart, curious about how Subai had obtained such unique and strange pets. Not to mention that Kraken, that planet core can be mass-produced, making the battle against the aliens much easier, exclaimed Assistant Chen Shan. He thought that he should report this to the giant Kraken gymnasium as he felt that Subai had a special cultivation method in his hands. Okay, leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry about it and don't mention it to anyone, Chang Tian said expressionlessly. It was impossible to say that he did not desire Planet Eye, for it was a pet he had always dreamed of. He very much hoped that Subai had a method of mass-producing it. Although he knew that it was highly impossible, he was still planning to find the young man to ask about it. His intuition was telling him that his junior brother was no simple character. He originally thought that Subai was an arrogant guy who showed off his strength, so he had not cared much about him, thinking that he was inferior to Suyu. It seemed that this was not the case at all. His hidden strength might even be stronger than his exposed strength. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he had thought wrongly. Subai's exposed strength probably had a purpose. It was probably to prepare for the curator election of Yulong Gymnasium, and it seemed like he had misunderstood him. At this point, Chang Tian felt that he had to find a way to make friends with his unpredictable junior. It was a pity that little tyrant was not here, or else he would ask it to go in and take a look. The existence of various nebulae, as well as some strange plants and special monsters, greatly broadened his horizons. This place also had peculiar sights. Although the stars, which could be seen in the sky, were sparse, they all gave an unusually desolate feeling. With his understanding, he discovered that this was a terminal universe. Under the expansion of the universe, the distance between galaxies had been stretched to infinity, and there was no way to reach other places from here. The only thing that could be approached was Blue Planet, which was one of the reasons why these aliens kept invading it. This is the star's vine. Before leaving, he found a 10-meter-long star's vine in the nebula they were in. This thing had large roots, which were scattered like hair. The vines were silver in color and exuded faint starlights. Unfortunately, there's no result. Though the star fruit has a great effect on pets and humans, it has no attribute, said Suyu regretfully. Subai also sighed, feeling that it was quite a pity. Let's go. We should return now. He had seen everything that needed to be seen. His younger brother nodded. Okay. In fact, it's said that there's a special thunder vine in the depths of this nebula, but many aliens are there, so let's not go. Subai nodded in agreement. The aliens were very strong, and he did not dare to enter their territory hastily. With Planet Eye flying at full speed, they quickly arrived on Purple Fungus Planet. Master, eldest senior brother, why are you here? As soon as they landed on the ground, Su Bai saw Gao and Chang Tian. Oh, it's like this. We've seen your battle in the nebula earlier. Your eldest senior brother wants to ask you if you have a special method for cultivating giant krakens and wants to know how your planet core was nurtured, Gao said straightforwardly. You can rest assured, we definitely won't force you. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Junior brother, you can be rest assured, I'll definitely exchange it for information that satisfies you. You know that this kind of thing is really needed in today's time. Chang Tian looked at Planet Eye with scorching eyes. After hearing this, Su Bai understood the reason. Although there was no expression on his face, he still felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. He thought that this eldest senior brother had merely watched them when they were being attacked by the aliens and monsters earlier and had not sent anyone to help just so the latter could see his ability. Eldest senior brother, I'm sorry, but I'll have to disappoint you. I don't have a special cultivation method. The reason why my giant kraken has become this big is that it swallowed an altar fragment containing the power of the eternally miraculous beauty. As for Planet Eye, by chance, it came across a silver-white metal monster in the Abyss Star territory and was reborn. If you want the specific locations, I can give them to you, and you can send people to check. Su Bai smiled apologetically. He did not have any special cultivation method and only relied on his plug-in cheat. Hearing this, Chang Tian showed a disappointed look. It was as he expected. Then you can tell me the locations, I'll send someone to check them, he nodded, asking thereafter, Junior brother, I found that each of your pets has a very strong elementary skill. How did you do this? Su Bai glanced at this eldest senior brother and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, that's my secret, forgive me for being unable to share it with you. He felt that this eldest senior brother had a commanding tone to everyone, perhaps because he had been in a high position all the time. My apologies, it was a slip of the tongue. Chang Tian seemed to have realized that his tone was wrong and quickly took out a piece of black honeycomb-like metal, covered with small regular hexagonal grids, from his storage ring and handed it to Su Bai. This is a special piece of metal and has the characteristic of reproduction. I think that you need it very much. I'll give it to you as a meeting gift. My tone was a little bad, I hope that you won't take offense, said Chang Tian to express his sincerity. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Su Bai hurriedly thanked him and then took the metal, his unhappiness disappearing instantly. He then explained the formation process of Planet Eye to his eldest senior brother. After understanding the situation, Chang Tian turned around and returned to the nebula. It seems like your eldest senior brother had a very positive view of you. That's very precious, Gao said with a smile. Su Bai kept the precious piece of metal and smiled at his master. I like this gift very much. Okay, come over for dinner with me. It just so happens that several of your other senior brothers and sisters are present. I'll introduce you to them. Although they have different temperaments, you can be rest assured that they're all trustworthy people. After you all meet, everyone can help one another when it comes to career, Gao patted him on the shoulder and said. Okay. Thank you, master. Su Bai nodded. Judging from what he had seen thus far, his fellow disciples were all very good people and were worthy of socializing with. He greeted them one by one at the dining table, except for the 5 who were not present, the other 6 had come to have dinner. Except for his eldest senior brother, 3rd senior brother, and 8th senior brother who were mainly part of the army, his other fellow disciples were mainly cultivators. They had at least 1 billion assets on Blue Planet, with some also disciples of gymnasiums or royal families. Although Su Bai was not as good as the others right now, his identity, potential, personality, and behavior had all been recognized by them. Of course, one reason for this was that the eldest senior brother and his master viewed him in a positive light and had high hopes about him. Another reason was Su Yu. Under the confluence of the 3, the others became very welcoming of him in their midst. They even left him their contact details and addresses. After having dinner, Su Bai got ready to leave and return to Blue Planet. This is a resource for you. Don't worry about things in the Kraken's nest. Even if the giant Kraken gymnasium learns about it, it'll be fine with me around. Gao threw a square storage box at him. I understand. Su Bai nodded. He bid farewell to his master and was sent out by Su Yu. Contact me anytime if you need anything. I'll try my best to help, Su Bai looked at his younger brother and said. He made Planet I mark the electromagnetic signal of Su Yu's mobile phone so that, no matter how far they were from each other, they could still communicate in real time. I understand, big brother. Pay attention to your safety, too. Su Yu smiled and waved to him. He also waved to his younger brother and then let Planet I fly to East Capital. After leaving Anlan Villa, he took out the special metal given by his eldest senior brother and gave it to Planet I. Here. This is for you. Thank you, Master. Planet I did not refuse and melted part of its body to envelope this piece of metal directly. As it traveled all the way, when it was about to reach East Capital, its realm suddenly increased to a mid-level monarch. Su Bai was taken aback. Is this piece of metal so powerful? Yes, Master, it's very useful to me. Not only have I been promoted, I have also successfully incorporated its characteristics, responded his pet. He quickly checked its data, and sure enough, a new feature had appeared. Replication. After Planet I wrapped a target, it could be completely copied in theory, though the length of copying time depended on the complexity of the target. This meant that, whether it was a creature or a skill, as long as the target was wrapped in liquid metal, Planet I could use the replication characteristic to replicate exactly the same things through constant analysis. The time required for replication was uncertain as it all depended on the complexity of the target, etc. Replication of a metal table may take less than a second, but replicating a person, with the current ability of Planet I, may not be completed even after thousands of years. However, this was still an extremely precious characteristic. Chang Tian probably did not know that Su Bai's Planet I could actually integrate the characteristics of metal. If he knew about it, the degree of importance he attached to Su Bai would probably be raised by several levels again. Very good. Come on. Let's go home first, said Su Bai with satisfaction as his eyes shone brightly. When he arrived home, he found out that Chen Ruoxue was not there, so he sent her a message and lay on the sofa on his back. He wanted to take a break as he felt very tired today. Mainly, he felt that his current residence was not satisfactory. Although it was high class, it did not conform to his liking. He still preferred a manor. After thinking about it, he picked up his mobile phone and sent Zhu Ling'an a message. Do you have a detached villa with a good environment? It's best if it has its own garden, swimming pool, and a small pond for fishing. It can be more beautiful that way. 10 minutes later, Zhu Ling'an replied to the message, Your message was sent at the right time, I really do have such a place. Recently, the Hu family is selling some properties, including 2 manor houses in East Capital. One set is in the city center, next to East Capital Lake. It covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters, you can see the river surface from there. The price is 1 billion. Would you like to buy it? She then sent a lot of photos about the manor. It said that this is the manor where Hu Jie used to live. She lives there for a period of time every year. Since you have a good relationship with her, I think that you may want to buy it. Seeing this, Su Bai frowned slightly. Yes, help me to purchase it. You said that this is the Hu family's property. What happened to them? Why are they selling it? Zhu Ling'an, I don't know. They might be collecting funds as normal. I haven't heard of any major incidents happening to them. Su Bai thought about it and felt that it made sense. He had asked Han Wei and the others to help pay attention to the situation of the Hu family, but they had not reported anything, so it might be that nothing had happened for the time being. Okay, then. Help me purchase it. I'll go over to take a look at another day. He was not afraid that Zhu Ling'an would cheat him. After all, it did her no good to cheat him as 1 billion was not worth losing her credibility. After making a cup of tea, he sat down and enjoyed it, and because he was too lazy to cook, he called the hotel for room service. That evening, Chen Ruoxue, who returned home, smiled immediately upon seeing him. Didn't you say that you'd be back in 3 days? Something happened and I was delayed. He spread his hands. HMPH. Big liar. She snorted softly. Come over for dinner, I already bought food, invited Su Bai. Putting down her bag, Chen Ruoshua sat opposite him and picked up the chopsticks to eat. She said as she ate, "I thought that you had made it for me yourself. It turned out to be room service. I'm feeling lazy." "Your laziness can't be helped. How did your matter go?" He changed the topic again. "It was confirmed earlier today that I'm the chief disciple at the Imperial Dragon Academy. After all, this wife of yours has 2 dragons." She raised her chin and grinned. "I knew it. My wife is very strong." Su Bai laughed. "By the way, do you remember Fang Yuan? He mentioned you to me and said that you had never visited him in East Capital, so you really don't consider him a friend." Chen Ruoshua pushed a piece of beef into her red lips and looked at Su Bai with big eyes and her cheeks bulging. "Fang Yuan? The guy who owns a frost dragon? I forgot about it. What's his identity at Fuyao Gymnasium?" He suddenly thought of the person. They had met the guy by chance at the end of the Chinese Redbud Wilderness when the 5 schools' joint entrance examination was being held. That man had already been very strong back then. He's the young master. In other words, the next heir to the gym. "Are you surprised?" She glanced at him. "Oh, I expected as much. That guy is very interesting. I'll go and visit him one of these days." Su Bai nodded. "Then I'll go find someone to tell him and make an appointment for you." Chen Ruoshua smiled. "Okay." He nodded. He proceeded to tell Chen Ruoshua that he had bought a manor. "If you like it, then we'll move over. It's indeed a little small here." She nodded in agreement. After dinner, the 2 cleared away the dishes and chopsticks. "Are you jealous that I'm in Imperial Dragon Academy? You're the only one in my heart. No one else is inside." Once they were done washing the dishes, Chen Ruoshua suddenly looked at Su Bai and asked this. She did not want any discomfort in his heart. Hearing this, he could not help but smile softly. "Of course, I understand. I have never thought about it like that." Chen Ruoshua was so touched by his mature feelings. He never thought about it this way because he absolutely believed that she loved him deeply. Eternal love was the best proof. Chen Ruoshua had gone to Imperial Dragon Academy simply to use it in improving herself. "I'm just afraid of you thinking too much. Since I've become the Academy's chief disciple, I now possess a lot of resources and manpower. If you want to run for the curator position, I can help you. When you become the curator, I'll take the Academy with me and run away to find you." Chen Ruoshua put her arms around his neck and spoke with a smile. "Haha. Fuyao Gymnasium will probably feel annoyed to death." Su Bai could not help but laugh. "Okay, I'll go take a shower." Chen Ruoshua let go of him and turned to walk into the bathroom. Su Bai grabbed her by the hand and pulled her into his arms again. He smirked and said, "Wife, shall we do it together?" "Do what?" She blushed. "Take a shower." He chuckled, then picked her up and carried her into the bathroom. "Su Bai, you're too much. I'm just greedy for your body. I'm so honest, so you should praise me." A moving picture soon appeared in the bathroom. Half an hour later, it appeared in the bedroom again. This scene was the same as those depicted in the song. A bashful scene behind the flower curtains under the setting sun steals a glance amid the floating clouds. A beauty is tipsy and half covered with her fine black hair tied halfway. She lies in bed, the stars sparkle brightly in her eyes, her cherry red lips lightly moan pleasant words. Gold, wind, and dew meet in the evening like a silver plate cuddling in a black cloud, unrestrained slowly twirling, pounding hurriedly the nightingale echoes. In a mellow cry trembling golden lotus tangling lush green joy of fitting together wet peony dripping a tiny stream butterfly gracefully stealing fragrance pour red candle over the boat in the night like a fish in water long eyelashes charming gentle bones greedy for more. Every time Su Bai woke up, he felt physically and mentally happy to see his lover leaning against him. "I'm getting up." He patted her. "Sleep a while more." She rolled over and hugged him. He had no choice but to wait for her to wake up. After all, he was to blame for tossing her late into the night. After sleeping for another hour, she finally got up. Only then was he able to get up, too. "Send me to the gym, you can tell me what you did." After eating breakfast, Chen Ruoshua put her arms around Su Bai's arms and spoke coquettishly. The so-called passionately in love was probably what they looked like at the moment. Su Bai rarely saw Chen Ruoshua's delicate appearance, so he naturally listened to her. Yulong Gymnasium and Fuyao Gymnasium were facing each other, so it did not delay him, either. He took her on Planet I and told her his experiences in these past 3 days. After listening to him, the surprise, along with envy and a touch of regret, on her face grew. I should have gone with you. It's so interesting. Haha. Let's go out on an adventure together next time. Subai held her hand and laughed. Okay, let's go together next time. She nodded. I'm planning to open a company, mainly engaged in the cultivation of advanced spiritual plants and the sale of some advanced materials. I currently have some ideas. Do you want to do it together? Asked Subai. He had a very wide network now and knew many cultivators because of his master. Furthermore, being the chief disciple of Yulong Gymnasium, he currently had many people under him. Coupled with the bloodthirsty spear plain at the bottom of the sea of blood, he felt that it should not be difficult for him to run a company. Yes, you want to use the bloodthirsty spear on the seabed? I'll go back and get you a specific document and then we can open it together. You'll be the president. How about I be the vice president and secretary? Chen Ruoxue smiled and nodded. Perfect. In the future, we'll buy some houses all over the world and then go wherever we want. Subai caressed her little chin and smiled. I was thinking of that, too. Hubby, you'll have to work hard to make money and support me. Chen Ruoxue batted her eyes and giggled. He looked into her eyes. What did you call me just now? Call me that again, I wanna hear it. Chen Ruoxue batted her eyelashes playfully and called again obediently, hubby. Yes, my wife, he replied, feeling refreshed both physically and mentally. Immediately after arriving outside Fuyao Gymnasium, he stopped, but Chen Ruoxue said, it's fine. Go inside. It's so other people can see you and give up on chasing after me. She hugged his arm and leaned on his body. Naturally, Subai did not disagree. He liked showing off, after all. With Chen Ruoxue there, they went unimpeded all the way. Immediately after entering the gymnasium, the disciples saw them. Oh, my God. That's our senior sister, but who is next to her? Why is she hugging him? I wanna cry. F***ck. Senior sister said that she already has a boyfriend. It turns out to be true. I'm so devastated. D***mn. Why does the senior sister truly have a boyfriend? The disciples, who noticed this scene, were heartbroken. Chen Ruoxue actually had a boyfriend and was even hugging him publicly. At this sight, the hearts of the male disciples broke. They thought that news of their new senior sister having a boyfriend was fake, but who knew that she would actually bring her boyfriend in today? Ah, my goddess, who's this man? I wanna fight with him. D***mn. Draw your sword. No, at first sight, I can tell that this man isn't a good person. I can't let the senior sister be deceived by him. Some disciples, who were filled with righteous indignation, moved to rush forward. At this time, a female disciple suddenly reminded them. Hey, don't seek your own death, you can't win the fight. Didn't you realize that her boyfriend is senior brother Subai, the chief disciple of Yulong Gymnasium opposite? That's right. Don't send yourselves to him as free meals. Brother Su killing you is no different from cutting melons, a female disciple said in grief, feeling sorrowful that Subai already had a girlfriend. They had even fantasized about meeting him by chance someday. The male disciples, who had been furious at first, suddenly withered, still vividly remembering the strength that Subai had shown before. They were angry and not reconciled, but they dared not to rush forward. D***mn. Our senior sister has actually been abducted by Yulong Gymnasium next door. You must notify the young master. Someone's eyes lit up and said. Yes. How could our gymnasium's flower be abducted by Yulong Gymnasium? We must inform the young master. The group of unwilling male disciples ran away to find the young master. Do you feel happy now? Chen Ruoxue glared at Subai. He was smiling from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. Of course, I couldn't be happier. He laughed loudly. In particular, the behavior of these male disciples made him feel more refreshed. There was no way, their senior sister was his wife. They could just be envious and jealous. He was really in a very good mood. His wife was a chief disciple whom everyone admired and loved, someone desirable yet unattainable. Truly, the feeling of having such a person as his girlfriend was beyond marvelous. Shameless. Chen Ruoxue pinched his skin and glared at him fiercely. She knew what he was thinking. Ha ha ha. Not only was he not angry, he even kissed her openly. I shouldn't have brought you in here, you're so bad. Chen Ruoxue gave him a beating, but there was nothing she could do about him. Who told her to love this man with all her heart? Okay, I'm here. She let go of his hand after walking another distance and announced this. Su Bai let Planet Eye land on the ground, ready to say goodbye and leave. Unexpectedly, at this time, a group of disciples of Fuyao Gymnasium walked over with young Master Fang Yuan. Young Master, this guy has abducted our senior sister. The male disciples spoke in indignation, finding Su Bai's handsome face too nasty. Fang Yuan looked at the couple and then explained with a smile, I can be sure that he hasn't done so. The two of them have been lovers ever since their high school days, so you guys give up. All the male disciples, Su Bai shrugged with a very smug smile on his face as if telling them to just give up. When all the male disciples heard this, their hearts broke collectively. F***CK. This B***ST* road had actually deceived their senior sister in high school. He was really a B***ST* road. Upon hearing that their beautiful senior sister had been in a relationship with Su Bai even in high school, they fell into desperation. They gritted their teeth but were helpless about it. They felt like they were about to explode from anger. Don't think about it anymore. Brother Su Bai scored full marks in the college entrance examination and was the nation's top scorer. His also Yulong Gymnasium's chief disciple, is Heavenly Abyss University's top student, and has a master who is a senior cultivator. He entered the depths of the Abyss Star territory without dying and even slaughtered an emperor monster at the age of 18. He's handsome and sunny. What can you compare with him? He and our senior sister are a match made in heaven. On the side, the female disciples began to speak up for Su Bai because he was just too handsome. The group of male disciples exchanged glances, unable to speak for a long time. They all felt furious inside. Okay, disperse. They're free to love, don't be so childish. Fang Yuan waved his hand. These male disciples retreated with a cold snort. What could they do if they stayed? They could not beat the man, and the female disciples of their gymnasium were also helping him speak, so they could only endure their anger. It seemed that this guy and the young master were old acquaintances, too. They were really going to die of anger. It was not that they liked Chen Ruoxue so much, rather, they were just furious with Su Bai's smug expression. Let him be arrogant, be careful we find his Achilles heel. They stomped off angrily. It's been a long time. After the disciples left, Fang Yuan greeted Su Bai with a smile. Yes, it really was. I didn't expect you to be the young master of Fuyao Gym. He smiled. You're not bad yourself, you've become the chief disciple of Yulong Gymnasium in a little more than a year, Fang Yuan said with a smile. Come. Do you want to have a cup of tea? Of course. Su Bai agreed without hesitation and dragged Chen Ruoxue to follow the other. Fang Yuan's surname might come from Fang Ziyu, the mysterious pet tamer who had established the Spirit Alliance more than 100 years ago. He might know secrets that no one else knew. What do you think of Blue Planet's situation these days? He put the pot filled with spring water on the small spiritual power stove, heated it, and looked up at the other. Su Bai, can we not talk about such a heavy topic right away? Fang Yuan chuckled slightly. I know that you have your own views and I want to hear them. Su Bai turned his head and glanced at Chen Ruoxue before shrugging. I don't have any opinion. I want to improve my strength quickly and hope to protect the people and things I care about from the monster wave. I don't understand the situation of Blue Planet at all, so I can't talk about it. Okay, let me tell you the general situation. The Blue Planet situation can be divided into 3 parts. One is the Void Realm, the other is the aliens, and the third is the local planet. It's most dangerous in the Void Realm. The monsters living in it are mostly Emperor and Sovereign, but the real leaders are those immortal monsters. Monsters beyond the Sovereign grade are constantly roaming that place, too. Most of the pet tamers, who have reached the Heavenly King level on Blue Planet, will go there to guard them, and almost all the legendary and myth-level pet tamers will be there, too. Real war fortresses are built in various countries, with the most advanced science and technology forces available. The Void Realm is Blue Planet's true guard line. As long as there's no collapse, our world's situation can be resolved. To participate in the things over there, one must be a Heavenly King level pet tamer at the very least. The second most dangerous are the aliens. They're not in the same universe as us. Their universe is at the end. They only want to invade Blue Planet, so this is an irreconcilable contradiction. However, although they're powerful, they're still inferior to the monsters in the Void Realm. Finally, there's the Blue Planet itself. Most of the monsters here came from Void Realm. The 10 major space cracks in our world were also opened by those monsters in the Void Realm. Most of the 10 space cracks are dead worlds, and those worlds were destroyed by the Void monsters by hiding in the dark space and swallowing everything. They can then even make use of these dead worlds as a way to enter other worlds. The current situation of Blue Planet was a result of some problems that had occurred in the Void Realm. Fortunately, they were timely resolved, but it would take a long time before everything's restored to the previous state completely. This is the current situation of our planet. Of course, the internal strife of humans is more complicated, but what we all have in common is our intention to resist the invasion of Void monsters. While the tea was boiling, Fang Yuan explained the overall situation at length. Su Bai nodded slowly. He knew a little about this, but what Fang Yuan had said was more complete. He then asked a question, which had been troubling him for a long time. Why did the Void monsters attack Blue Planet? The Void is infinitely vast. What's worth attacking in our world? I knew that you'd ask this question. Fang Yuan smiled slightly. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. The reason is actually very simple. Have you heard of the 4 pets of creations? You mean the endless shuttle dragon, the mermaid recorder of all things, the lord of infinite matter, and the eternally miraculous beauty. These pets represented the 4 great creation pets of geomancy, earth, and fire. Yes, the reason why Blue Planet is constantly being attacked and invaded is that the 4 of them stuffed the origin of the universe into its core, which has triggered the revival of aura and the invasion of monsters. Fang Yuan slowly explained this huge puzzle, which had plagued Su Bai for many years. Why did they do that? Aren't they afraid that it will be taken away by us? Can those monsters not steal it? Su Bai showed a hint of surprise. It turned out that the origin of the universe was the source of all evil. Don't think about it. The strength of the 4 isn't what we can imagine. Even if they blow up Blue Planet into pieces, they can't be held accountable. Also, if they didn't do so more than 100 years ago, it's very likely that this Blue Planet would be just like when it had just been formed. It's just that the Void monsters were only discovered 100 or so years ago, which caused the methods they left behind to revive the spirit of the world to be found out. I don't know why they did this, but that's all the answer I have. If you want to know more about this, you have to go to the original birthplace of the universe and find the answer there. Fang Yuan took a sip of tea and said slowly. Okay, but who knows where the original birthplace is? By the way, do you know where the 4 great creation pets are? Su Bai sighed. Judging from the information he had just obtained, the problem seemed to be unsolvable. You overestimate me. How can I know where they are? The information I know is what has been passed down through the generations since more than 100 years ago. Still, according to the information handed down that year, the 4 great creations have a high probability of being ancient existences born in the infinite void, and they are extremely powerful ones, Fang Yuan explained with a smile. Also, there is no way to reach the origin of the universe. It's said that as long as you find the tokens left by the 4 great creation pets, you can open a special spatial door. You can enter directly and check the ultimate secret by staying there. Tokens? What does it look like? Chen Ruoxue asked curiously. She did not expect Su Bai to be so amiable for Fang Yuan to share so many secrets with him on the second meeting. No one knows this because no one has seen it, but it must be related to the 4 of them. The best way is to find an altar about them, Fang Yuan said with a smile. Thank you for telling me so much, but even if I know this, I can't do much. Su Bai thanked him sincerely, but in his heart, he was thinking about the statue of the mermaid, the recorder of all things, which was embedded in his contract book. Could it possibly be one of the tokens? In fact, this isn't a secret. I told most of the outstanding geniuses. I hope that you can pay attention to the relevant aspects as this is related to the safety of the entire blue planet, said Fang Yuan with a smile. I understand. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay attention to this aspect. Su Bai nodded. It turned out to be something many geniuses knew, so he was more relieved. He thought that Fang Yuan had only told him. I heard that Fuyao Gymnasium was established by Fang Ziyu, the first chairman of the Pet Alliance. Are you a descendant of him? If he's here, the situation of Blue Planet will be greatly changed, right? He asked curiously. No, my family just has the surname Fang. My grandfather was valued by Senior Fang, so he was trained by him and accepted as a titled disciple. He then helped my grandfather build Fuyao Gymnasium. He left behind the information I had just said and then mysteriously disappeared. Whether he's from Blue Planet or not, and regarding where he came from or where he went, we actually don't even know these things. The other explained this with a wry smile. I see, I thought you were a descendant of Senior Fang. Su Bai nodded, picked up his teacup, and drank its content. He quickly digested the information he had just obtained. Just as he was digesting all this information, his cell phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He picked up and saw that the caller was Ouyang Du. He was obviously asking him where he was and how to handle some matters. That's all I want to say. If you want to deal with the matter, just go ahead. If you have any questions, you can come to me anytime, said Fang Yuan with a smile. Thank you, then I'll take my leave now. If you need help, you can call me, too. Su Bai nodded and got up. If needed, I won't hold back. Fang Yuan nodded. He sat in place and did not move anymore. Meanwhile, Su Bai took Chen Ruoxue out with him when he exited the room. Today is really an eye-opener, it's refreshed my worldview, Chen Ruoxue exclaimed. Mine, too, but the more I know, the more I find myself insignificant. He stretched his body. I have to go back and deal with some things. See you in the afternoon. I'm going to deal with my own affairs, too. She kissed him on the cheek, waved at him, and left. He released Planet Eye and flew toward Yulong Gymnasium. Although he had learned a lot today, everything was still far from his reach with his current abilities. Therefore, for now, he just had to deal with the affairs of the gymnasium well. He returned to Yulong Gymnasium and went straight to his residence. Han Wei and Ouyang Du had been waiting for him there for a long time. When they saw him coming, they quickly got up and greeted him. Senior brother, you're finally back. What's the matter? Aren't there 2 days left before the new disciple recruitment conference? He looked at the two and asked. Senior brother, even if there are 2 days left, you still have to prepare. There are many things waiting for you to deal with. We have assembled the disciples you asked us to summon. There are more than 30,000 people, who are all waiting for your next plan in the manor. After waiting for so many days, some disciples can't sit still anymore. Many of them have also collected enough nihility koi and are only waiting for you to improve the strength of their pets. In addition, because of the incident last time, Senior Sister He Yu has taken people to regain several resource points belonging to our gym. She said that she wants to see you and has something to say, Han Wei said helplessly. Su Bai was really not in a hurry. Yes, senior brother. This time, many enthusiastic disciples have been recruited. They will get a chance to enter the dragon's nest of the gymnasium and also obtain the opportunity to nurture dragon pets. In addition, this concerns our gymnasium and senior brother's future disciple recruitment. Ouyang Du also explained. They were helpless to how leisure their senior brother was being. They had actually spotted him arrive earlier, but who knew that he would go to Fuyao Gymnasium, instead, and even stay there for an hour? How many nihility koi have been caught in total? Asked Su Bai. Nearly 10,000 have been caught, and 600 to 700 disciples have reached the standard, said Han Wei. I see. Let them wait first, it hasn't even been a month yet. Don't worry, I intend to keep my promise. He nodded. I understand. The disciples aren't in a hurry, either, since this matter is said to last for a month. Still, the disciples from White Snow Manor are getting a little impatient, said Han Wei. I see, then let's head over. I'll solve the problem over there first and then talk about the rest, Su Bai nodded and suggested. Without delay, he directly released Planet Eye and took the two others to White Snow Manor. No need to prepare anything, he asked once they were on Planet Eye. I have everything on the list, we can just go straight over, said Han Wei. On the way, Ouyang Du approached him and asked with a smile, Senior brother, are you going to help these disciples improve the bloodline of their dragon pets? Since you've already guessed it, why ask me still? Su Bai shrugged indifferently. Ouyang Du's bald head reflected colorful light in the sun as he chuckled sheepishly. I was just uncertain, but senior brother is really generous. Once you help them through the ancestor blood dragon, they will be labeled and can only be in the same camp with us. Han Wei's bright eyes were also full of approval. Senior brother is really amazing. This has reversed the disadvantage of our gymnasium. I wonder how Zi Wuji and the others would react to this. Ha ha ha. I can already imagine it. Ouyang Du laughed. What was even more fortunate in their hearts was that they had chosen Su Bai at the beginning, and their roads had been widened. Otherwise, how could they have obtained their current status? The mid-level Monarch Planet Eye flew at a fast speed, reaching White Snow Manor in a little over 10 minutes. The villa was blocked by a spiritual shield and hid the situation inside. After entering, they saw more than 30,000 young disciples, who raised their heads in unison and stared at them. Their eyes gathered on the three and they became inevitably excited. Fortunately, there were disciples from the gymnasium here to maintain order, and the scene had not become chaotic. Su Bai came to the empty field in front and made his pet land there. Hello, senior brother. The disciples, who had been waiting for his arrival, all greeted him, looking very excited. Hello. He greeted them back with a smile. He then turned his head to look at Han Wei and said, You can make the preparations, group 100 people together and tell them to come over. It must be done quickly. Also, tell them that the ancestor blood dragon can help improve the bloodline of their pet dragons. It'll cause their dragon pets and the ancestor blood dragon to become fettered. There'll be no problems when they're alive, and they'll become stronger and stronger, but after their death, all their power will return to the ancestor blood dragon. If anyone doesn't want this, I won't force them, but if they choose me, then I won't tolerate any betrayal. I understand, senior brother. You can make your preparations and leave the rest to us. Ouyang Du and Han Wei nodded their heads and went to the front to start arranging related matters. Little dragon, enlarge your energy, make your aura deeper and more terrifying. Su Bai released it and gave this instruction. Little blood dragon's body length of 5 kilometers could not be fully showcased in this place, for it was too small. Roar. Bai, I understand. Little blood dragon made a deep and ancient dragon roar, and between the flashes of blood, it turned into a huge dragon, which was more than 1 kilometer long. Its body occupied half of the manor, with its head almost reaching the protective cover above the manor. Where it was entrenched, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils looked at the bunch of candidates in the square. The mysterious, ancient, profound, majestic, and vast aura slowly spread from it, shaking the souls of these disciples. They, who had never felt the breath of an ancestor blood dragon at close range before, could not help but tremble physically and mentally after experiencing this at this moment. The ancestor blood dragon before them gave off the feeling that they were being stared at by a monster that had lived for countless years. At the same time, they felt admiration and envy in their hearts. Most of them were disciples who did not have good backgrounds and had weak pets. They also yearned to become stronger, have powerful pets, and be as strong as Su Bai. Soon, the first group of disciples came to him. As they approached, they felt the increasingly terrifying aura of the ancestor blood dragon. It was like a bright sun, while they were like willow leaves in the wind, without any resistance at all. Hello, senior brother. They respectfully saluted him. Don't stand on ceremony. If you've chosen, release your dragon pet. Han Wei and the others already talked about the specifics with you guys, said Su Bai with a smile. His temperament was elegant and gentle, and under the pressure of the ancestor blood dragon's aura, these disciples felt a gentle warmth coming from the man before them. As he finished speaking, the breath of the ancestor blood dragon slowly subsided. These branched disciples heaved a deep sigh of relief at that. None of these disciples hesitated, and each summoned their own contract book, releasing the dragon pet that they wanted to evolve. Soon, 100 different dragon pets were released, and they all knelt on the ground, petrified of the breath of the ancestor blood dragon. Even the pureblood dragons could not bear the breath of the ancestor blood dragon, let alone these thin-blooded dragon pets. If their dragon bloodlines were tested, most of them could only light one dragon pillar. Get ready. Passerby jumped up onto the head of the ancestor blood dragon, which slowly dropped its head, opened its mouth, and soaked these dragon pets with the first dragon blood. Under the bloodlight, these dragon pets constantly absorbed the power of the first dragon blood. Gradually, their bodies became taller and taller, their breaths became more and more terrifying, and they finally evolved. The first dragon blood dissipated, and 100 huge dragon pets appeared on the spot. Not only did they evolve, their bloodlines and aura generally surpassed the subdragon, some even reached the level of pureblood dragons. If their dragon bloodlines were tested, they would now be at least 6 subdragon levels. Thank you, senior brother. Seeing the domineering dragon pets in front, these disciples opened their eyes wide. It was really possible. Was this the horror of the ancestor blood dragon? Thank you, senior brother. They respectfully thanked Passerby and were sincerely grateful to him. Without him, it would be impossible for them to have such domineering and powerful dragon pets. They were full of gratitude to Passerby. Most of them had a bleak future and were hopeless, but he had given them new leashes on life, allowing them to enter a new stage. They could now hold their heads high and tell those who looked down on them before that they should never bully the young and poor. Finally, after many years, they could stand tall now. They could prove themselves to those friends and relatives who had not supported them in the first place. Although they were labeled as his blood subordinates, they were not unhappy and were ecstatic, instead. Go on. Remember to come to Yulong Gymnasium on August 15th, you can register at the God Dragon Division. Follow me and you won't suffer, Passerby smiled and said. These people would be his most faithful supporters in the future. We understand. They walked out with their dragon pets, their heads held high and their chests puffed. Those ordinary branch library disciples, who had seen this scene, all got excited. It was true, Passerby really had this kind of magical power. If they could yell, they would already be cheering at this time. Seeing this, all the worries in their hearts disappeared, they could not wait to come to the man. Soon, batch after batch of dragon pets evolved and changed under the first dragon blood. Not all of them would turn blood-colored, but they all had blood marks on their bodies. They possessed blood-colored pupils, horns, or claws. Of course, some of their whole bodies turned blood red. Because of Passerby's help, the groups of disciples had rewritten their own destiny, which was about to fall into mediocrity. They came full of expectations and left with gratitude and awe for him. In their hearts, they all regarded him as the god of their own destiny. In the blink of an eye, the transformation and evolution of nearly 20,000 disciples' dragon pets were completed, and the ancestor blood dragon also fell from the aura of the peak high-level emperor. However, this time, the situation was much better than the last time at the bottom of the sea of blood. After all, there were not so many pets. Come on. Eat this. Passerby took out thousands of blood-colored light balls and 10 bottles of blood-colored potions from his storage ring. These blood-colored light balls were naturally the blood curse, which was the characteristic of blood pets. Even after the Blood Moon world had merged with Blue Planet, this remained unchanged. After any blood pet was killed, it would turn into a blood curse inside the opponent's body and would transform that opponent into a bloodline monster. At this point, it was no longer as incomprehensible as before. Most people would choose to breed blood pets. When encountering the blood curse, it was good for the blood pet to absorb it as it could enhance its strength. Therefore, after the bloodline pets had been permitted, many people willingly raise one. This was because blood pets were easier to advance to monarchs, and their early combat power was also good. Although there was a blood disaster at the monarch grade, its cost performance was still very high, especially for civilian disciples. Raw tilde I'm alright tilde little blood dragon swallowed all of the potions. The blood curses were at least from monarch monsters and were of great help to it. In a short time, its breath returned to the peak low-level emperor, and the source of its loss was also made up. After several repeated exercises, its aura became stronger, its origin grew more stable, and many hidden dangers had also disappeared. With its recovery, Little Blood Dragon proceeded to complete the evolution the remaining 10,000 disciples' pets. After the promotion, these disciples would be gathered here first and then be put back in the next few days. When that time came, they would directly go to Yulong Gymnasium and register. All this was carried out in an orderly manner under the arrangement of Han Wei and Ouyang Du. By the time everything was processed, it was already past 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Ouyang Du and Han Wei came to Su Bai, their eyes full of shock and admiration. Senior brother, this ancestor blood dragon of yours is too powerful. I feel that other dragons are completely incomparable. Ha ha ha. Each has their own strength. He laughed. The ancestor blood dragon was a dragon, yet it also restrained dragons, so it was indeed special. Generally, dragons could not defeat it. After all, it had 4 times the damage to the dragon attribute. Everything has been handled well, senior brother. I think that your future curator position is already stable, Ouyang Du said excitedly. With the natural weapon of the ancestor blood dragon, it would not take long for Su Bai to rule the entire Yulong Gymnasium. Don't say such things, it's useless. All the branch disciples have been arranged, haven't they? Su Bai asked. Yes, Ouyang Du stood straight and answered seriously. Bring all the disciples who helped here. They have done a lot, and I'll help them, he said again, having noticed the envious look of the disciples in the main hall who were helping here. Thank you, senior brother, they'll definitely follow you with all their hearts. I will call them over now, said Ouyang Du quickly. Hurry up. I have to go home after the things here are dealt with. He waved his hand. Understood. The other ran out. After a while, those disciples ran over excitedly, and Su Bai was happy to help them evolve and upgrade their dragon pet's bloodline. To him, this was a transaction that he would never lose money. It was equivalent to borrowing a sum of capital while they were alive, and then taking all of them back when they died. If he wanted to, he could take it back even at this time. Although the ancestor blood dragon could not control its blood subordinates, it could recover its power, and the recovery of power was naturally linked to life. Who would refuse this kind of sale? Of course, Su Bai would naturally not touch the dragon pets while they were alive as it was too uneconomical. Let's go back. He was in a good mood. I guess that senior brother wants to pick the flowers in the flower field below. Han Wei pointed to the flower field below and said with a smile. Haha. You're so smart, wait for me for a while. Su Bai laughed and jumped to the flower field to pick up some flowers. Have you heard? Senior brother offended many male disciples of Fuyao Gymnasium this morning. They're all complaining on the forum. Ouyang Du took out his cell phone and said. They're just envious and jealous. How many dedicated people like our senior brother have you met? Han Wei asked lightly, showing disdain for the male disciples who were complaining. Haha, that's true. The average genius like the senior brother has many close female friends, but he only loves Chen Ruoxue, which is indeed very rare in this day and age, Ouyang Du said with a smile. They're just envious and jealous. If senior sister Ruoxue didn't choose senior brother, did they think that she would choose them? Han Wei scoffed. Yes, many female disciples are fighting for senior brother, scolding those who love fads and novelty and even finding evidence that senior brother and Chen Ruoxue have been together since high school. I didn't expect senior brother Su to be so loved and be the target of envy at Fuyao Gymnasium. He sighed. If you have a good character, you'll be loved everywhere. If someone says in front of me that senior brother Su isn't, then I'll take action, said Han Wei coldly. Yes, I will, too. Ouyang Du echoed. What are you guys talking about? During their conversation, Su Bai had already picked a bunch of flowers and returned. It's nothing. Just that the male and female disciples are quarreling on Fuyao Gymnasium's forum. It's naturally about you and sister Chen Ruoxue, informed Ouyang Du with a smile. Let them quarrel, then. It doesn't matter. Come on. Let's go. Subai had guessed the reason, but he did not want to bother with such nonsense. Okay. The two nodded. Not long after, the three returned to East Capital. Goodbye, senior brother. We'll be leaving now. The two took the initiative to climb off Planet I and got onto their own flying pets. See you tomorrow. He nodded, watching the two leave before heading home. When he came inside, he immediately smelled the scent of food. Hey, you're back. Chen Ruoxue walked out of the kitchen, and her eyes lit up when she saw the flowers in his hand. She smiled and walked to him. Is this bouquet for me? It's really beautiful. Of course, it's for you, but to me, you're more beautiful. Subai gave her the flowers. For the sake of your sweet mouth, I won't make you cook for me. You can just wait to eat. She giggled playfully and put the flowers in the vase. Then I'll help you cook, but can you wear silk stockings tonight? He hugged her willow waist and chuckled. Dream on. Since you have nothing to do, feed our pets. She rolled her eyes at him and patted off his perverted hands. She released her pets immediately. Hee. The first pet that appeared was Little Devil. The corners of its mouth cracked with a devilish smile, and it raised its pair of phantom claws, rushing to Subai while exuding a terrifying aura. He only felt as if he was in a dark space as the big blood basin mouth swallowed him. It has made a lot of progress and evolved into a night stalker. It's not bad. He caressed his girlfriend's pet's head. Hee. Sigh. It was unhappy that Subai was not scared and opened its mouth to bite his hand. As Chen Ruoxue's beginner pet, it had only 4 evolutionary types: Little Demon, Big Demon, Super Demon, and Night Stalker. Now, it had reached its limit, the Night Stalker. Its level had reached the peak Monarch grade, too, with the limit being the Emperor grade. If there were no other opportunities, it was almost impossible for it to reach the Sovereign grade. However, it was obvious that it was still Chen Ruoxue's favorite pet. Okay, you can feed them while I cook. She smiled. All right. Nodding, he took out their food and observed her pets. In addition to Night Stalker, he also knew that, besides Thousand-Face Fox, the Winter Ice White Dragon, the Black Flame Dragon, and the Green Grass Kraken, she also had a light attribute 6-winged white horse. His girlfriend had not contracted any other new monsters. Among her pets, the Night Stalker, the Winter Ice White Dragon, and the Black Flame Dragon were all peak high-level monarchs, while the Thousand-Face Fox had just reached the monarch grade. The Green Grass Kraken was a high-level commander, but it was no longer a Green Grass Kraken and had already evolved into a Purple Wood Thunder Kraken. It was shaped like a blue whale, with a purple tree growing on its head, full of lavender. It had a pair of black, big, purple eyes with lightning flashing in them. Its body was also enveloped in a purple mist. Countless transparent floating things moved about in the mist. Purple thunder lights would flicker in it ceaselessly. Its evolution made Subai very curious, and he could not help but check its data: name, race, Purple Wood Thunder Kraken, sex, female, level, high-level commander, attribute, swallow, wood, thunder, features, passive, swallow, exclusive feature. Everything can be swallowed. It can grow and evolve by swallowing. Vegetation armor. Each life swallowed will form a layer of armor, with no stack limit, but energy can be consumed. It currently has 30,300 layers of vegetation armor. Purple Thunder Wood. The damage caused by wood and thunder skills is halved. It is not afraid of thunder and lightning and can attract thunder monsters to form a bond to grow. Thunder Lightning Float. Special thunder monsters are attracted by Purple Thunder Wood, and they will feed on thunder and lightning. The more thunder and lightning they swallow, the more transparent their bodies become. When an enemy invades, they will defend Purple Wood Thunder Kraken without fear of death. They will explode directly after facing the enemy, causing terror damage. Skills: Healing Fluctuation, Woody Breath, Flower of Thunder and Lightning, Wrath of Thunder, Lightning, Restrained, Water, Blood, Earth attributes. Weaknesses: no obvious weaknesses, all data are balanced. Evolution direction: unknown. Introduction: evolved from Green Grass Kraken by devouring a wisteria that grew for 50,000 years. It likes eating thunderstone. After reading its data, Subai patted it in praise. It had even swallowed a 50,000-year-old wisteria by chance. His wife's luck was really good. Purple Thunderwood's characteristic was very powerful and could attract fighters for it. From the Thunder Lightning float, its strength could be seen. Although it was a little lacking compared to the starry omnivore kraken, it was still the top existence among krakens. Despite not seeing him for a year, Purplewood Thunder Kraken still recognized him and cast him a friendly glance. Subai reached out to caress it, and it did not avoid his touch. Meanwhile, the light attribute six-winged white horse raised its head, looking extremely arrogant. When Subai reached out to caress it, it avoided him while looking disdainful. It even gave him a sideway glance. Aren't you quite arrogant? Subai chuckled, looking at the data of the six-winged white horse. It only had 4 stages of evolution and was already a low-level monarch on the 3rd stage of its evolution. Its apex was similar to Little Devil, both were limited to the peak high-level Emperor grade. He ignored it, thinking how easy this pet would be to deal with it. He could simply write some special training methods for it. However, he did not bother doing so and walked over to feed the pets some potions from the cabinet. He took out a pen and paper and made a training manual for these pets of Chen Ruoxue. With his plug-in, he could see the best cultivation route. No one could compare to him on this point. It's dinner time. What are you writing? Chen Ruoxue finished cooking and came over to put a hand on his shoulder. He smelled the fragrance of her hair and turned around while smiling. The cultivation manual for your pet, but it depends on whether you trust me as a half-cultivator or not. Thank you, husband. How could I not trust you? She smiled and hugged his neck. How much longer do you need? Soon. How did your Purplewood Thunder Kraken evolve? It's very strong, he asked, continuing to write. He was very happy to feel her soft body on his back. Well, it swallowed a 50,000-year-old wisteria. I was hunting monsters in Heavenly Abyss when I found it in a space crack. I asked my master to help me obtain it. My kraken is really not bad. She leaned her body into him and put her arms around his neck, smiling widely. It's very good. This is the recommended training direction. You can try finding the altar fragments of the 4 great creation pets. That thing has a great effect on pets, he said. Really? Yes. If you don't believe me, read my contract book. Subai smiled and released his contract book. Wow, your contract book is so cool. Isn't this the mermaid statue of the recorder of all things? Is it the token Fang Yuan spoke about? Seeing her boyfriend's contract book, Chen Ruoxue was shocked. This was the first time she had seen such a contract book. I don't know. I happened upon it in the Abyss Star territory. He shrugged. You have to be careful, don't let others know of it. It's definitely not simple. Chen Ruoxue stroked the mermaid statue and said. Its breath was absolutely extraordinary. Don't worry, my contract book is covered with an aura. Subai smiled. That's good, she said. It seems that the Abyss Star territory is very interesting. Next time, I want to go with you no matter what. No problem. I was actually very bored when I went there by myself. He nodded, got up, and handed the cultivation manual to Chen Ruoxue. There you go, my wife. Thank you, hubby, hurry up and eat. She smiled. They enjoyed her delicious cooking while chatting and had a warm time together. After eating, Subai took out 10 kraken eggs, poured the nutrient solution, and started to hatch them once their origin was completely full. After finishing all this, he boiled water again and drank tea as he chatted with Chen Ruoxue. It was past 9 o'clock after they drank tea when she urged him to take a bath. After taking a bath, he lay in bed and played with his mobile phone. This was when he received a message from Purple Jade. Of course, he could not communicate with it in real time, but Planet Eye could. Through its transmission, his mobile phone could receive messages. Purple Jade, bye, do you miss me? Zai, Subai replied matter-of-factly. Of course, I miss my little cutie. Asterisk, I miss you, too. Can you pick me up? I've broken through the monarch grade, can you come pick me up? Wow, you're so amazing, but don't you want to stay there longer? Why? He was elated that it had broken through the monarch grade. As expected, the Imperial Beast Academy was very strong. It had actually let his pet have a breakthrough in just over half a month. Purple Jade, no, I just miss you. My cutie, I miss you, too, but I'm very busy right now. Wait a month's time, I'll pick you up then. He naturally had time, but he wanted his pet to learn more there. Okay, then. Bye, you haven't found a new pet, have you? Proper subset symbol, he thought of his 10 kraken eggs and finally decided to lie against his conscience, or else the elf would be very mad. Of course, not. You won't blame me if I hit a few pets here, right? Subai's eyes suddenly widened. He was wondering why the elf suddenly chatted with him. How many pets did you hit? Why? They bullied me, so I fought back. Only a few, not many. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to reply when the elf sent another message. But the little brother tyrant caused big trouble. How big? Subai instinctively felt the dawn of bad news. Purple Jade, winking smiley. He blew up several floating islands in Imperial Beast Academy and is currently grounded. Subai. _. Don't worry, though. We're repairing the damage, little brother tyrant is fine. Subai. B*LLSH*T. Would this pet of his send him a message if they were fine? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he quickly sent a message to senior sister Li Shuer about the situation. It's okay, it's just a small thing. Don't worry. This kind of thing happens often, was the woman's reply. Upon seeing this, he heaved a sigh of relief again. He then quickly replied to the elf, I see. Repair it well. I'll pick you up in a few days, so I don't have to worry about you. Purple Jade, __, okay, bye, don't worry. After exhorting a few more words, he put his phone away. He took a sip of water and could not help but sigh. Those guys were always causing trouble for him. Moreover, he faintly felt that things would not be so simple. Once the recruitment of disciples in the gymnasium was completed, he would immediately go to the Imperial Beast Academy to see the situation. What's the matter? Chen Ruoxue walked out of the bathroom and asked. He looked at her and then his eyes focused on her long, straight legs with a pair of black lace silk stockings on them. The black stockings formed a sharp contrast with her white skin. Nothing, my baby. He shook his head intently. Okay, then. She cast him a doubtful look, then sat down in front of her dressing table and started combing her hair. She was wearing only a set of underwear, and sitting on the bench, her curvy figure was exposed, revealing a thrilling temptation. My dear, let me help you comb your hair, he swallowed his saliva and said. She showed a playful smile. You have no good intentions. What bad intentions can I have? I promise not to touch you. He chuckled and walked over to her. He kept his promise and did not touch her casually until she curled up her hair. At that moment, he picked her up and placed her on the bed. You said that you didn't have any. Subai, you're shameless. She glared at him with blushing cheeks, resisting weakly with her little hands. He looked at her face, her delicate and perfect goose egg face was flushed, while her big eyes, high nose, and red lips were charming and beautiful. Looking at her, he could not help but lean in for a kiss. Gradually, the scene turned erotic. Chapter 271 Highly regarded by the Dean, Subai, and Ziwuji's first encounter. Okay, let's get up. I'm going to Dragon's Nest today, maybe I'll be a half-step title-level Pet Tamer when I come back tonight. She stopped his hand from touching her, kissed him on the cheek, and then got out of bed while giggling. The title-level Pet Tamer referred to summoners who had an amethyst contract book and an emperor pet. Even if her 2 dragons were promoted to the emperor grade, if her contract book stayed at the diamond grade, she could only be regarded as a half-step title-level Pet Tamer. He looked helplessly at his girlfriend when she ran away from him and could only reluctantly get up to go to the gym. After arriving at the gymnasium, he noticed that many disciples had brought their pets and prepared for the recruitment of new disciples tomorrow. He first went to the administrative building. When he came over, Dean Qin Miao sent him a message, asking him to come over. Dean. He knocked on the door and walked in. Tomorrow is the disciple recruitment assessment. Do you know the specifics? Qin Miao raised her head and looked at him. Yes. Subai nodded. The appraisal of disciples was actually very simple. It would be held in the most direct way of hunting monsters. A special assessment area had been drawn up inside Heavenly Abyss. Most of the monsters inside were monarchs, and there were many low-level emperors, with a few being mid- or high-level emperors. Although the level requirement for one to become a disciple was above the elite Pet Tamer, that was, having a golden contract book and a commander pet were the minimum criteria, most people actually had monarch pets. However, because the age requirement was under 20 years old, very few people had emperor pets. They would be recruited directly as disciples without any examination. At that time, all branch disciples, who had come to participate in the assessment, would be put inside Heavenly Abyss. Regardless if they hunted or looted inside, their ranking would be based on the number of monster crystal nuclei they had collected when they emerged. Usually, the main hall only managed to recruit up to 30,000 disciples, but according to Subai's knowledge, almost 100,000 people had come to participate in the assessment this time, showing the fierce competition. Moreover, these 100,000 people had come here after several assessments, which featured written examinations and other preliminary examinations. It could be said that wanting to enter Yulong Gymnasium was really like a multitude of troops and horses crossing a single plank bridge. After the 30,000 disciples were selected, it would be time for the two divisions to show off their muscles and recruit disciples. At this time, there would be a contest among the disciples to show off their strength. Of course, Subai, as the senior brother, did not need to play. Ziwuji and he were the hosts. Both divisions of the gym would compete for resources, and then the newly recruited disciples would choose a gym for registration. As for the final sorting, etc., it was all within the gymnasium. In the past, the God Dragon division had always failed miserably, losing in competition for securing resources. Who told the Giant Dragon division to earn the support of a curator? That's good. These are some resource points. Some of them were given by some seniors in our gym. Try to attract more new disciples this time. Everyone hopes that you can become the next curator. Qin Miao took out a document and handed it to him as she spoke slowly. Subai looked at the file and was very surprised. There were nearly 1,000 more resource points in it, and they were all very good ones. Although he knew that many elders supported him because they did not want Ziwuji to be the curator and did not want Yulong Gymnasium to become the Z families, he was still very grateful. Thank you, Dean. He quickly thanked her. You're welcome. Since I was the one who chose you, I naturally hope that you'd become the curator, Qin Miao said with a smile. After speaking, she took out a storage box and placed it in front of him. There are some resources very useful to your pets. You have to improve your strength as soon as possible. Although your strength is good, it is far from enough. You are growing so fast, so the curator might decide to retire early, thus speeding up the selection process of the gymnasium's new master. Subai took the storage box, used his mental power to investigate it, and then was shocked. Inside were all Emperor spiritual fruits. There were more than 100 of them and also thousands of mid- and high-level monarch spiritual fruits. Many of them were extremely precious and hard to find on the market. Although they were not as powerful as Sea Emperor fruits, they were still not bad. The contents were origin crystal fruits which could directly upgrade pets by a small level, silver heart fruits which could help pets improve their spiritual power and rule affinity, law fruits which allowed pets to comprehend part of the power of law, and special gem that could upgrade the contract book. In addition, there was a blood curse light ball of a sovereign bloodline monster. This thing could directly allow his pet dragon to break through the mid-level, or even high-level, emperor grade. These things were the real treasures of the various gyms, and it was nearly impossible to buy them on the market. Only this kind of power, which had been passed down more than 100 years ago, possessed them. Moreover, with their not having many big forces, these stocks had accumulated over the years. It was also possible for many to visit all kinds of dangerous places in the space cracks, so ordinary people would at least need a new lease on life if they desired these materials. At this time, more than 100 such fruits were placed in front of Subai. This made him feel the warmth from the gymnasium and the care from the elders both physically and mentally. Take these and just work hard, Qin Miao said with a smile. She thought he was afraid of accepting them. Thank you, Dean. He thanked her from the bottom of his heart. This woman was so awesome, and since she had recruited him herself, She had never treated him badly. She had stood her ground against the opinion of the masses and had pushed him to be the chief disciple. Moreover, she had never been stingy with any kind of resources. He felt like he would have to fight for the position of the curator to repay her. "This is my ID. Whatever skill jade you need, you can directly go to the building for the skills and get it. I have 3 chances every month. You can get any local skill jade with this ID." Qin Miao threw the ID to him. He glanced at the woman, who was wearing a black office uniform and sitting in an office chair, and suddenly felt that he was being provided for. "Thank you, Dean." He thanked her again and removed the distracting thoughts in his heart. "Go on. Work hard." Qin Miao smiled slightly and waved her hand. Leaving the curator's office, Su Bai took the things that Qin Miao had given him to another building and waited for Han Wei and the others, who were still teaching ordinary students. The disciples naturally had courses, but there were very few of them. They also had assessments. Pet Tamers had strong memorization skills, but there were many things to learn, which was naturally so at a gymnasium this big. For example, they needed to memorize the monsters illustrated in books, which would be updated from time to time. This way, they would be more skillful in battles. Generally speaking, though, different classes would be taken according to the level of the disciples. For example, Han Wei and the others are teaching ordinary students, but at the same time, they would go back to listen to more powerful seniors or college elders. This was also one of their tasks, which could be exchanged for exclusive contribution points for the gymnasium. Su Bai did not go there because he did not have time. When he had time, he himself would read books or watch some videos of Pet Tamer's battles. In fact, attending classes or not was entirely up to the disciple. Anyway, as long as he passed the assessment, no one would care. Su Bai, for his part, had not been to East Capital Heavenly Abyss University for more than a year yet remained a top student. His journey to the Abyss Star territory was enough to complete all the credits. He could even graduate early. He looked down at his watch and then at the office which now belonged to him. This was his first time here. It was still early, so he took a book and read it. He did not have to wait long for the single morning class to end and to receive the branch disciples at noon. Soon, classes ended, and He Yu first came to his office. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and off-white denim shorts. Her pair of long legs was very eye-catching. She walked in front of Su Bai and handed him a document. "Senior brother, this is the resource point I have earned. I did what I had said that I would." Su Bai took a look at the file and saw more than 100 resource points. Indeed, He Yu was really conscientious. "I understand. I'll leave the management of this 100 resource points to you." He nodded. "You still don't want to accept the core disciples I lead?" She stared at him and asked. "Of course I'm willing. Rest assured, I'll try my best to treat all tasks equally in the future, and everyone speaks through their strength." He glanced at the woman and said, "If you're willing, you can follow me to do tasks. It happens to be the disciple recruitment. There are still 3 places in our division's competition which have not been determined. They will be handed over to you. You can find 2 more people besides yourself. I'm willing to follow you." "Thank you, senior brother," He Yu said quickly, with a smile on her face. Her cold face smiled very beautifully, just like a pear blossom bathed in the rain, but then she quickly closed her smile again and pretended to be unaffected. Su Bai smiled and did not say a word. Seeing someone happy to stay by his side and work for him gave him a refreshing feeling. In fact, this could not be blamed on this woman. She was different from others. Her whole family had been on God Dragon Division's side, so it was impossible for her to help Giant Dragon Division. Now that the God Dragon Division was united, all the elders were supporting Su Bai. The parents in her family wanted her to befriend him as much as possible and strive to be his confidant. Faced with this situation, what else could she do? Moreover, this young man had indeed proven his irreplaceable identity and completely convinced her with his strength. Just before coming, she had been very nervous, afraid that he would embarrass her deliberately. After all, she had been against him before. However, his generosity was beyond her expectation. It seemed that he did not care about what had happened before. Not only was he willing to keep her by his side, he also directly gave her 3 very important places. His attitude was really admirable. If it were her, she would have to test the other party for a while. Here. Drink tea. Subai poured the woman before him a cup of tea. He understood what she was thinking but did not care about it at all. Others, be it He-Yu or the neighboring Ziwuji, regarded Yulong Gymnasium as everything. He had never thought about it this way, though. His heart was in a wider place, in an infinite void. He wanted to be a curator, just for the needs of his current stage and to obtain what he required. Even if he became the curator, one day he would go to a wider world. Thank you. He-Yu took the cup with both hands. Not long after, Han Wei and Ouyang Du also came. Seeing the woman, the two were a little surprised but still greeted her politely. After all, in terms of strength, she was still much stronger than them. This is He-Yu. I shouldn't need to introduce her. From now on, she will stay by my side and do tasks like you. He explained it to the two. Ouyang Du and Han Wei nodded. Both smiled and stretched out their hands. We welcome senior sister He-Yu to our side. Thank you. I hope that we can get along happily in the future. He-Yu also smiled. Okay. Let's talk about the recruitment of disciples now. Everything that should be prepared is ready. The disciples of the Noon branch will arrive one after another. Get ready to respond. Subai discussed all the matters, assigned tasks to the three, and then took them to check the area. As the main hall host, he must show his majesty and power, so he had to pay attention to all aspects today. Senior brother, the time is up. You should take us out on behalf of the gymnasium to welcome people from the branch. Han Wei looked at her watch and said. As the main host, it was natural not to let the dean greet the people of the branch. What kind of tradition was that? This task naturally belonged to the chief disciples of the two divisions. Okay, let's go out first. Subai nodded. When he came to the gate, he saw Ziwuji, the chief disciple of the giant dragon division and also the son of the curator Zi Tianhe. Ziwuji, who was 1.9 meters tall, wore a white ancient martial arts uniform. He had long hair which fell straight to his chin. It reached up to his midsection, revealing a handsome face that was not inferior to Subai. The most distinctive feature was his pair of pupils. It was a clean purple shade, extremely rare among humans. If Subai gave the feeling of a trace of evil in the sunshine, then Ziwuji gave a sacred atmosphere in the gentleness. This kind of breath was more derived from the backfeeding of his pets. Among Subai's pets, the ancestor blood dragon was from the evil camp, and the breath of starry omnivore kraken and little tyrant were also leaning toward the evil side. Ice Phoenix's aura was cold, and Planet Eye had no emotion at all. Thousand Face Fox was fine, but after the fusion with the demon crystal, the level of its evil could rank second after the little blood dragon. Under their backfeeding, even if he himself was bright and stalwart, his aura could not help but bring a trace of depth, darkness, and evil. This was because his beginner pet was purple jade. Otherwise, even with his aura, he would definitely exude more evil than he did at this point and would look absolutely the same as the dark big boss in the anime. On the other hand, Ziwuji's beginner pet was a 3-generation sacred dragon, a light attribute dragon. Furthermore, his other pets were not particularly evil, so his breath naturally brought a touch of sacred and magical aura. The meeting of the two people was like the meeting of bosses on opposite sides. Hello, Brother Z. Subai walked over and greeted the guy with a smile. Hello, Junior Brother Su. Ziwuji also responded with a smile. The two seemed to be brothers who had not seen each other for many years. They were smiling and talking in a kind and friendly manner. However, in fact, this was the first time they had met. Ziwuji had not been around when Subai first came to Yulong Gymnasium and had only returned when Subai came back from Abyss Star territory. Although the two of them were very familiar with each other's name, they were still meeting each other for the first time. Chapter 272 Senior Brother, Why Surrender Before the Fight? Still, you should be careful. I think that you exude too much evilness and need to form a contract with brighter and more stalwart pets, or else when you go out, others will think that the people in our Yulong Gymnasium all engage in and promote evil. Thank you for the reminder. I've been looking for such pets, but unfortunately, all I encountered were junk goods. I haven't seen any better so far. I'm also very distressed. Ziwuji's gaze paused slightly. Su-bai was even more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Having conversed with him for a while, he actually did not show any hostility. Junior brother, what do you think about this recruitment of disciples? He changed the topic. I think it's great, I don't have much opinion. The other showed a dazed look. Haha. This is your first time recruiting disciples, you might be unfamiliar with it. It's okay, don't worry. I'll definitely help you as your senior brother. I'll surely take good care of you and the gym, he said with a smile, looking polite. Then I'll depend on you, senior brother. I'll follow behind and watch, we should help each other since we're in the same gym. Su-bai smiled. His words made Ziwuji feel a bit astonished, even Yu and Ouyang-du, who were with him, were astonished as well. Brother, even if we are in the same gym, you're in a competitive relationship. The two divisions were often at loggerheads with each other, but he had taken the initiative before he even started. What was he trying to do? Yu glanced sideways at Su-bai. Did he not say that he would compete for the curator position? Senior brother, why are you conceding without a fight? The people around Ziwuji also looked dumbfounded. It was like a battle between the two countries where the opposing emperor had surrendered directly. How could he do this even if he did not play by the rules? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, junior brother, I'll definitely not let you suffer. Ziwuji was first taken aback and then he laughed. He felt that this was a smoke bomb deliberately set by Su-bai, intending to confuse him and relax his vigilance, but this was not wise. No matter what the disciples finally looked at was the strength and resources of the gyms. There was no use of strategy or anything. This junior brother of mine is still young and can hardly retain his composure, he thought silently in his heart. Soon, the disciples from the branch arrived, and they all flew here with large flying pets. A total of 4 huge flying pets arrived in the first batch, each of which was 500 to 600 meters long and could accommodate thousands of people. Each of these large flying pets was carrying hundreds to make for thousands of branch disciples. Yulong Gymnasium had hundreds and thousands of large and small branches in the world, and it was impossible for each branch to come individually. Generally, a leader from a small branch would bring a few disciples to the large branch to gather and eventually come together for assessments. This would make it organized and easy to arrange. Similarly, being gathered meant that they were all of the same faction. 4 flying pets, carrying 3 men and 1 woman, landed on the huge square in front of the gymnasium, and then the person in charge came over. These people were generally the curator or deputy curator of some large branches. Greetings, seniors. The 4 new arrivals came over to salute Su-bai and Ziwuji. Although both men were only the chief disciples of their respective division, their status was definitely higher than that of the branch curators. Junior brothers Li, Sun, and Ju as well as junior sister Zhao, you're finally here. We have been waiting for a long time and have been working hard along the way. We have arranged accommodations for you. Let the disciples show you the way. Go in and rest quickly. Ziwuji greeted them first with a smile. Hello. The gym is very big and there are many places to live. You can choose whatever you want. Su-bai responded with a smile. He did not bother earning their favor. He had joined Yulong Gymnasium halfway and was not familiar with the various branches, so he could not play the favored card here. In fact, each branch's choice had already been determined before coming. This was not the time to talk incessant nonsense. The choice of each branch of the gym actually depended on the disciples of the 2 divisions in the main hall. Every year, disciples from the branch would enter either Giant Dragon Division or God Dragon Division. These disciples would then go back to influence the branch where they were originally located. They would influence the standing team of the branch. In the past, God Dragon Division had managed to recruit fewer disciples than Giant Dragon Division, which meant that there were more disciples in the latter to influence each branch team. Naturally, more people chose the Giant Dragon Division. If there were too many people, they would come back and influence the others again, hence forming a virtuous circle. On the other hand, it was a vicious cycle for the God Dragon Division. By being able to recruit fewer disciples, the influence on each branch would be small. Next time, fewer people would choose the God Dragon Division, and this cycle would be repeated. It was simply no match for the Giant Dragon Division. Thus, Subai did not bother wasting his saliva. His victory point was not here but rather on the disciples who had been given a new life by him. "Thank you, senior brothers," the four answered with a smile. In the end, as expected, 3 went to the place prepared by Giant Dragon, while only 1 went to God Dragon. With someone choosing his side, he naturally welcomed him and asked his disciple to bring him to the arranged rest area. People came one after another, but most went to the Giant Dragon division. Ziwuji's face was full of smiles, welcoming people from the branch like a female keeper in a brothel. Subai smiled the same way, but he found a bench to sit down on. Only when people came to his side would he stand up to welcome them. "Senior brother, this situation is too strange. In the past, even if our gym was worse off, 1/3 of the people would still come. Today, this situation seems not right. Many who should have chosen our division suddenly chose the other for some reason. Senior brother, you should find a way to ask about the situation. Even if Ziwuji promised them benefits, we should be fighting for disciples," he walked to Subai and said anxiously. If this continued, there was no need for an assessment, as after the assessment, they would go run to the Giant Dragon division. They had been defeated even without the fight beginning. Subai spread his hands and said lightly, "Let them be. Why fight for it? This isn't something that I can fight for just because I want to." Yu's expression changed slightly. She knew that he was right, and it was useless putting up a fight now. Ziwuji must have arranged these things in advance. Subai had only come to the gym when he departed for the Abyss Star territory and was gone for a whole year, so the curators of the other branches did not know him at all. He had never shown the resources and connections he possessed, either. If it had been up to her, she would have chosen Ziwuji as well. Although Subai was very strong, the other division's chief disciple was no weakling. The latter was even older than the former. Although Ziwuji had not shown it, he was definitely not weaker than him. "Then what should we do? If he wins again this time, our division will almost die in name. When the time comes, it'll be the curator election, we'll have almost no chance." Yu was anxious and worried, not wanting to see the God Dragon division go down. Subai laughed at the woman's appearance. She was more anxious than himself. "Don't worry, no one knows it until the end comes," he reassured with a smile. "Senior brother, this is a very serious matter, and it has a bearing on the future of our division." Seeing his smile, Yu's face became serious. The future of the division was not a child's play, and even if there was indeed little hope, he was still being too self-defeating. "Okay, then." He spread his hands. Time slowly ticked by, and it was the afternoon soon. Almost all the personnel of the branches had arrived, for a total of 100 people. About a quarter of them came to God Dragon division, while the rest went to Giant Dragon division. The disciples of the Giant Dragon were already happily cheering, walking with their nostrils facing the sky. On the other hand, the God Dragon was feeling downcast and lifeless. They were full of disappointment for the future of the division. "Senior brother Su, I'm really sorry. I've been helping you to speak, but people are only willing to come to the Giant Dragon division, saying that they wanted to visit and find their friends there. I couldn't stop them, either. I'm so sorry." Ziwuji walked up to Subai, his expression apologetic and looking very sincere. However, inside, he was actually gloating. "Thank you. If not for your help, I'm afraid that there would be no one here. I'll remember your favor." Subai nodded with a smile and did not intentionally show any gratitude. "I'm really sorry. Junior brother Su, would you like to have a drink together? Just as a senior brother, I would like to apologize to you. The Giant Dragon should be very lively tonight," invited the man. "Thank you, but I have to go home. My girlfriend is waiting for me to eat. Let's go another day." He smiled and shook his head. "Okay, then I won't force you." Ziwuji nodded and looked at him again. "I still think that junior brother has to contract some bright and righteous pets, or else I can't help you even if I want to. They dared not to approach you upon seeing your temperament. You do not look like a good person to them." "Senior brother, you're right. I'll definitely make some changes." Subai nodded. He knew that Ziwuji was saying this in retaliation to when he said that none of the bright and righteous pets could fight. Ziwuji spoke courteously again and then turned to leave. As he turned around, his mouth could not help but curl into a smile, and he could not get rid of it. Soon, he led his own people away. "Brother Z, we congratulate you on this victory first," a disciple beside him said with a smile. "That's right. What does he have to compare with senior brother Z? Fortunately, he's also self-aware and he actively let our senior brother be the master." A female disciple beside Ziwuji spoke softly. "In fact, he has made the right choice. His strength and senior brother Z aren't on the same level. He did this so as not to lose face, he's considered quite wise." Some disciples also commented, "Don't be proud. Everything might not be settled until the end of the matter." Ziwuji shook his head, but the smile on his mouth betrayed him. He then added, "By the way, send people to keep an eye on the masters of the branches and prevent the God-Dragon division from engaging in small tricks these 2 days. Senior brother, don't worry, we're always paying attention." "Senior brother, you're too careful. With the terms you offered, how could the God-Dragon division possibly compare?" Ziwuji shook his head and said coldly, "I still have to be cautious. What I want should be foolproof." "Yes. Don't worry. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Everyone can have a good meal tonight. It's my treat." Ziwuji chuckled. He had started preparing for the recruitment of disciples a year ago, while Subai had been trapped in the Abyss Star territory the whole year. What did he have to compare with him? Subai took Han Wei and the others back. Yu and the other disciples' expressions were a bit unpleasant. The only calmer ones were Subai, Han Wei, and Ouyang Dusai. "Giant Dragon has too many resources. They must have promised a lot of benefits, or else it wouldn't be the case today." Someone sighed loudly. "What can be done? Our division is already poor. Last time, the 12 dragon slayers killed many elites. There's no way to compare. I think that many ordinary disciples have the idea of quitting." "Senior brother Su, you have to find a way," one of Yu's men, Lu Dao, sighed. "I know. Don't sigh so much, I don't want to listen to it." Subai waved his hand and glanced at him. He hated these sighing guys the most. The situation was not so serious. Although ordinary disciples were very disappointed, they had not yet reached the point where they wanted to change lines. They were just hopeless regarding the recruitment and disappointed in him. They yearned for him to win so that the overall environment of God-Dragon division would become better. However, if he lost, their situation would not be much worse. In the evening, Subai had to be there to receive these branch curators, so he could not go home, and could only call Chen Ruoshua to come over. Anyway, he also had a detached villa in the gym, so there was no need to worry about housing. After the party was over, he walked to the residence assigned to him by the God-Dragon division. What made him find it funny was that he was stopped by a group of female disciples on the way. These disciples cheered him on, saying that they had always been supporting him, that they did not care about what Ziwuji said, and only liked his temperament very much. He could not help but laugh. This might be the benefit of his appearance. Humans were shallow creatures. After returning to the villa and chatting with Chen Ruoshua about today's affairs, he went to sleep. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. He woke up early and sent his girlfriend out of the gym before organizing the recruitment of today's disciples. On the way back, the disciples were all talking in whispers. "Sigh. The God-Dragon division is deteriorating every year. Is the giant dragon really overwhelming the God-Dragon? I wish that a miracle would happen. I wish that our division would get better and better. In fact, I don't blame senior brother Su. Our division has always been weak even before he joined. Yeah, this is a vicious cycle. It's not like he could subvert it alone. Plus, Giant Dragon has the support of a curator." Subai, who happened to be flying nearby, could not help but smile when he heard this. The disciples were still quite cute. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all the branch disciples gathered on the square in the gym, ready to test their dragon pets. Some important figures, such as Yulong Gymnasium Curator Zi Tianhe, Giant Dragon Division Director Bai Chen, God Dragon Director Din Qin Miao, and the other elders of the gymnasium, were all present, too. Chapter 273 Shocked, Subai's aura. However, everyone knew that he could never be an ordinary person. Although he had not shown his skills for several years, according to the data, He was already a heavenly king peak pet tamer 5 years ago. In these past 5 years, no matter how bad his improvement, he should at least be a quasi-legendary summoner. His appearance was naturally not bad, but his hair was longer than that of his son, Ziwuji. He had completely long hair and looked like an ancient immortal cultivator. It was said that he had tried his best to promote his son to be the next curator, but it was not obvious on the surface. He stood up with a smile and slowly said, 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the last disciple recruitment seems to be very close. What he said roughly translated to the disciples of many branches being given chicken soup for the soul, for he spoke about everything having hope and so on. He then separately talked about the rewards of this assessment. The first place could go to the dragon's nest to choose a pet, while the second and third places could obtain the dragon blood fruit, which enhanced the bloodline of their dragon pets. As for the fourth and fifth places, they could obtain intermediate dragon skill jades and so on. With that said, Zi Tianhe then announced with a smile, "Now, I declare the commencement of this assessment. It'll be led by the chief disciples of the 2 divisions of our gym. Everyone, please go to the assessment site in Heavenly Abyss." After he finished speaking, he handed over the matter here to chief disciples and the deans of the 2 divisions and then departed. He would not go to Heavenly Abyss with them. Ziwuji took a step forward. An amethyst contract book appeared out of thin air, and a golden sacred dragon flew out from it. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant dragon, which covered the sky and the sun. It had a body length of 3 kilometers and the aura of a peak high-level emperor of the sacred and bright sun type. "Half of the disciples can come up, and I'll take you to the assessment site." Ziwuji used a loudspeaker to notify the disciples, then turned to look at Su Bai, and asked with a friendly smile, "Junior brother Su, is your ancestor blood dragon able to accommodate 50,000 disciples? Would you like me to help?" He appeared to be friendly on the surface right now, but he was obviously trying to embarrass him. "Thank you for your kindness, but that's not necessary, senior brother." Su Bai smiled and shook his head. He raised his hand, and his blood dragon flew out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 5-kilometer-long peerless dragon, which blotted out the sky. Although the ancestor blood dragon was still a low-level emperor, its aura was even more terrifying than the sacred dragon. It was ancient and boundless, radiating with majestic and boundless evil spirit. It was like an abyss and made people flinch and shudder. "The remaining half of the disciples can come up here and follow me," said Su Bai calmly. Glancing at the ancestor blood dragon, a gloomy light flashed unnoticeably in Ziwuji's eyes, but he maintained a kind smile. "I've long heard of my junior brother's ancestor blood dragon, and its reputation is indeed well-deserved. It can't compare to my senior brother's sacred dragon." Su Bai really did not bother wrangling with him. He simply smiled and responded before jumping onto little blood dragon's head. The deans and other elders on the side nodded their heads repeatedly when they saw these 2 dragons and praised them very much. Especially Su Bai's pet, it caused much discussion among the seniors. As expected of the ancestor blood dragon, it's really amazing. Of course, this beauty specializes in restraining the existence of the dragon attribute. Fortunately, Dean Qin Miao insightfully recruited Su Bai to our Yulong Gymnasium, or else if Fuyao Gymnasium or the Imperial Dragon Clan snatched him away, it'd be bad luck for us. Bai Chen, the Dean of Giant Dragon Division, also praised. "Ha ha ha. They should be having a headache now. This beauty inflicts 4 times the injury to spirits and monsters with a dragon attribute." The elders had endless admiration and wonder for the disciples of these branches. This was a truly powerful dragon. It was too powerful and terrifying. They had no room for resistance at all and were taken on the dragon's back, feeling the aura of the giant dragon or god dragon at their feet, sinking into deep tremor and excitement. The trembling was because of fear and the excitement was because they could actually come into close contact with this powerful and noble existence. It's an incredibly powerful existence. "This pattern on the dragon's scales is so beautiful," they exclaimed, full of shock. Many disciples' eyes, including those who were now on the back of the sacred giant dragon, were focused on the ancestor blood dragon. Ziwuji could not help this. Although the sacred dragon was powerful, it was not an ancestor blood dragon. After all, Su Bai's pet was a veritable one, which was almost non-existent. Seeing the expressions of the disciples admiring the ancestor blood dragon, The right hand in Ziwuji's pocket could not help but clench into a fist, and his nails drew blood on his palm. "Junior brother, I'm leaving now," he shouted with a smile. The sacred dragon flew out in a horrible hurricane with its wings. Subai touched the horns of little blood dragon and let it fly. After that, the disciples of the two divisions also flew while riding their dragon pets. With two giant dragons dominating the sky in front and powerful dragon pets of various colors guarding the back, the scene of the flying creatures was simply too mighty. No pet tamers or monsters dared to approach at all. The dragon's might was almost encompassing the sky, and all monsters, which could not escape their influence, knelt on the ground. The power of Yulong Gymnasium was undoubtedly revealed at this moment, and countless people, who had been waiting to watch this scene, were shocked and stunned. They stared at this scene, which seemed to only appear in comics, and were rendered speechless. With the group of dragons crossing the border, no one dared not to bow their heads. This was also one of the proudest moments for the disciples of Yulong Gymnasium. The disciples of the gym branches, who were sitting on the back of the two majestic dragons, had not seen a scene like this before. The power of the main hall had become deeply imprinted in their hearts at this moment. Soon, they arrived at Heavenly Abyss, which was comparable in size to the moon. The disciples of the branch had never been here and were shocked by the depth and vastness of this space crack with its branching spatial dimensions. Amid the shock of these branch disciples, they were thrown into the assessment area in batches. You have 1 day. After 1 day, you can stop when you hear the announcement and then wait for the dragon to fly to the back of the examination area. Subai helped the last group of disciples land. He then told them the rules once before keeping the little blood dragon. He stepped on Planet I and flew to the middle of the abyss. In midair, he saw the dragons parked above the island specially used by the divisions. They had various buildings on their backs as well as a huge square. At the same time, thousands of electromagnetic satellite monsters had flown down. The following situation was transmitted in real time and broadcasted through the huge screen of one large electromagnetic satellite in the square. By the time Subai got there, the deans and the others had already sat down on the square. Similarly, many people or forces, who wanted to watch the spectacle, had also arrived. In this case, generally, each gymnasium or family would send 1 or 2 people to watch. Subai looked around and spotted Chen Ruoxue sitting at the VIP table with her fellow Fuyao disciples. Then he saw Xiao Yulong and Ziyi sitting at the VIP table not far from his girlfriend. They also looked over. He could clearly see the fear and shock in their eyes. After gazing at his girlfriend, Subai went to the podium and greeted respectfully, "Deans, all the disciples I am in charge of have been transported into the assessment area." The 2 deans nodded, with Qin Miao saying, "You did a good job. Sit down." Subai nodded and sat down for the time being. As for Ziwuji, he had returned first and had already sat down. At this time, he was talking quietly with the elders of the gymnasium. Once the disciples adapted to the environment, they began hunting monsters. The big screen of the square also started the broadcast, and everyone else erupted into discussions. Subai looked at this scene with emotion. He had been one of the disciples in this situation not long ago, but now he was sitting here to test others. Ziwuji was very interested and eager. He discussed with his elders his views on combat skills, the pros and cons of pets, evolutionary paths, etc., actively showing off his school hours and wanting to be recognized by the elders. From time to time, he deliberately looked at Subai and pointed to an extremely rare monster on the screen, asking him for his opinion. For example, when a disciple chanced upon a weird monster, which looked like a dry bark, had a triangular head, 9 claws, and a snake shape, he turned and picked on Subai. "Junior brother, do you know what monster that is?" he asked with a smile. As he asked, many elders in the giant dragon division, who had already placed their lot on Ziwuji, also looked over with piercing eyes. "Yes, do you know it?" The disciples beside Ziwuji deliberately helped build up momentum, attracting the attention of others. Although this method was clumsy, it had a lot of effect. It could directly destroy Subai's image in the eyes of others, thereby affecting his chances of obtaining investment. Subai glanced at Ziwuji and replied slowly, "It's called the 9-clawed horned dragon. It has 4 attributes: wood, water, soil, and poison. It evolved from a single-horned meadowvipe and then was swallowed by a 9-clawed earth dragon lizard when it was advancing to the monarch grade. Fortunately, it happened to be in a special environment, so the two fused and mutated to form this present appearance. Its characteristic should be paralysis. Every spiritual power of it will take away the paralysis effect, and its skills include poison fangs. The cure is, Su-bai explained everything in detail, making Ziwuji's face solidify little by little. The eyes of the attracted disciples and distinguished guests gradually became shocked and in disbelief. His knowledge reserve was too deep. Many of those present knew the name at most. This young man, meanwhile, had all the information memorized by heart. The chief disciple of the God-Dragon division was terrifying. Those people, who were ready to tease Su-bai, swallowed their words abruptly. Junior brother remembers it so clearly. I'm full of admiration. Ziwuji showed an extremely uncomfortable smile on his face. It's nothing. My master is Gaon, a senior cultivator. I dare not to lose his face outside, said Su-bai lightly. They could play anything, but they had to play with pet data in front of him. He had the Pet Tamer interface and could see all kinds of pet information at one glance. The more he behaved as such, the more the disciples and distinguished guests felt that he was impressive, so they could not help but praise him. The elders at the God-Dragon division showed a gratified smile, thinking that Su-bai, their chief disciple, was very competent. The division's disciples were full of worship for their senior brother. Ziwuji's expression was a little gloomy, but he was not reconciled. He did not believe that Su-bai would know all the monsters. Staring at the screen, he started looking for more again. Not long afterward, he asked again. After posing a question 5 or 6 times, layers of cold sweat broke out on his back. He then decisively shut his mouth, already feeling a sense of fear in his heart. That was the fear of erudition. Could one imagine how terrifying Su-bai's knowledge reserve was when the young man recognized any random monsters he picked out? Not even senior pet tamers were as good as him, right? Time passed quickly. Su-bai found time to go to the VIP table and talk with Chen Ruoxue. You were so cool earlier. I'm swooning. Chen Ruoxue giggled. Ziwuji's tight face had made her feel very happy. Of course. He held her hand and chuckled. Ziwuji had insisted on being a snob in front of a true expert. Who else could he blame? A day passed in the blink of an eye. With the announcement of the electromagnetic satellite monster, the assessment officially ended. All the disciples were recalled, and they began to count their specific data. With the electromagnetic satellite monsters, they counted the data of 100,000 people very quickly. Everyone has worked hard today. The specific data was recorded and tallied, and it's already respectively reflected on your Pet Tamer applications. To those who obtained the quota, don't be too proud, this is just the beginning. As for those who didn't obtain the quota, likewise, don't be too sad. As long as you work hard, you can become stronger, and the gym is always waiting for you. Next, we'll return to Yulong Gymnasium. The 2 gyms have exhibition competitions and speeches. We will then go through resource comparison, and the list will be announced. The top 30,000 disciples can choose their favorite division to join. Qin Miao and Bai Chen announced at the same time. After the unrelated people were asked to retreat, only the disciples of Yulong Gymnasium and the sightseeing guests from other forces remained. The island dragon took everyone slowly back to the huge dragon pillar plaza in Yulong Gymnasium. Once the disciples were settled, the competition between the 2 divisions officially began. At this time, curator Zi Tianhe reappeared and announced, the competition begins now, with 3 wins in 5 rounds. Each side can please send 1 player to the field. Ziwuji smiled very happily at this time, sending a disciple on the court. He then looked at Su-bai with a smile on his face. Junior brother, it's your turn. He was very excited at the moment. He felt very upset by Su-bai's rebuttal in Heavenly Abyss yesterday. He wanted to see how the other would react in his home court today. Of course, you can also admit defeat. He smiled. What of him being knowledgeable and what of him owning the ancestor blood dragon? He had been preparing for this disciple recruitment for 2 years and was destined to take the position from the beginning. What could he compare with him? Ziwuji looked at Su Bai with a pair of purple pupils and a happy smile. Senior brother, I'll go. Hiyu was the first to stand up. She could not let God Dragon Division lose face. Okay, go ahead. Su Bai nodded. Ziwuji's face changed when he saw Hiyu. Junior brother is so bold. 5 minutes later, Hiyu sat down proudly in the ring. She had won a big victory. The disciples of the God Dragon Division cheered happily. Junior brother should be careful. Ziwuji smiled widely. Senior brother, let me go. My ancient dragon has just reached the emperor grade. It has a chance of winning the second game, said Han Wei. Senior brother, I can go, too, Ouyangdu also said. One by one, Han Wei will go first. Remember to retire if you can't fight. Su Bai nodded. Soon, Han Wei came to the stage and released her ancient dragon. A young disciple came from the opposite side. After opening his contract book, he released 3 emperor monsters. The highest level was already a peak mid-level emperor. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the God Dragon Division felt their hearts run cold. Han Wei's expression changed as well, but she did not give up. The battle officially began. The ancient dragon had blood attributes and was very advantageous against the dragon on the opposite sides, but the other side had 2 other emperor monsters. Facing this, the result could be imagined. Han Wei suffered a crushing defeat. A smile appeared on Ziwuji's face, and the disciples of the giant dragon division cheered. Ouyangdu also suffered another miserable defeat. As for Hiyu's side, Lu Dao and Yang Shan lost halfway and directly surrendered. Giant Dragon Division has 4 wins and 1 loss. I declare their victory, the curator said with a smile. Woohoo! The disciples of the Giant Dragon Division cheered, while the faces of those in the God Dragon Division turned gloomy. Many people chose not to watch it and left the scene one after another because they knew that there was no suspense about the ending. A smile appeared on Ziwuji's face. Junior brother Su, it seems that you have to teach your disciples well. If they're too weak, you'll lose the face of our Yulong Gymnasium outside. Ziwuji is right. Your disciples from God Dragon Division have performed really badly recently. Don't lose the face of our gymnasium outside. Some elders from the Giant Dragon Division also nodded and chided him. Senior brother is right. I'll teach them well later, Su Bai nodded calmly and said. He then turned around and left. The disciples of the God Dragon Division could not help but clench their fists, but they had no way to vent their anger. If it were not for their resources being snatched away, how could this be the case? If their seniors and disciples had not been attacked by the 12 dragon slayers, how could they have landed in such a dismal state? They cheated. It's absolutely abnormal that the disciples of the same period would be so strong, said Lu Dao in a low voice and with a calm face. The disciples were just given some resources. Is that called cheating? Can you find evidence? Su Bai glanced at him, feeling very displeased with this kind of belated action. He would let people investigate afterward. There were too many vile people around. It then was time for both parties to introduce the resources. God Dragon Division and Su Bai, come up first, Curator Zi Tianhe said blankly. Okay. He stepped up to the center of the rostrum respectfully and spoke slowly. Our God Dragon Division is a free, peaceful, and friendly place that can give every disciple the warmth of home. We have a total of more than 31,000 resource points, including various spiritual fields, special treasures in the cracks. Soon after he finished speaking, Ziwuji took the stage with a warm smile. I don't have the eloquence of junior brother Su, but I can say that the Giant Dragon Division is your best choice. Through the efforts of all of us, we have a total of 200,000 different resource points, many tasks, plenty of pets, and a certain opportunity to enter the dragon's nest every year. As long as you have a heart to become stronger, you will obtain the resources you want here, and the Giant Dragon Division has enough foundation to cultivate you into a peerless powerhouses. He walked down after speaking, looking at Su Bai with a gentle smile on his face. He could say all kinds of words which were chicken soup for the soul, but he did not. This was because there was no need. As long as the resources possessed by the giant dragon were mentioned, normal people would know what to choose. After these resources were spoken out, all the branch disciples were boiling in discussions. They looked at the registration office of Giant Dragon, full of longing. Next, the registration begins. All the disciples selected can go to the division where they want to register, Zi Tianhe said with a smile. As soon as his voice fell, tens of thousands of disciples rushed to the registration office of the Giant Dragon division in an instant. Only 8 or 9,000 people remained in the God Dragon division. Many of these people had reluctance written on their faces. Most of them were only doing so because of the deep bond between their branch and the God Dragon division, so they had no choice but to select this side. The rest thought that their strength was relatively weak, so they felt that the competition here would be relatively small. The registration went very fast, and with the help of the electromagnetic satellite monsters, the disciples only needed to scan their faces before their information poured into God Dragon division. The registration ended soon. The Giant Dragon division's side was in high spirits, whereas the disciples of the God Dragon division were almost thinning. Even the VIPs, who were watching, got up and prepared to leave. They looked at Su Bai with pity and shook their heads. The general trend was that, even if he had an ancestor blood dragon, he could not reverse the situation. Junior brother Su, I'm really sorry. I persuaded many people to go to your God Dragon division, but they were stubborn and refused to go. Zi Wuji walked to him and spoke with a smile. Yes, we don't want to go to the God Dragon division. What kind of nook is that? The disciples said loudly. As soon as these words came out, the disciples and elders of the God Dragon division all looked over. Zi Wuji's face was full of victory, and he did not hide it, either. He just said faintly, the new disciples are outspoken and straightforward. I don't think anyone would mind. What do you think, junior brother Su? Of course, I don't look down on these blockheads, either, Su Bai said with a smile. Ha ha ha. You're really hilarious. Since you found them stupid, could you possibly create a group of disciples by yourself? Zi Wuji laughed loudly. The triumphant smile and arrogance on his face were completely undisguised. This was because he knew that this victory meant his position as the future curator had been secured. Thinking of this, his mind and body could not help but get excited. The smile on his face became even more unrestrained. At this moment, a group of disciples suddenly entered from outside Yulong Gymnasium. We want to join the God Dragon division. We want to join the God Dragon division. This group of disciples came to the square shouting and bowed to Su Bai. We're here to pay our respects to Master Su. We want to join the Yulong Gymnasium. Their voices were deafening and loud, so everyone's attention was attracted for a while, watching this scene curiously. Things seemed to be turning around. Zi Wuji's smile came to an abrupt end. The cheers of the disciples of Giant Dragon also stopped. Curator Zi Tianhe, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks as well. Junior brother Su, where did you find these people? Can anyone randomly join our Imperial Dragon Gymnasium? Zi Wuji returned to his senses and sneered. He thought that the other was crazy. Did he really think a random bunch of people could join Yulong Gymnasium? Did he really think that he could defeat him in this way? It was too ridiculous. Su Bai, who gave you the right to bring so many insignificant people into the gym? If you lose, you lose. As the chief disciple, don't you know the rules of the gymnasium? If this happens again, you'll lose your position as a chief disciple. Curator Zi Tianhe glared at Su Bai, his face turning cold, his body gradually exuding a breath of majesty. Su Bai only said calmly, Master Curator, of course, I remember the rules of the gym. Regarding the recruitment of disciples, it is more than just the assessment. I remember that the regulations clearly stated that as long as the bloodline of the dragon pet reaches the 6th section in the dragon pillar, they can join the gym unconditionally. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding again? Are you trying to tell me that these 30,000 people have dragon pets that can light up 6 dragon pillars? Do you really think that top-grade subdragons and pureblood dragon pets litter the streets? Zi Wuji laughed loudly as if he had heard a big joke. Ha 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 ha. You're telling me that these disciples meet the requirements? Has senior brother Su gone silly? For a while, some disciples of Giant Dragon Division also laughed. Not to mention them, even the people of the God Dragon Division could not believe it, either. It turns out that senior brother is so hilarious. For a time, the square was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Curator Zi Tianhe looked at Su Bai with a cold face, his expression getting colder and colder. I gave you a chance, since you don't understand your limit. Before Curator Zi Tianhe finished speaking, the 30,000 disciples behind Su Bai released their dragon pets. At a time, more than 30,000 dragons with pure and powerful aura appeared, and their domineering and mighty auras descended on the square. The combination of this aura was no worse than the aura when the main hall disciples released their pets in Heavenly Abyss before, and were even better, in fact. For a while, the audience was silent. Everyone had become speechless. Zi Tianhe's mouth was still hanging open, but he was also speechless. Zi Wuji's expression solidified on his face, and he stared at this scene blankly. What was happening? The disciples of the giant dragon division were stunned. The cheering smiles were still on their faces, but their eyes were now filled with disbelief. The disciples of the God Dragon Division were also stunned. They could not believe that the scene before them was true. The VIPs and directors of the branches who were about to leave, and the 70,000 disciples who had not passed the exam were all frozen in place. How could these 30,000 dragon pets have such pure aura? How could this be? Even if he had stolen them, it could not be so many, could it? Was this really not a fantasy world? This was the thought in everyone's mind at this time. How is this possible? Zi Wuji popped a few words out of his throat with much difficulty. How could there be so many top dragon pets? How did Su Bai do it? This was impossible. He suddenly recalled the indifferent attitude that Su Bai had shown since yesterday. It turned out that rather than him admitting defeat, he actually knew he would win and did not even bother fighting with him. It turned out that this guy already had the chance to win while he was ridiculously showing his funny victories like a clown. Master Curator, it's easy to see if they meet the standard, just use the dragon pillars to test them. If they meet the standard, then there's no problem. My God Dragon Division welcomes these outstanding disciples. At this time, Qin Miao took the initiative and stood up. Yes, Curator, everything is in accordance with the rules, as you said. Other people in the God Dragon Division also echoed. Although the God Dragon Division had been weak for years, the damage to the upper level was not serious for the time being. At this time, Su Bai had given them a big surprise. How could they not stand up to help him? Looking at him standing calmly in front, Qin Miao and the others were full of admiration. They seemed to see a rising star in him. Many of the elders, who had never talked to Su Bai, seemed to finally know him for the first time. They suddenly reached a whole new level of understanding of his situation. It had been done beautifully, and the situation was reversed. Not only was the God Dragon Division expected to recover, Su Bai could also compete as the curator. Zi Tianhe took a deep look at the young man as if seeing him for the first time. He squinted his eyes and said, "Then let's start the test. If they meet the requirements, then I'm of course very pleased to see Yulong Gymnasium's growth." As soon as Zi Tianhe said this, Qin Miao took the initiative to say, "Come up one by one. Let your dragon pet release dragon's breath infused with its origin aura." These disciples, however, did not immediately move and only stared at Su Bai. This scene shocked the people present. The degree of loyalty these disciples had for Su Bai was actually at this point already even so early. "Go ahead." He nodded in response. Yes. With his permission, these disciples walked up with their heads held high alongside their dragon pets. The first one who came up had a cyan god dragon, the azure dragon. It looked at the dragon pillars and released dragon's breath with its origin aura. In the next instant, the dragon pillars glowed with dazzling 7 lights. A pureblood azure dragon. Seeing this scene, Zi Wuji seemed to feel discouraged. He looked at this scene a bit incredulously and was still in disbelief. This seemed to be the last straw that overwhelmed the camel and completely crushed him. Next to him, someone could not help but yell in surprise. Pureblood azure dragons were rarely seen in the main hall. "Junior brother Su, it's a good dragon, but I don't believe that all these people have pureblood dragon pets." Zi Wuji looked at him and spoke in a deep voice through gritted teeth. "Of course, it certainly won't be everyone." Su Bai nodded. The disciples here came up one after another. F***CK. 6 beams of light, a top subdragon. D**MN. 6 beams of light. Another top sub-dragon, D*MN, this is a pureblood black water blood dragon. Ziwuji looked at the dazzling rays of light as if it were mountains, which slowly pressed him into the abyss and suffocated him. His gentleness had long since disappeared, and he looked at Subai's calm face, which seemed to be the biggest mockery of him. Ah! He was so angry. He was going crazy with anger. He had no way to vent his anger. Why did he suddenly get overturned despite his 2 years of meticulous preparation? Where did Subai get these D*MN people? He was already feeling hysterical and had never hated dragon pets like he did today. The disciples who left the God Dragon division ran back one by one. They were first shocked by the incredible scene and gradually broke into cheers. Looking at Subai's figure, they seemed to know him at this moment. Hiyu looked at Han Wei and Ouyang Du, who had long been expecting this result, on the side. A trace of disbelief flashed across her face. You guys knew about this, right? Sorry, senior sister, it's a secret. There were so many spies around you, so the senior brother didn't let us divulge it to you. Ouyang Du said with a smile. Han Wei glanced at Yang Shan and Lu Dao coldly. Hiyu took a deep breath and turned to look at Subai not far away. No wonder he was indifferent from the beginning. It turned out that he had been prepared for a long time and already held victory in his hands. He was truly a terrifying man. While the God Dragon division cheered, the Giant Dragon division was crying. Their faces, whether they were high-level seniors or disciples, grew uglier by the second. These constantly shining lights were like sharp arrows piercing their hearts. This was because they knew too well what such a group of disciples who all had at least top sub-dragon pets would bring to the God Dragon division. Everything they had accumulated over the years would disappear in front of these disciples. The top sub-dragons could definitely become pureblood dragon pets and, in the end, become at least terrifying existences that could grow to the peak sovereign grade. Ziwuji had already sat down in his chair, losing all his dreams and glory. Those in the VIP seats were shocked and envious. They were shocked that Subai had obtained so many dragon pets. At the same time, they envied Yulong Gymnasium. With these 30,000 high-quality disciples, the future of the gymnasium could already be foreseen. They looked at Subai and could not wait to go back and tell their own people all about it. This young man was worth investing in, and they must invest immediately. The speed of the disciples was very fast, and the test was almost completed in a short time. All of them passed the test without exception, and then each one went to the God Dragon division side without fail. Ziwuji took a deep look at Subai and suddenly showed a gentle smile. I misunderstood you, junior brother, earlier. Thank you for bringing so many high-quality disciples to the gym. I see that these dragon pets all have blood attributes, so they must be related to my junior brother's ancestor blood dragon. It's amazing. Your pet is so extraordinary. Although many people had already discovered this, it was confirmed after hearing his words. It turned out that the ancestor blood dragon had this extraordinary ability. Yes, my pet can help dragon pets improve a dragon's bloodline, but it's very difficult. Subai directly nodded and admitted this. Anyway, he could not hide this point. If he revealed it, he could also attract those with poor bloodlines to turn to him. As long as outsiders did not know the real horror of being his dragon's descendants, it did not matter. After all, it was quite normal that the first dragon blood could improve the bloodline of dragon pets. Most ancestor blood dragon had this ability, and at best, they also had particularly outstanding performances. Ha ha ha. I really want to thank Dean Qin Miao for finding such an excellent disciple for our Yulong Gymnasium. Zi Tianhe laughed and said, I announce that, this time, God Dragon Division's disciples have won the recruitment. They will be eligible to enter the Dragon's Nest next year. Upon hearing this, the people of the Giant Dragon Division completely withered. This was their most desired qualification, but it was lost so readily. Sorry, I was delayed by something, he took her hand and said apologetically. Apologizing is useless, treat me to dinner. She flashed him a smile. Then what do you want to eat, my wife? He hugged her, settled her onto Planet Eye's back, and flew toward East Capital. Let's decide later, I don't know yet. She sat down in a metal chair condensed by Planet Eye and propped her chin on her hand, looking at him with a bright smile. You were really handsome earlier today. Actually, I'm thinking about what becoming a curator can do for me. Apart from getting more resources to train pets, it seems that only fame and status are left. Subai sighed. You have to find a goal to move forward, or else you'll be lost. Chen Ruoshua thought about it and suggested. Yes, I do have a goal. He glanced at the setting sun and stood up. What is your goal? She came over and leaned gently on his shoulder. To travel the universe with you and take a look at the pinnacle of a pet tamer. He hugged her shoulders and smiled. Then you really have a simple and unpretentious goal. Her eyes curled up. Guess what my goal is? Baby, shouldn't your goal be me? Subai chuckled. In your dreams. Chen Ruoshua rolled her eyes at him, but she hugged him and leaned her body on his completely. My goal is to catch up with you and surpass you, and then I'll provide for you. I'm so great, am I not? Yes, you are. I don't want to work hard anymore. You can support me. I hate you. You're discriminating against my great goal. She hammered him on the chest, but what she had said was the truth. In the past, she wanted to climb to the peak of pet tamers with him. This was still the case now. It was just that, now, she did not want the distance between her and her love increase further. Then shall we go to eat tripe hot pot? He took out a red rose from behind Chen Ruoshua and handed it to her. Let's go. I'll eat till you're broke. She laughed while playing with the flowers in her hands. They went to a good tripe hot pot restaurant and had a great time talking while eating. On the way home after dinner, Subai suddenly remembered that Chen Ruoshua should have gone to the Dragon's Nest of Fuyao Gymnasium the day before yesterday. Thus, he asked, have your two dragons broken through? You finally remembered to ask me. Chen Ruoshua rolled her eyes at him. My winter ice white dragon has successfully broken through to the emperor grade, but my black flame dragon is still a bit lacking. I see. When I go back, I'll call my master and ask for a black flame starfruit with the fire attribute. It'll be able to break through smoothly if you let it eat that, he nodded and said. Thank you, hubby. Chen Ruoshua smiled and did not refuse. She and Subai were about to get married, so there was no need to be courteous with each other. Then my wife, can you thank me by wearing the silk suspender you bought last time? Subai chuckled. Me. I knew you had ill intentions. She glared at him. Hee. Who told me to have such a beautiful wife? You have such a sweet mouth, but there's no way. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning and was just past 7 o'clock. Subai and Chen Ruoshua were still resting, with only one corner of the quilt covering them. She had one hand on his neck and one leg draped on his waist. Although her sleeping posture was not elegant, the long legs in white stockings were eye-catching. Subai could not help but put his hands on her legs when he woke up, and a smile gradually tugged at the corner of his mouth. He liked this current life. What are you smiling at like a fool for? Chen Ruoshua, who had woken up some time ago, rubbed his cheek and asked. I'm smiling because I feel blessed. He chuckled. You're so silly, she hugged his neck and said softly. Let's get up, or else I'm afraid that I'll lose control for a few more hours. He kissed her supple red lips. Dream on. We can't do it now, I have to go to the gym. She rolled her eyes and grabbed the big hand reaching out to her chest. Okay, let's go eat together. Subai no longer insisted. He just silently watched Chen Ruoshua change her clothes, enjoying the sight of her slowly taking off her stockings, wearing aqua blue jeans, and slowly putting on her clothes. This was one of his pleasures. He sincerely thought this scene was beautiful and interesting. At first, she would be shy and would throw a pillow at him, but eventually she got used to it. Instead, she made her movements more elegant and attractive so that he would experience the uncomfortable feeling of not being able to take her. This was one of their passions, but she did not dare to go too far, for fear that he would lose control. When she was not with him, she would wear simpler clothes and would only wear sexy clothes when he was around. Today, she wore very ordinary clothes to go to the gym. After getting up, she took out a set of clothes for him from the closet and threw it at him. I'm going to wash my face and brush my teeth. Get up quickly, don't laze around all day. After she spoke, she took their dirty clothes and put them in the laundry room. Although they were very rich and could throw away their clothes after wearing it once, she had never done so. She enjoyed everything in life, including washing her boyfriend's clothes. With her pets, this did not actually require much effort, and could be completed in less than 2 minutes. It would then be as clean as new, and no stains would be retained under the action of the cleaning skill. After the two finished washing, they chose to go to a restaurant for breakfast today. Subai, look at this news. While drinking a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, she suddenly handed her phone to him. What is it? He looked up and saw a shocking piece of news. It said that all monsters in a large area of Heavenly Abyss had all been killed, and their corpses were everywhere. Numerous pet tamers had gone to pick up the crystal nuclei, which had fallen to the ground. Even the flowers and trees did not escape destruction, making the place look almost dead. Guess who did such a thing? Chen Roshue smiled. Needless to say, it must be Ziwuji. His eyes were bloodshot and murderous yesterday, answered Subai while smiling. Judging from the traces of the large number of dragon skills, who else could it be besides that guy? Ha ha ha. He looks polite, but is actually very stingy, I could tell at a glance. She laughed. Still, you have to be careful, he'll definitely not let this matter go. Don't worry. I'm keeping my eye on him. He nodded. You have to be careful, too. I'm afraid that he'll trouble you. Don't worry. I won't leave Fuyao Gymnasium for the time being. That's good. After eating, Subai sent Chen Ruoshua to Fuyao Gymnasium and then went back to Yulong Gymnasium. On his way back, he took out his mobile phone and checked the news. The summoner circle was now buzzing with what happened at the gymnasium yesterday. They were all discussing him. Apart from that, there was not much development in other things. The situation on Blue Planet remained the same. There were 2 large space cracks in the Rabbit Country where Subai was located, one in the sky and another in the sea. Heavenly Abyss had almost been fully dealt with. They were now working on the Ocean Abyss. Because of the late discovery, the crack had become bigger and the situation was a bit more troublesome there. As for the 8 superlarge space cracks located abroad, the foreigners were still struggling to hold on and were constantly bombarding the area with hydrogen bombs. This could be regarded as barely suppressing the 2 superlarge space cracks in their own countries. Except for the other 6 superlarge space cracks, without exception, all of them had fallen and the monsters had all come out. If it were not for the huge sea, they might have already run over. The main reason for this was that there was freedom and equality, so escapism was more prevalent. The powerful pet tamers had taken their relatives and run to Rabbit Country. No one wanted to defend the place at all. Some people were planning to capture a viable dwarf planet and temporarily escape from the currently chaotic Blue Planet. The Pet Alliance's branch could not do much as no one listened to it at all. Although the situation there had not completely collapsed, it would be too late if there was no remedy. Subai guessed that it would be difficult. Although Blue Planet's side had become much stronger after 100 years of development, the enemies they were facing were simply terrifying. On top of the many monsters in the endless void, there were the aliens. There was no way to allocate manpower, and the human beings were not monolithic. The relationships between various forces were intricate and not as simple as imagined. He shook his head and decided not to think about these things anymore. Anyway, there was no use even if he did so. Like this, he arrived at Yulong Gymnasium. He would go to the Dragon's Nest today as his reward. Let's go, I'll take you to the Dragon Nest, Qin Miao got up and said when he came in. As they walked, she added, there are 2 dragon blood pools in our Dragon Nest, which can help the dragon pet's bloodline change. They are the treasures of our gym. Actually, all the dragon pets that die in battle are placed there. After more than 100 years, the 2 dragon blood pools have increased by 10,000. Each of those pools has a catalyzing effect to any dragon pet. You can use a pool to make your ancestor blood dragon break through to a peak emperor in one fell swoop. 2 dragon blood fruit trees also exist in the dragon blood pond, each of which can help the dragon pet metamorphose. You can't pick this one and it's not mature, either. Each tree only bears fruit once every 10 years. In addition, you can catch a dragon pet with your ability or choose a dragon egg. Thank you, I understand. Subai nodded. He then asked, can I not acquire a dragon pet? I want to use this opportunity to exchange for some rare metals, preferably those with special characteristics. Qin Miao glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Yes, no matter how good the dragon pet in the dragon nest is, it can't compare to your ancestor blood dragon. I'll ask around, it should be no problem. Then I'll have to trouble you." He nodded gratefully. Soon, they arrived at the Skill Jade building of Yulong Gymnasium, where most of the treasures were placed. Qin Miao took him not to the Skill Jade building but rather the Imperial Dragon Garden not far from there. It covered an area of nearly 100,000 square meters and had many green trees inside. In the center of the Imperial Dragon Garden was a huge square, with only a dragon-shaped arch nearly 1,000 meters high, shocking people with how majestic and solemn it looked. Su Bai knew that this was the entrance to the dragon nest. They came here to find that two people were already waiting. One of them was Bai Chen, the Dean of Giant Dragon Division. The other was Chu Shan, the newly promoted disciple who won first place in the disciple recruitment yesterday. "You're here." Bai Chen greeted Qin Miao. She ignored him and directly released a black dragon. The dragon released a dragon's breath and hit the door of the dragon nest. Soon, the spatial door activated. Without saying anything, Qin Miao patted Su Bai on the shoulder and jumped in. After entering, the world suddenly became desolate. The earth was full of wildness, and vast and ancient aura could be felt in every corner of this world. The passage of time had traces of breaths. They could sense that this was a very, very old world as soon as they came in. When they landed, a dragon apparition appeared in front of them. "Senior Dragon Spirit, I'm sending him to the 10,000 dragon blood pool." Qin Miao cupped her hands in obeisance. The dragon apparition swept its eyes across Su Bai, seeming to be checking his breath. He looked back at the dragon apparition, and a line of small fireflies appeared in front of him. Dragon Spirit of the God Dragon World. After the God Dragon World was destroyed by the Imperial Dragon Monster, it has lived in the 10,000 dragon blood pool at the center of this small piece of the world's fragments, relying on its dragon spirit to survive. Conquer or swallow this dragon spirit, and there will be a chance to awaken an origin divine skill and a chance to obtain the legacy of this dragon world. You can also find other fragments scattered in the void of this dragon world. "Let him go," the God Dragon Spirit said indifferently. "Dean, what is this?" asked Su by using the voice transmission skill. "This is the dragon nest's guardian, a special kind of dragon spirit. Our dragon nest is actually strictly guarded by it and isn't entirely our own. We've just reached an agreement with it," replied Qin Miao through the voice transmission. "I understand." Nodding, he released his little blood dragon and flew it toward the two blood pools in the center of this world. Along the way, he discovered many dragon pets of various kinds, including a lot with pure bloodline. However, almost none was above the Emperor grade. He checked the information of these dragon pets before realizing that this world was blocked by dragon spirits, so none of them could break through to the Emperor grade. This way, they could continuously provide dragon energy to the senior dragon spirit and keep it alive. Raw-Abai, this world gives me an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Little blood dragon looked around curiously. It's as if I had once lived here. This is a fragment of the God Dragon world and a world originally belonging to dragons. All dragon pets are born here. It's normal for you to feel familiar with it. Su Bai nodded. His pet dragon had been cultivated by him from its birth and was naturally not awakened from an actual ancestor blood dragon. It was a pure ancestor blood dragon. Soon, they arrived at one of the blood ponds in the middle of this world. Chapter 275 IA Genius. In the center of the vast pond, a keel tree grew. Its branches were made of dragon vertebrae and leaves made of dragon heads. Each dragon head had a small blood-colored fruit in its mouth. The energy and nutrients of the blood pond were continuously being absorbed by the blood-colored fruits through the dragon bones. There were two of such ponds. One was the corpse of a god dragon and the other was the corpse of a giant dragon. The god dragon blood pool was in front of Su Bai. "This is the 10,000 dragon blood pool. Little dragon, open your mouth and eat this. See if you can break through." Su Bai jumped onto Planet Eye, took out a scarlet ball of light, and threw it to his pet dragon. This was a blood curse left by a sovereign, dragon blood dual attribute monster. Qin Miao had given him the blood curse before, but he had not used it. At this time, it was just the right time to use it with the 10,000 dragon blood pool. Little Blood Dragon had been stuck at the low-level Emperor for a long time and had turned many pets into its blood subordinates. Now, its origin was stable enough to be promoted again. Roar. I'll live up to our buy's expectations. Little Blood Dragon swallowed the scarlet ball of light, turned into a 5-kilometer-long body, and plunged into the blood pond. As it entered the blood pond, it let go of everything and began absorbing the power inside with all its strength. In the same way, the sovereign blood curse, which it had just swallowed, burst out. All the power crazily penetrated all parts of its body. A scarlet vortex formed around it, and for a while, all the various forces in the blood pool burrowed into its body, seemingly wanting to burst through it. Roar. Suddenly, the deep, guttural roar of his pet dragon sounded from the blood lake, and then an evil and terrifying aura erupted from it. This aura was far more terrifying than any eruption of Little Blood Dragon in the past. Now, it was full of evil, filth, tyranny, and greed. That kind of deep evil was extremely ancient, as if it were the origin of all evil between heaven and earth. When it appeared, it made all the creatures tremble to the depths of their blood. It was the first time Subai had seen his pet dragon erupt with such a terrifying aura. At this moment, the world darkened, and all the dragon pets within 1,000 meters fled quickly. The blood in the scarlet pool suddenly calmed down, seemingly being subdued by Little Blood Dragon, which slowly absorbed it. Subai looked at the blood pond. His dragon's pair of eyes had changed from black to blood red. The aura on it kept soaring, and soon it reached the mid-level Emperor grade, before continuing to rise to the high-level Emperor grade. Subai felt that something was wrong and quickly checked the information of his dragon. After reading the data, his hanging heart gradually calmed down. However, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the scarlet pond. A trace of solemnity gradually appeared in them. The aura of Little Blood Dragon continued to grow stronger and soon broke directly to the mid-level Emperor. It had directly been promoted to a high-level Emperor and was still rising. Time slowly passed, and after a long time, its aura finally stabilized at peak high-level Emperor, which was one step away from the sovereign grade. In fact, it could continue advancing, but Subai's contract book was only a 3-star diamond. That was equivalent to a high-level monarch. His pet could only be one level higher than him at most, so his pet dragon was currently stuck at its grade now. Little Blood Dragon opened its eyes and their scarlet color gradually returned to normal. Roar. Arbai, I've succeeded. It flew toward him. Wait a minute. Go to the blood pond to see if there's a dragon-shaped statue at the bottom. Find it and bring it to me, he said suddenly. Roar tilde I understand tilde Little Blood Dragon did not ask the reason why and directly plunged into the blood pond, swimming toward the bottom of it. Wait, stop. Let's discuss it first. Suddenly, a dragon apparition appeared in the blood pond and shouted. Subai sneered coldly. When you dealt with the ancestor blood dragon earlier, why didn't you expect this result, dragon spirit of the god dragon world? When he called its name, this dragon spirit was stunned on the spot. It had no idea that humans would be able to recognize it and had even seen his attack moments prior. Wait. Since you know me, let's discuss things. Don't do it. Let's talk about it first. The dragon spirit panicked upon feeling the ancestor blood dragon approaching and directly plunged into the bottom of the pond to stop it without haggling with him. You can't do this. I'm the dragon spirit of the god dragon world. I can give you everything. Don't take my statue. This dragon spirit was going crazy. It did not understand why this human being was so sure that the statue was at the bottom of the blood pool. No, how did he know its identity and know that the statue was here? It clearly had not told anyone about this. Get lost. Little Blood Dragon swept it away with one claw, shaking the keel at the bottom of the pond. Immediately, it saw a black dragon-shaped statue buried under the white bone. Roar. I've found it. Its eyes lit up and it lifted its claws to grab the statue before flying out of the blood pond. Arbai, isn't it this? It placed the 10-meter-high statue in front of him and asked. Yes, that's right. He glanced at it and nodded. It was a pity, though, that the dragon spirit had abandoned this statue and escaped. He was not helpless and turned to look at the blood pool. Although you've escaped in time, if you don't come out again, I'll leave this world with the statue. Before he finished speaking, the dragon spirit emerged, staring at him vigilantly. Let's discuss things first. As long as you're willing to return the statue to me, I can exchange it with any treasure. It was very helpless now in the face of this monster. First, the blood dragon, the ancestor blood dragon of the evil camp that had been completely wiped out long ago, had unexpectedly reappeared in its world. This was impossible because it had been completely eradicated and should never have appeared again. Second, and what shocked it even more, this ancestor blood dragon was actually contracted by a human. This was once the root of evil, the terrifying existence feared by countless monsters in the endless void. How could it be a contracted pet at this moment? Thus, it had decided to take advantage of it to advance by using the ability to awaken the ancient memory hidden deep in the ancestor blood dragon's bloodline. It could truly awaken this way. It would then take refuge in it. Anyway, the god dragon world was destroyed, and no one cared even if he relied on the blood dragon, the ancestor blood dragon of evil camp. However, after doing all this, the dragon spirit was surprised to find that all had been useless. This was the ancestor blood dragon, but there was no memory at all in the depth of its bloodline, only ancient power. In other words, this was actually a brand new ancestor blood dragon, which was simply unreasonable. The most terrifying thing was this human being, though. He was like the mermaid recorder of all things in the legend, knowing everything. He actually knew that he was the dragon spirit of the dragon world that had been shattered for tens of thousands of years and even knew exactly where the statue was staying, which was simply terrifying. My lord, I have a part of the ancestor dragon cursed bone. It's well preserved. I originally prepared it for myself, but I can give it to you now. You should also know that your ancestor blood dragon is actually not a complete body, but if you have this cursed first dragon's bone, it has a 90% probability of awakening its strongest natal characteristics and may even obtain some of the origins of the cursed dragon, thereby gaining some characteristics or skills that belong to the cursed dragon. The dragon spirit looked at Subai from a distance and said. It was so far away and did not give him any chance to attack at all. Subai looked at the stone statue in front of him. It had some effects, but compared with the bones of a cursed first dragon, it would be far behind. This dragon spirit was right. The ancestor blood dragon really had to be awakened. Of course, if you take out the corpse of the cursed dragon, I can return this statue to you. I'm a man of my words and I never lie. He nodded and gave this promise. The main reason was that he could not catch this dragon spirit if it truly wanted to run away. This is an exchange contract. You can sign it. The dragon spirit condensed a special rune and floated in front of him. I want a complete dragon corpse. He looked at the contract and said indifferently. The cursed first dragon doesn't have a complete corpse at all. It's torn apart to death. Each part of the corpse is buried in different areas, and I only have its spine here, the dragon spirit explained. I don't believe you. Dragons are all cunning creatures. Subai shook his head. I vow on the void. As soon as the dragon spirit issued a special oath, it melted into the void and disappeared. This confirmed its honesty. Then this isn't enough. You have to get me 3 more treasures that contain the law of life, he said. Human, you're insatiably greedy. The dragon spirit's eyes turned red. This D*MN human being is greedier than a dragon. If you disagree, then forget it. He put the dragon-shaped statue directly into his storage ring and moved to leave. I only have 2 treasures that contain the law of life, not 3, the dragon spirit hurriedly shouted. If only it had the confidence to best this strong ancestor blood dragon, it would really try to kill this D*MN human with a bite. Give me the 2 treasures containing the law of life, along with the spine of the cursed dragon, then draw up another exchange contract. Subai turned around and said. The dragon spirit obediently revised the contract, and Subai dripped a drop of his blood on it. As soon as the contract was established, the black dragon-shaped statue in his storage ring disappeared into thin air. A huge spine with a length of more than 500 meters and a diameter of 300 meters and 2 branches of a tree appeared in front of him. Obviously, the spine was that small section of the cursed dragon skeleton. He checked its information and found that it was indeed the spine of a cursed first dragon. Moreover, the dragon spirit had already wiped out the curse attached to it. There was no need to deal with it anymore. and he could use it straight away. He then glanced at the two branches containing strong laws of life. Both were from a kind of plant core called the Tree of Life. "Thanks a lot," he said with a smile. The dragon spirit snorted coldly and looked aggressively at him. It had taken tens of thousands of years to eliminate the curse originally attached to the cursed dragon's spine, wanting to make a body for itself. Who knew that it had actually been making a wedding dress for a human being and had even given away 2 more tree cores? **MN. There was no other choice, alas. The statue was made of dragon heartstone, a precious material from the god-dragon world. It had absorbed a lot of dragon energy and had been very well maintained. If it were taken away, the dragon spirit would continue to weaken. Although it would not die, it would never have the chance to leave this world. You'd better not act rashly. You just hid the statue at the bottom of another blood pond, don't think that I don't know. Subai sneered. Impossible. How did you know? The dragon spirit's eyes widened, shocked and in disbelief. How could this human have guessed where it hid the statue anew? It gradually felt a deep-seated fear inside. This human being was definitely related to the mermaid recorder of all things, or else how could he possibly find the location of its hidden statue again? Don't worry, I won't interfere with you. I promise. The dragon spirit completely gave up, afraid of this scary human being. It did not know that the culprit who had exposed the statue's location was actually itself. It was precisely because Subai saw it that he knew the location of the statue. After swearing, its figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. It did not want to stay with him for a second longer. Subai was nonchalant. It could run away as it liked since it would still be trapped in this world. There was no way to take it now, but that did not mean that he could not do so in the future. He took out the branches of the Tree of Life and summoned his contract book. After thinking about it, he still integrated them in his contract book. In fact, he was unsure whether he could advance his current diamond contract book to amethyst grade this way. This was because, starting from the diamond level, the promotion of contract books no longer solely depended on materials. It also required a Pet Tamer's aptitude, that was, his mental power. Only enough mental power combined with materials could advance the contract book. In fact, mental power was not needed until the diamond contract book. It was also needed before, but only a small and negligible amount. When it came to the diamond grade, though, a contract book needed a lot of mental power to advance, the difficulties were, hence, heightened. Mental power was difficult to improve just by relying on external forces. The most important thing was to rely on oneself. Although spirits could provide backfeeding, the innate aptitude of summoners were also very important, or else even if he contracted all spirits and monsters, it might still not be enough for his subsequent promotion. Generally speaking, the amethyst contract book could still be upgraded with the help of external forces, but it was said that the epic contract book required a certain qualification of the Pet Tamer. This was also why the number of Heavenly King-level Pet Tamers was relatively small. What did it mean to have outstanding talent? That depended on whether the spiritual sea experienced any changes when the contract book was promoted to the diamond grade. Undoubtedly, Subai's Sea of Spirit had changed at the beginning and had evolved into a galaxy model. If anyone could see his spiritual sea, they would definitely be surprised because it seemed like a miniature galaxy. There was a golden ball of light like the sun in the middle, which was composed of Subai's spiritual power and soul. It was continuously absorbing the mental power and slowly growing. On the outside of the golden sphere were many small spheres of light like planets. Each had a different breath, but all were slowly revolving around the golden sphere. It was just like the relationship between the sun and the 8 planets. Subai did not know whether this mutation was a big one or not because he had never asked anyone about this issue. Forget it. Let's just give it a try. Following this, his contract book exuded bursts of the law of life and pulled in the Tree of Life's branches. With the integration of the materials, it flew back to Subai's spiritual sea and fell above the golden sphere of his spiritual power and soul. He then felt a steady flow of spiritual force being drawn by the contract book. He was a little scared. If his mental strength was not enough, would he become a fool? While he was still worried and afraid, His contract book suddenly shone brightly and was directly promoted to a 1-star amethyst grade. Was it not said that, in general, the spiritual power of summoners was barely enough to advance their contract books? Am I a genius? Subai looked at this scene in his spiritual sea and was a bit puzzled. This was because the spiritual power just absorbed by the contract book was not even 1,000th of his total spirit. Had something gone wrong? However, his contract book had obviously successfully been promoted to the amethyst grade, which was again a certainty. He took out his contract book and examined it. It was really an amethyst grade contract book, with an increment of 6 pages, reaching a total of 31 pages. In addition to this, he found that he had an additional summoner skill, which was called Life Chain. Life Chain, the skill of a pet tamer. The summoner can condense the special life chains of the contract book as well as mental power and establish a connection with the pets. The life damage of all connected pets will be shared equally and distributed to each pet evenly. His eyes lit up upon seeing this summoner skill. Was this not just a disguised life-sharing skill? Now, he could control all of this artificially. One must know that he had the existence of vitality-exploding pets, such as the starry omnivore kraken and the ancestor blood dragon. This was mentioning the 10 unhatched krakens at home. Once those krakens grew up, he would use Life Chain to connect all his pets together. Coupled with the power of the Blood Moon divine skill, he estimated that he could easily fight with existences 2 major levels above him. Am I a genius? He was still a little unsure and felt that he had to go back and ask Qin Miao or Chen Ruoxue. For the time being, he suppressed the idea inside. His contract book had reached the amethyst grade and he was just 1 step away from becoming a title-level pet tamer. The next step was for Little Blood Dragon to swallow the spine of the cursed first dragon and see what kind of gains it would obtain after doing so. He really wanted to thank this dragon spirit, otherwise, he could not have had such a big gain. However, before it consumed the spine, he cut off a 10-meter-long section and kept it. This cursed dragon's spine was too precious, and it might be useful in other places. Here. Drink this together with the spine. He suddenly remembered the special potions given to him by Su Yu, which were inside his storage ring. One of them was a power-stimulating potion. Regardless of the material, it could quickly stimulate the power and make it easy to be absorbed. Although he did not know if it would work on the cursed dragon's spine, he decided to still give it a try. Raw. Little Blood Dragon turned into its complete body and then swallowed the potion he had thrown out along with the cursed dragon's spine. Soon, a black and gloomy aura spread around its body. There was no evidence of spilling this aura at all as it directly burrowed into its spine. As the origin of the cursed dragon entered its body, the ancient aura of Little Blood Dragon reappeared. It was evil, filthy, corrosive, and tyrannical, surging like an abyss of horror. In addition, its body had a very ancient, dark, and strange aura, which was the origin of the cursed first dragon. With this origin in its body, the size of Little Blood Dragon skyrocketed again to a length of 15 kilometers. Its entire body blotted out the sky and its terrifying aura made the whole world seem to tremble at its feet. With a bang, Chu Shan, who was flying toward the 10,000 dragons blood pond, fell to the ground with his dragon. The dragon at his feet trembled violently and kneeled there with horror in its eyes. What a terrifying breath! Is this the ancestor blood dragon? Chu Shan could not get up, either. His whole body trembled unconsciously and chills ran down his spine. This was the second time that his heart had pounded profusely. He looked at the gradually darkening sky and the unparalleled terrifying shadow of a dragon cast in it. Chu Shan showed deep envy. The ancestor blood dragon was just too powerful. Before this, he had never felt such deep horror. It was the innate fear of a lower being toward a higher being. Is this aura the ancestor dragon's? It's indeed terrifying. Qin Miao and Bai Chen, who were both waiting at the entrance of the world, had looks of disbelief, too. The distance was so far, yet they still felt it. They were heavenly king-level pet tamers with extremely steady existences, but after feeling this breath, their bodies could no longer move and they were frozen in place. The 2 sovereign dragons beside them were worse off as both were kneeling directly on the ground. Deep horror was reflected in their eyes. No, I've seen other ancestor dragons, But they're worlds apart from this breath. Qin Miao shook her head. She really wanted to see what was happening inside, but she could not move at all. This aura was far more terrifying than she imagined. Why the ancestor blood dragon could be so strong was beyond her imagination. Su Bai was really giving her shock after shock. Hidden deep in the void, the dragon spirit sneered and showed disdain for Qin Miao and Bai Chen's ignorance. They could not even begin to understand the horror of the ancestor blood dragon. It was a terrifying existence that had been completely wiped out by the dragons of the justice camp after hundreds and thousands of years. It was the real big boss of the evil dragon camp. The cursed first dragon and the like were all its younger siblings. Although no one knew how the ancestor blood dragons had reappeared, its future was not imaginable by these two ordinary humans. Once it grew to its ultimate body, few existences in the endless void could be its opponents. Not even the 4 great creation pets could be its match. It's really going to awaken that characteristic. Is it possible that the real ancestor blood dragon is coming back? Suddenly, the dragon spirit's expression turned into one of shock because it felt a special breath. In the blood pool, the origin of the cursed first dragon suddenly and completely merged with little blood dragon, causing its aura to explode again. It directly broke through to the sovereign grade. Its body reached a terrifying length of 30 kilometers. Su Bai was about to watch its body change, but out of nowhere, a force of teleportation struck him and swept him and little blood dragon away. The next moment, they appeared at the same time above a grey altar. The altar was completely broken, leaving only a pedestal. It was surrounded by a dry, pale red seabed. It could be seen that there should have been a huge ocean here once, but now it had all dried up. The whole space was filled with an aura of dilapidation as if it were about to collapse at any time. Little blood dragon, why did you bring me here? Su Bai looked at the dragon, which was 30 kilometers long at this time. It floated in the air in front of the altar and exuded the powerful aura of a sovereign dragon. In addition to its dark and strange breath, many protruding bone spurs grew on its spine. More sharp bone spurs appeared on its body, which made it look hideous and terrifying as a whole. It was now a completely intimidating evil dragon. Roar. Bai, give me some of your mental power. Little blood dragon blinked, its mental voice and tone remaining unchanged. Why do you want my mental power? As he asked this, he unleashed a bit of mental power out. Little blood dragon opened its mouth and sucked the mental power in, condensing a blood ball in its mouth. It's not enough. More. His pet urged him. Okay. Su Bai continued sending it his mental power, and little blood dragon demanded for more, sucking 90% of his mental power at one go. This was equivalent to more than 900 times the mental power of his promotion to the amethyst contract book. Even if he had a lot of mental power, his face went a little pale at this time. Fortunately, little blood dragon finally stopped. The terrifying aura, however, burst out from its body again. A deep, blood-colored dragon's breath spurted out of its mouth and landed on the large altar standing on the dry seabed. Gradually, a small piece of bright red seawater condensed on the dried-up seabed, but it only had a poor 100-meter diameter. At this time, little blood dragon kept the dragon's breath and its breath suddenly fell to a high-level emperor. Su Bai turned his head to look, and the altar under his feet changed from its previously dilapidated appearance into a blood-colored crystal. In the center of the altar stood the statue of an ancestor blood dragon. This statue looked like the living ancestor blood dragon, exuding the ancient evil and filthy aura unique to ancestor blood dragons. At the same time, it gave off something darker and more bizarre. On top of the statue was also a blood-colored statue of Su Bai. He was sitting cross-legged. When he saw the blood-colored statue, it felt like it was his own body. This had been formed by the condensation of his mental power and the origin of little blood dragon. When he looked at the statue, he felt a ray of his soul absorbed by it again, making the statue look more lifelike and as handsome as he was. What he did not know was that, while the altar was being re-established, in some places in the endless void, many altars, which were exactly the same as this one, slowly condensed. Bai, it's done. Didn't I make you handsome? Little blood dragon shrank its body and flew up to him invitingly. Yes, it's very handsome. He nodded and hurriedly checked the relevant information. Little Blood Dragon did not hesitate to fall into this realm, so it must be something extraordinary. He felt a mysterious feeling. It was as if this status was going to bring him a very huge change. "Thank you." He could not help but hug it in his arms and caress its head, feeling very moved in his heart. "This is nothing compared to your kindness to me." Little Blood Dragon stretched out its tongue and licked him on the cheek as it spoke in a gentle and considerate voice in his mind. If it had not been because of him, it would have already turned into Lurse and dissipated in the world. How could it be of this current strength? Originally, it was just a mayfly insect with only a few days of life. All of this was given by Subai. What it had given him was nothing in comparison. Sighing, Subai let go of it and looked at the statue on the altar. This special place was called the origin space of the Sea of Blood. It was the companion space when the first ancestor blood dragon was born between heaven and earth. There should have been a statue of the ancestor blood dragon on the altar, and the dry seabed below should have been the bloody sea of origin of the ancestor blood dragon. It was just that in order to kill the first ancestor blood dragon, the dragons of the righteous camp eliminated all its clones, drained the sea of blood, completely wiped out its dragon soul, and made the ancestor blood dragon dissipate forever into the endless void. However, it was the embodiment of evil, so even though it had died completely, its power could never disappear. As long as a new ancestor blood dragon appeared one day, it could inherit everything originally belonging to the first ancestor blood dragon. This time, Little Blood Dragon received the arousal of the origin of the cursed first dragon and had awakened one of its most powerful characteristics, Evil Dragon Altar. Evil Dragon Altar. When a creature in the world is willing to offer everything it has to gain powerful power, it will feel the mysterious enlightenment and be led to the Evil Dragon Altar. At the Evil Dragon Altar, it can reach a contract with the ancestor blood dragon by offering sacrifices in exchange for strong power. The more sacrifices it offers, the stronger the power it can obtain. The sacrifice can be its own body and soul or a life and a soul full of sin. The evil god does not eat life without sin. This was the original Evil Dragon Altar. However, at this time, because the ancestor blood dragon was contracted by Subai and because of the changes of Little Blood Dragon, this altar had become an Evil God Altar. Evil God Altar. When someone sincerely calls the Evil God Altar, they will be taken into the altar which condenses everywhere in the endless void. The creatures that arrive before the Evil God Altar can establish a contract with the Evil God by offering sacrifices in exchange for powerful power. The sacrifice can be its own life, body, and soul. It can be the life and soul of a sinner. To put it simply, any living being could go to the altar of the evil god and gain strong power by offering sacrifices like itself or the souls and lives of sinners. In the end, these powers would be transformed into the purest soul, flesh, and origin power, returning to the statue in front of Subai. After being purified, these offerings returned to Subai and Little Blood Dragon. Although it had been changed to Evil God Altar, the power was actually given by the ancestor blood dragon, so Subai could obtain half of the reward, be it the power of flesh and blood or the power of soul. This was the gift Little Blood Dragon had given him, which felt very heavy on his shoulders. At first glance, this feature looked similar to the first Dragon Blood's descendants, but it was in fact quite different. The Evil God Altar was relatively fair. Although often the difference between what one paid and obtained was quite large, at least one had the right to choose. There was also a contract. However, the first Dragon Blood's descendants were different and were mandatory. As long as Little Blood Dragon transformed one into a blood subordinate, even with a sense of autonomy, it could take back everything one had at any time. Once converted into the first Dragon Blood, the offspring would also be blood subordinates. No matter how powerful it was, Little Blood Dragon could unconditionally take back everything. Compared to the Evil God Altar, the first Dragon Blood was the real horror. However, in fact, the Evil God Altar had more power. Because the world was infinitely vast, there were countless sins and countless people who desired power. The Evil God Altar could be found anywhere there were evil and sins, and there was a steady stream of sacrifices of creatures that desired power, too. These sacrifices included their lives and souls, or the life and soul of Evilders and sinners. The ancestor blood dragon only needed to drain a little origin, which could be restored, in order to help them become stronger. Moreover, it was important to know that such altars were not easy to obtain, but all those possessing altars were powerful and terrifying existences. For example, the 4 great creation pets. Apart from that, Subai had not seen other creatures with altars. However, now that he somehow shared an altar with Little Blood Dragon, it really made him a little dazed. "Are you sure that this is all right?" He exhaled and looked at it. "Of course, it's okay. I'm more than happy to allocate a part of the power to you," cheerfully said Little Blood Dragon mentally, "and once this altar is established, there's no way to change it." "Okay." Subai sighed, not wanting to say thank you anymore. This was not something he could offset with just words of gratitude. He had only chanced upon this special creature because he had seen it eating leaves. With the mentality of giving it a try, he unintentionally turned it into the ancestor blood dragon. Who knew that he would obtain such a huge return? After arranging his mood, he looked at Little Blood Dragon's current data again. Name: race, ancestor blood dragon dragon, sex, female, level, high-level emperor, dropped from low-level sovereign, recoverable, attribute, dragon, blood, features passive, first dragon bloodline, immortal dragon blood, sea of blood, dragon might, evil god altar dragon curse, active feature. Derived from the cursed first dragon. When this feature is activated, it will produce a roar. As long as the opponent agrees, it will bear the dragon curse. Note that regardless if the opponent yells, scolds, speaks, or remains silent, all count as promises. Currently possessed dragon curses. 1. Rooted dragon curse. The opponent will be immobilized for 1 second after agreeing. 2. Weak dragon curse. The opponent will be weak for 3 seconds after agreeing, and its defensive power and attack power will be reduced by 70%. 3. Shadow killing dragon curse. After the opponent agrees, 10 shadows with 70% of the opponent's strength will be condensed to attack the opponent. Skills: Crush Claw, Dragon Breath, Blood Shadow, Blood Curse, Freeze Eyes, Blood Sea Light Wave, Blood Sea Whale Swallowing, Dragon Rise, Dragon Prayer, God Dragon Skills Cross Blood Killing Mark and Blood Curse Kill God Dragon Skill Bloodline Extraction. After hitting the target, it can designate a force in the opponent's body to draw its bloodline. Restrained, Dragon Attribute. Weakness, Thunder Attribute. Evolution Direction: Little Bloodworm, Little Blood Dragon, Blood Dragon King, Ancestor Blood Dragon, Immortal Ancestor Blood Dragon. Introduction: It was transformed from an ordinary little bloodworm, which had gathered 10,000 dragon breaths. It is the first complete blood dragon in the world. The ancestor blood dragon is born powerful, and due to the bloodline attribute, it is a natural nemesis to other dragons. Asterisk 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 F asterisk CK. Upon seeing its data, Subai could not help but utter a swear. He was really a little shocked. It was no wonder that the cursed first dragon had been dried to death and had its corpse scattered. It could be seen how insidious this guy was just by the dragon curse skill obtained by the little blood dragon. Regardless if the opponent yelled, agreed, or remained silent, it would be taken as an agreement and would still be hit by the dragon curse. This was really a shameless old swindler. Subai estimated that the cursed first dragon did not need to do anything when facing most opponents. With a roar and a launch of countless dragon curses, the opponent would be a goner right away. It could really make soldiers surrender without a fight. If he faced an opponent like the cursed first dragon, he would definitely resent it and scatter its corpse everywhere. If he could obtain more bones of the cursed first dragon and dragon curses, he could not imagine how powerful his pet dragon would become. More dragon bones meant more dragon curses, but he had a way of obtaining more dragon bones, which was related to a pet. It was located in the Kunlun ruins, the legendary golden big cypress cat that Dragon King Amethyst was determined to catch. The ability it possessed could help him find more dragon bones. He had left Planet Eyes clones to keep an eye on the situation there, and if there was any movement, he could quickly teleport over through that clone. The main issue now was his strength. He must be strong enough to catch the pet. On top of all these, Little Blood Dragon had awakened a consummate skill, the bloodline extraction. It could be designated to draw the opponent's power. This was undoubtedly also a very powerful skill. Looking at Little Blood Dragon's current data, he was unsure of just how strong it was. He did not know if it could fight Dragon King Amethyst's Amethyst Town Mammoth again and emerge victorious. What he knew was that his other pets must be promoted. It was not enough for only his dragon to be so strong. Purple Jade and the others must be strong, too. Have you taken care of everything here? He asked. Roar. Of course. Look at the bloody water below. In fact, it's manifested by the power of my origin. As long as someone exchanges power with us through the altar itself will extract the power of the origin here to help it become stronger. Little Blood Dragon nodded. Then let's go out. Subai was neither worried about the altar nor the beings of levels much higher than his pet dragon praying for power. The evil god altar would naturally only help the existences with a lower level than itself. Moreover, the current power backfeeding could not reach Subai and Little Blood Dragon. They had to fill a part of the original sea of blood before it could feed them. Who told the original sea of blood to be fully dried up? Roar. Okay, bye. Little Blood Dragon took him out of the space, and soon they returned to the side of 10,000 Blood Pool. Everything here had returned to normal at this point. The dragon spirit had disappeared as well. The dragon pets, which had been scared away by Little Blood Dragon's dragon breath, had also run back. Let's leave this place, Subai took a deep breath and said with emotion. Roar. Little Blood Dragon grew larger and carried him in the direction of the dragon nest gate. High in the sky, Subai noticed that the new disciple Chu Shan had just arrived. He just did not understand. Why did Chu Shan let his dragon travel on the ground instead of flying in the air? Chu Shan also noticed him, and his expression immediately became tense. After confirming that the fearful coercion was gone, he breathed a sigh of relief. After more than half an hour, Subai emerged from the gate of the dragon nest. The dragon spirit seemed to be gone. The head of Giant Dragon Division, Bai Chen, seemed to have left as well. Qin Miao was still waiting there. You're finally out. It has been a whole day. I was about to leave if you still didn't come out. Seeing him, Qin Miao looked helpless. My apologies. My pet was a little slow to break through, he quickly apologized. It's okay. Tell me what happened. The horrible aura of your ancestor Blood Dragon exploded twice in a row, so even I was given a shock. She shook her head and asked curiously. Oh, its bloodline power was stimulated, but there's no other effect except for its successful promotion to the sovereign grade. Subai briefly talked about what had happened. Of course, the secrets about the dragon spirit, the cursed first dragon, and the evil god altar could definitely not be revealed. Sovereign. Qin Miao looked at Little Blood Dragon. Why did it fall back to the high-level emperor grade? Little Blood Dragon is a little special and can get promoted again soon. I'm letting it solidify its foundation first, he explained. It's good for it to be capable of reaching the sovereign grade. You must become stronger as soon as possible, not only because of the competition for the curator but also because of the increasing threat to safety on Blue Planet. Qin Miao nodded and advised. In fact, she would not go deep into what Subai had gained in the blood pool. After all, everyone had secrets. Breaking the casserole and inquiring in the end would only be asking for trouble. As they talked, they left the dragon nest and returned to Yulong Gymnasium. Because they had stayed inside for too long, it was already dusk on Blue Planet. By the way, there seems to be a problem with my mental power. Subai looked at the female dean and said. Today, Qin Miao was wearing a martial arts tights and had her hair tied high, fully highlighting her big long legs, small waist, and big breasts. What's the problem? She quickly looked at him when she heard this, fearing that something was wrong with her division's precious chief disciple. Subai had undergone a physical examination at the beginning, and his mental strength was all qualified. It stood to reason that there should not be any problems. Well, isn't it generally said that the promotion of the contract book to the amethyst level will consume all the mental power? Mine doesn't seem to be like this. My mental power seems to be a little too much, he explained slowly. Qin Miao, put your mental power in and test it. She took out a special instrument from her storage ring. It was a stone at one end and a display at the other end. Okay. Nodding, Subai input his remaining mental power inside. With a bang, this instrument suddenly emitted a puff of black smoke. It had directly exploded. Qin Miao, Sigma, turned A. I'm sorry, he said embarrassedly, not expecting that he would cause the instrument to explode with only 10% left of his mental power. It's okay. Qin Miao slowly recovered from the shock, then turned around and put a hand on the young man's shoulder. She stared into his face with her beautiful eyes. She then whispered, "This isn't a problem with your mental power but rather an extremely rare situation. Your mental power is 100 times that of a pet tamer of the same level, so it only took you a little mental power to advance your contract book successfully. In other words, you are a genius among geniuses, comparable to the top geniuses in the Pet Alliance." She patted him on the shoulder. Subai was definitely a young man with the most terrifying mental power she had seen in all these years. The top geniuses in the Spirit Alliance were of just this level. What kind of monster did I pull into the God-Dragon division? She stared at his handsome face and exclaimed inwardly. I thought that there's a problem with my mental power. Subai's heart settled down. He also did not expect that after 90% of his mental power had been sucked by Little Blood Dragon, he could still make this instrument explode with only the remaining 10%. This meant that his true mental power was actually 1,000 times that of ordinary people and 10 times more than the top geniuses in the Pet Alliance. He was a little grateful that 90% of it had been sucked away, or else it might cause a big problem. It's not your fault. Originally, you had to test your aptitude again, but you went to the Abyss Star territory. You didn't get to test it at all, so you naturally don't understand this, Qin Miao said, feeling a little lost. The mental tester of the entry test only showed a pass or fail, and there was no specific data. Also, don't test your mental power afterward. Don't expose it. This matter must be kept a secret, she added. You should know that the taller trees in the woods will get their tops blown off. You are the chief disciple now, and the resources that should be obtained have been obtained. As for the others, you won't obtain them even if you expose your mental talent. She continued exhorting sincerely. Geniuses like this young man must be well protected. As long as nothing happened, he would definitely become a legendary pet tamer in the future. Don't worry. I understand. Subai nodded. He remembered that his mental power test had been delayed because of his travel. As a result, he had never tested it. Good. If you have insufficient resources, just come over and find me. She patted him on the shoulder again. Okay, thank you. All right. You can go if you want to leave, Qin Miao waved her hand and said. Subai hurriedly said his goodbye and flew out of Yulong Gymnasium on Planet I. Qin Miao shook her head, still in shock. That young man was really full of surprises. He actually had 100 times the mental power of ordinary people. She saw a glimmer of hope that he would be the curator. I have to drink a glass of wine tonight to calm my nerves. She also stepped on her flying pet and left after muttering this to herself. Wow, hubby, you made me wait for another hour today. Where did you go? From outside the gates, Chen Ruoshua looked at Subai and asked this question. I came out after being delayed in the dragon nest. A lot of things happened today. I'll tell you slowly later, he took her hand and replied apologetically. She wondered curiously. A lot of things? Yes, a lot of things. The road isn't a place to talk. Let's go to the hotel and buy something to eat. I'll tell you when we go back. Subai nodded. Okay, then. You know how to humble brag as well. He could not help but laugh. Didn't I learn it from you? Chen Ruoshua glanced at her boyfriend and smiled charmingly. She was surprised that his mental power was more than 1,000 times that of an ordinary pet tamer. Had he eaten some kind of perfection pill? I really didn't know that I'm a super genius, he said. I'm thinking that it may be related to my Blood Moon divine skill. He felt that he might have been similar to her, but the Blood Moon divine skill had given him a lot of extra blessings. He was not to be blamed. Because there was a crisis on Blue Planet and a large number of pet tamers were needed, the Pet Alliance and various countries had not advocated mental tests. Once they were tested, a lot of people might give up becoming professional pet tamers, thereby losing a lot of combat power. The contract book did not require much mental power to upgrade before the diamond level, and a diamond contract book could already contract emperor monsters, which were the backbone of the battle. Furthermore, the mental power of beginner pet tamers was unstable, so the test was meaningless. Generally speaking, only after going to college and becoming a professional pet tamer would there be a segment to test mental power. This was because it was only around this time that the mental power of a summoner had stabilized and at the prime for testing. However, Subai had coincidentally avoided the mental power test twice, so he did not know that he was actually a genius. The pet interface of his golden finger also had no function of displaying his personal data. Maybe. Chen Ruoxue nodded. Still, according to what you said, your dragon nest is completely different from our gym. That's for sure, or else Yulong Gymnasium would have built a gym based on this, he said matter-of-factly. The dragon nest world of his gymnasium was a fragment of the previous god-dragon world and was not comparable to other dragon nests. Earlier, he recounted his experience in the dragon nest world with her but did not tell her the specific process, only that he had found the spine of the cursed first dragon and that little blood dragon had awakened a new skill to open the space where the original altar was located. That's right. If the dragon nest of our gym were so powerful, then your gym would become useless. Chen Ruoxue nodded blankly and then looked at him again. She said softly, hurry up and become the curator, then take me to the dragon nest of your gym to see it. Fuyao Gymnasium's dragon nest was very small. It was just the ruins of a dilapidated dragon nest, which had been reused upon discovery. No problem. I also want to be the curator just for you, Subai said with a smile. After eating, he summoned a pet to wash the bowls with spiritual power. He then went to the next room to check the kraken eggs and add some hatching fluid. It seems that the incubation should be completed tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Subai checked the specific situation of the kraken eggs and nodded to himself. Back in the bedroom, Chen Ruoxue had already taken a shower and was lying in bed while reading a book at this moment. She did not cover herself with a quilt in the summer heat, so her graceful figure was exposed to the open air, causing him to be unable to look away. What are you looking at? Hurry up and take a shower. She rolled her eyes at him. Are you free tomorrow? After taking a shower, Subai climbed onto the bed and looked at the beauty next to him. Why? She looked up at him. I bought the manor on East Capital Lakeside. Let's go and see if there are any places that need renovation. He glanced at her. Oh, then I'll accompany you to look. We can live in this house without problems, it's just a little inconvenient to release our pets. Chen Ruoxue smiled charmingly. I think so, too. Subai nodded. Just like today, he wanted to show his girlfriend the spine of the cursed first dragon but had to give up because the living room was too small to fit it. A manor was different, it occupied a large enough space and could generally put things down as long as it was not too big. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Both informed their respective gymnasiums that they would not report in for the day. After eating breakfast, the two set out toward the manor while sitting on Planet I. By the way, don't you want to set up a company for selling spiritual plants? I have all the materials ready for you. Chen Ruoxue smiled. Then we'll just take some time to report directly. Given our identities, it won't cost much to get a permit. Subai nodded. After the establishment of a company, he could find people from school or the gymnasium. There were countless talents, and he only needed to find someone reliable, while he would be the shopkeeper. He could use his contacts as well as resources to obtain many benefits when setting up a company and could also handle some things that he was not taking into consideration right now. Okay, let's do that. Chen Ruoxue shrugged. Not long after, they arrived at the manor. It was not far from East Capital's lake. The vast body of water could be seen in the distance. The entire area was more than 2,000 square meters, and there was a small shield outside to wrap it inside. When they walked in, they found that flowers and trees had been planted, the unique decor had all been carefully put in place. All the equipment also looked new and had obviously not been used many times. Everything looks fine. I don't think we need to redecorate this place, we can just change the bed and the room appliances. Teacher Hu Jie's aesthetics is truly very good. After checking the place, Chen Ruoxue muttered this to herself. I'm fine with anything, you can make the decision. Subai spread his hands. Okay, then. Let's go to the mall later and buy whatever we need, and then we can move in today. She nodded. Okay. Subai nodded in acquiescence. They first went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and submitted the relevant materials. Then they went to the mall, bought things, and returned to style the bedroom. With their pets, everything went very smoothly. The bedroom arrangement was completed at noontime, and everything from their previous lodging was moved over. They even had time to eat lunch here. After they had lunch, Subai and Chen Ruoxue played gobang in the spacious living room. She released Little Devil and Winter Ice White Dragon, both of which made the whole room extremely comfortable as if an air conditioner was blowing. The chessboard was filled with chess pieces, and neither of the couple had checkmated yet. This won't do, let's play chess. She shook her head and went to get the chess set. Okay. He nodded. She stood up to take the chess set, but the gobang set was snatched by her pets to play. Here. Little Devil let out a sinister laugh while urging the white dragon. Subai shook his head helplessly, missing Purple Jade a bit and deciding to pick it up tomorrow. Chen Ruoxue had just brought the chess set over when his phone rang on the table. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Ouyang Du. What's the matter? He picked up and asked. Senior brother, there are two things. First is the Hu family you've been paying attention to. Young Master Hu Lan voluntarily withdrew from the Hu family. According to intel, he's coming to East Capital. We felt that he might be in danger, so we sent someone to protect him. Second is you. The dean suddenly decided to retire early, and the curator's election will begin in a few days, said Ouyang Du on the phone. I see. Is there anything else? Subai was silent for a moment and then asked this. There's also the matter of the Nihility Koi. The disciples have collected many of them. Other than that, nothing major has happened at the moment, said the other man. Okay, I see. Inform them that I'll collect the schools of Nihility Koi the day after tomorrow and give back as promised. Also, ensure Hu Lan's safety. Notify me as soon as something happens. Subai pursed his lips and said. Senior brother, don't worry, I understand. After hanging up, he sighed and said, a lot of things have been cropping up recently, I can't idle at all. Yes, I also feel that Blue Planet is gradually changing. Chen Ruoxue sighed. Forget it. I don't want to think about anything today. Let's continue playing chess and drinking tea. He shook his head, feeling a little stressed out. Okay, I'm going to play seriously now. I won't yield to you anymore. She smiled. Just don't refuse to admit defeat. He laughed and picked up a chess piece. Time passed peacefully, and it was already afternoon in the blink of an eye. Okay, let's stop here. The kraken eggs are about to hatch. Subai suddenly put down the chess piece in his hand and stood up. He had felt the movement of the kraken eggs through his mental power. However, it did not matter anymore at this moment because the kraken had hatched, it was just that it had yet to break the shell. Hee. Little Devil flew in. It looked at the kraken eggs and then at him. Its gaze seemed to be telling him that he was an unfaithful bastard. Subai. All of a sudden, one of the kraken eggs was knocked open with a loud crack. It was a kraken egg of the light attribute. What had emerged was a little fellow with a glowing white body half a meter long. This was the light feather kraken. It had a pair of golden wings on its back and was one of the first krakens of the light attribute. A series of cracking sounds could be heard, and one by one, the little krakens all smashed their eggshells and emerged. They floated above the incubator, looking at one another and then at the two humans. Their eyes were pure and ignorant. These 9 guys were of different shapes and attributes. Subai and Chen Ruoxue walked over, brought out the food that had been prepared long ago, and poured all the eggshells and remaining hatching fluid into the incubators. Without a need for instructions, these 10 newly hatched krakens rushed over with their tails wagging and opened their mouths to eat. It was just that a few very naughty ones ran into others' bowls and wanted to eat 2 bites of their food. Just like giant pandas eating pots of milk in a zoo, there were always some restless ones. Eat your own food. Subai knocked on their little heads and returned them to their own bowls to eat. While they were preoccupied with eating, he checked their data. The metal attribute kraken was silver-white with silver scales all over its body. It had a forward horn, resembling a great white shark. It was called the single-horned silver kraken, an initial giant kraken of the metal attribute. In addition to its swallowing characteristics, there was also a sunder armor skill. It would superimpose a layer of sunder armor every time it advanced by a small level. After the level was higher, no matter how strong the defense was, it would be difficult to resist its impact. The wood attribute kraken looked withered and yellowish, its whole body exuded the aura of decay. Its skin was like the bark of an old tree, but there was a green sapling on its head. This withered tree kraken looked like a dolphin and had a slender, graceful body. In addition to its swallowing characteristic, there was the life storage skill, which could absorb other existences and even store its life force into the saplings above its head. Once stored, it could release the life force to treat itself or other pets when needed. The water attribute kraken had a blue back, snow-white belly, and 2 pairs of large fins. This sky sea kraken looked like a humpback whale. Subai's starry omnivore kraken was originally of the water attribute, but the two were not the same. His first kraken pet had a particularly round and big head, which resembled a sperm whale more. Moreover, it was the kraken king's egg, so its characteristics were much better than this sky sea kraken in all aspects. However, this did not prevent Subai from raising another sky sea kraken. In addition to its swallowing characteristic, the sky sea kraken had the water sage skill. This characteristic added every attack with a layer of deceleration effect, which increased with every level. The fire attribute kraken was quite peculiar. Its whole body was similar to a killer whale with flaming red magma. From a distance, the red magma was constantly flowing and transforming as it emitted a high temperature, but its tail was like an octopus with tentacles. This strange-looking fellow was called the nine-tailed flame kraken. In addition to its swallowing characteristic, it also had the fire immunity skill, which made it immune to any fire attribute attacks. Hence, it was relatively powerful. The earth attribute kraken was made of real soil and looked like a piece of grey-white stone spliced together. This mountain-devouring kraken resembled a blue whale. In addition to its swallowing characteristic, it had the mountain-devouring skill, which could make itself heavier by eating soil. The heavier it was, the higher its defense. The wind attribute one was called the green wind kraken. It looked very similar to a killer whale aside from almost being transparent. At first glance, only a light blue outline could be seen, and the other side could be seen through the silhouette. In addition to its swallowing characteristic, it had the virtual skill. This made it weightless and shapeless. Hence, its speed could be as fast as it was frightening. It could also be well hidden. The thunder attribute kuan was called the thunder spirit kraken. It had a purple body and might resemble a tiger shark if not for the 10 purple lightning-like thunder spirits hovering around it like guardians. In addition to its swallowing characteristic, there was the thunder spirit skill. This thunder spirit could store different lightning powers and could be restored after self-detonation. The number of thunder spirit would increase as its level increased. The light attribute kuan, called the light feather kraken, had a pair of wings. It had the light domain ability, which was a relatively rare domain type, on top of having the swallow characteristic. When inside its field, all the abilities of the light feather kraken would improve by at least 3 times. The body of the dark attribute large kuan, called the shadowbone kraken, was composed of black bones, making it look the most hideous and terrifying when compared to its other kraken siblings. Besides the swallow characteristic, it had the shadow skill. This allowed it to split its shadow continuously to attack its opponent. If the opponent was defeated by its shadow, it would fall into an unconscious state and could be swallowed. The last one was a poison attribute kuan, called the plague poison kraken, which had 10,000 black light spots surrounding its body like plague. In addition to its swallowing characteristic, there was the feature poison fusion. Anything fitting the concept, be it a biological virus or a computer virus, could rely on this feature to fuse into a more terrifying toxin. Subai looked at the 10 low-level servant krakens, and their information appeared one after another on his pet interface. Undoubtedly, these 10 were inferior to the starry omnivore kraken. Nonetheless, they were existences with saturated origins, so their potentials were not what ordinary krakens could compare with. It was difficult for ordinary krakens to possess a second characteristic upon birth. Generally, they only had one swallowing characteristic. The 10 in front of him all possessed a second characteristic, and each trait was very useful and distinctive. Not bad. Subai nodded in satisfaction, thinking of cultivating these then when they grew up. The scene of releasing 10 of these terrifying big guys together was exciting. Moreover, with the backfeeding of 10 such krakens, which had varying attributes, he estimated that his strength could become extremely terrifying, too. After all, his current strength could already let him beat some monarch monsters by himself. They're really impressive. Chen Ruoxue touched the light feather kraken's head and said. She could easily see that these krakens were extraordinary. There are still many eggs in the kraken's nest. Do you want them? He looked at her and asked with a smile. Let's forget it for now. We can talk about this again when we visit our hometown. Chen Ruoxue shook her head gently. Subai nodded. Okay, then. At this time, the 10 krakens had finished all the potions and medicinal cakes prepared for them. They all ran up to the couple and looked up at them with their big, round eyes. Onum tilde they let out simultaneous crisp cries, indicating that they were not full. Because of the innate integration of the contract to the egg, their closeness to Subai was natural. There's no more food for the time being. It's not good for you all to eat too much. He looked at these baby krakens and exhorted earnestly. However, the newborns had no intention of obeying his order at all. They turned their heads and started chewing at random things. They did not even let off the table, chair, or floor. They opened their mouths and gnawed on everything. Seeing this, he quickly summoned his contract book and kept them inside. He threw some similar attribute monsters, which he had prepared long ago, into the contract book, letting the baby krakens chase and devour those. Anyway, with the released monsters being all servants, the newly hatched krakens should be capable of defeating them. After his contract book was promoted to the amethyst level, the contract pages could also be used as storage spaces, where he could put some things or even monsters in. We have to go pick up Purple Jade and the others. She can teach these guys, with the old leading the new, to be obedient. Subai looked at the lab that had been gnawed indiscriminately and said helplessly. It was as if he had suddenly adopted 10 children. It was too terrifying. Having raised his pets one by one, he had never found it so difficult before. Hee. Super Big Demon kept spinning around him, letting out incessant cries as it glared maliciously at him. What is he saying? He glanced at it and asked his girlfriend. He said that you're a scumbag. You secretly acquired other pets behind Purple Jade's back. He wanted to tattle on you. Chen Ruoxue shrugged with a smile and glanced at him playfully. Subai. This ghostly fellow had not seen Purple Jade for so long, but it was still its faithful follower. He was speechless. Come on. Let's go and eat. He proceeded to ignore it and merely took Chen Ruoxue's hand. The sun had just set. It was a good time to go shopping, so she readily agreed. I want to eat a piece of stinky tofu, she puffed her cheeks and said. Okay, let's go. Let's eat rice noodles after that. I want to eat rice noodles with golden soup and intestines. He rubbed his belly. Okay, then. Let's head to the snack street and take a look. Chen Ruoxue smiled. East Capital's lake was located at the center, and there was a snack street within a walking distance from it. Super Big Demon and Planet Eye, which had shrunk to the size of a basketball, hovered over their shoulders. After strolling around, the couple came to the snack street. Chen Ruoxue stopped in front of the small stall of grilled squid. She pointed at a white squid and said, Give me 4 skewers of this squid. Give me 2 more skewers of grilled gluten, Subai ordered. Got it. Wait a minute, yelled the stall owner. He then started making the skewers. After a while, the two left the shop with their barbecue meat. Come on, let's go home. Chen Ruoxue said once they were done eating the skewers. Okay. Subai nodded and the two proceeded to walk home. At this time, only the last red afterglow of the sun was visible in the west. The sky would be completely dark soon. Chapter 280 Purple Jade's Diary. After separating from his girlfriend, he went to Heavenly Abyss alone. From there, he would head to the Imperial Beast Academy and check on his pets. Shanghai. Hu Lan, who had left his household, turned around and glanced at the crowded and prosperous Shanghai. He had never thought that, one day, he would be banished in such a despicable way by his second uncle, whom he was very close to. However, he had no other choice. His second uncle had somehow managed to locate his sister and had threatened him with her. He took a deep breath and flew toward East Capital on his big ray. I wonder if Su-bai still sees me as his friend. I don't know if there's any hope of going to him for help this time, he muttered to himself as he looked at East Capital. At the thought of that young man, his heart was filled with endless admiration. In just 1 year, the guy, who used to learn from him at the beginning, had reached such a terrifying height. He not only possessed an emperor pet but also became the chief disciple in Yulong Gymnasium, one of the top 10 peak gyms in the world. Moreover, he had high chances of winning the curator position. Everything was quite surreal. Who would have thought that the young boy from an unknown city a year ago could reach such a height? After taking a breath, Hulan decided to give it a try. He believed that Su-bai was not the kind of person who would forget his roots. He did not believe in the B*LLSH*T of those people in his family. He wanted to find someone to protect his and his sister's safety. Those in his family could not be trusted at all. They might even be busy dividing the family assets as of the moment, so he must get away as soon as possible. After a few days, he might be unable to leave. Not long after his departure, 2 groups of people quietly followed. The first group was riding pets with chaotic aura, while the second group was riding dragons. At the same time, on the vast ocean outside Shanghai, a young man wearing a black Taoist robe floated in the air with a long sword in hand. Purple electric lights flashed across his eyes. The sea under his feet was already blood red, and dozens of huge monster corpses could be seen floating in the sea. Upon a closer look, these monsters were all killed by lightning and sword lights. Not long after, a young man riding a white-winged sky eagle fell from the distant sky. Watching this scene, the color of horror in his eyes became more and more intense. Master Zeddy's strength was really becoming more and more terrifying. He was only 19 years old, yet he might have already become a peak heavenly king-level pet tamer. Master Ze, your strength is really getting more and more terrifying, the young man said with a smile. His name was Liu Yun. He was one of Wang Yi's most loyal subordinates. What's the matter? Tell me. Wang Yi looked at Liu Yun lightly. Hulan has departed from Shanghai today. The Hu family sent someone to chase and kill him, but it seems that Yulong Gymnasium has gotten involved. Didn't you say that you wanted to use Hulan to draw out Su-bai? Now is a good opportunity, said the man slowly. I don't care about this, let them do what they want. I want to see how the Hu family plays. He shook his head. If it were before, he would really teach Su-bai a lesson, but at this moment, he really could not act rashly. If he accidentally attracted the attention of the outside world, the gain was not worth the loss. Also, he had just received news from Xiao Yulong that Su-bai not only had the ancestor blood dragon but was also the owner of the blood moon divine skill. If he could not be sure of killing the target with one strike, he was unwilling to startle the snake. Of course, it was not that he had no confidence in defeating Su-bai. Although his opponent had a divine skill, he himself also possessed one. To him, dealing with Su-bai was just a simple matter. It was as easy as killing a sovereign monster. He remained confident and unafraid even though the young man had grown far stronger in these past 2 years. The only thing he was worried about was if killing the young man would alarm Yulong Gymnasium, which would affect the major things they were doing. Thinking of this, he decided to give up for now. When they finished this matter, he would take the head of Su-bai and seize his divine skill. Master Ze, the Hu family has just reported about Hu Jie's coordinates. His subordinate spoke once more. I don't care about this matter right now. Tell them to pay attention to Hu Jie's location and don't let her get hurt. Wang Yi frowned and said coldly. Although he was obsessed with her, he would never ruin his affairs because of a woman. I understand. Liu Yun nodded. He also knew the major things the family leaders had recently committed. Then we don't have to keep an eye on that family. Nonetheless, he was a little puzzled. There's no need, just let them be. Wang Yi's sword suddenly swung downward. The seawater was directly plowed into a hole several hundred meters wide, and a sovereign shadow snake hiding in the seabed was directly hacked to death by his sword. In the Void Realm, Su-bai entered the area where the Imperial Beast Academy was located by relying on the 3 coins in his hand. At this time, he was quietly shielding his pet's telepathy as he flew over to where they were. Planet I, which had activated its invisible spiritual breath, was slowly flying forward. Soon, Su-bai noticed some movements. What appeared in front of them was a huge floating island with many grey suspended boulders scattered around. Various monsters carried these boulders to the floating island in an orderly manner. He felt that something was wrong and continued moving toward the center of the island. Soon, he saw a huge throne of more than 100 meters standing at the heart of the island. Rows of spiritual fruits and crystal nuclei could be seen on either side of the throne. On the throne was a soft animal skin cushion, and a large white cat with a body length of 10 meters was lying on it lazily with squinted eyes. It seemed to be dozing off. A pair of round, amethyst eyes would open from time to time and look around in boredom. It then took a fruit from the side and stuffed it into its mouth before turning over and continuing to sleep. Who else could it be other than Purple Jade? Su-bai, he did not know what to say after watching this scene. He looked at the throne where his pet was located. This throne, which was made of a wood attribute spiritual tree, exuded a strong lore of wood. Upon a closer look, he saw words engraved on it. The first day after leaving our bai. I miss him. The second day after leaving our bai. I miss him. The 10th day after leaving our bai. We've all successfully broken through to the monarch grade, but he hasn't called. He definitely doesn't want me anymore. He doesn't even call me. I'm so angry. The 15th day after leaving our bai. Someone bullied me and was beaten up by me. I accepted them as my little brothers. I still miss my owner. The 20th day after leaving our bai. He really doesn't want me anymore. I tried escaping. Little Tyrant and Mewling Fox blew up Imperial Beast Academy so that we could escape. The 23rd day after leaving our bai. We were caught and fined to repair the floating island. The 25th day after leaving our bai. I have established my throne and am enjoying the life of a queen. I still miss my master. The 28th day after leaving our bai. I sent a message to him today and deliberately told him that we got in trouble. He was shocked. I'm very happy. He'll definitely come to pick me up soon. The 30th day after leaving our bai. He hasn't come yet. I'm so angry. I'm so disappointed. He doesn't love me anymore. I angrily ate 3 bowls of spiritual fruits and accidentally advanced to the mid-level monarch. Su-bai, looking at these childish words in the form of a diary engraved on the back of the throne, he did not even know what to do for a while, nor did he know what kind of expression he should put on.